I let her know in case she runs into some rust. I'm gonna be with her.
Can't get to come out. It won't come out. I tried last
But
time.
I called Andy, he came back and he said he didn't call.
I mean, this is all
Commissioner, how are you?
Got to check that out way out the door.
You took out her wife, so he did tell us about it. We got three, we have three of us here.
Yes.
Well, we're still a minute early.
How are you? Good morning.
It has been busy season. Summers are supposed to be slow.
Right? And the heat doesn't help. I'm just glad we don't have, like the legislature was so cold. I'm glad we can sit here comfortably.
There's only 5. Hopefully there's still 5.
Now,
I doubt it, but just push.
at the last week of August, I'm heading up backpacking into high elevation on the Rocky Mountains. So y'all don't do anything that last week of August.
Okay.
Because I won't be in cell phone contact.
One week,
Yeah.
don't fall.
It'll be quick in. But
Oh, you fall, don't try to blame it on me.
we'll be out between 10 and 12,000 feet elevation.
Wow.
Beautiful. That's about my favorite thing, is watching a sunrise from the
Do you hike, Judge?
Oh, yeah. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I've been working out. I've got my 50-pound pack going now. Ultimately, I'll be carrying 6 grand.
Okay, never mind.
You got my suit, man. This is what I'm trying to start. I lost a good weight, you know that? I had been in this as long.
No, it works.
Look at that, I like that
saw
belt.
you run. It works well.
Yeah, I did have a hip shoe with the rubber. Once my son had me buy my food, I was a little too.
You were on the
Remember last time?
Good morning.
morning.
It's 10:01, and I would like to call the August 13th meeting of the Harris County Commissioners Court to order. Commissioner King.
Good morning, Your Honor. We have the privilege today of having Father Edward Gomez, sometimes known as the Vicar,
Right?
of the Park Place area. He is at St. Paul or San Pablo Episcopal Church. He's been a priest now for 30 years, and he's got some interesting things. He likes to hike. I didn't share with him that I'm going to be doing a hike soon myself up into the Colorados. But he's
Not
been
in
to
this heat.
Amazon bases in Peru and the Lacundan jungle of Mexico. But he is also a member of the John Epps chapter of the Union of Black Episcopalians. He's on the Commission of Hispanic Ministry. He holds certifications as a public participator, multicultural leadership, and Harvard, with an R, negotiation and leadership program, although I was able to inform her that the Harvard, not the Harvard, but the Harvard School of Theology is just around the corner
Right.
at Park Place Baptist, which is where my parents got married.
Wow.
In that area. And Your Honor and Commissioner Garcia, I'm well aware and familiar with this area because my great-grandma, she owned a house off of Erie Street, which is just
Yes.
right next to
Yeah, 2 blocks
the
away, yeah.
parish facility. And so it is our privilege today to have Father Ed Gomez.
All right, thank you so much. We'll pray especially for Precinct 2.
There you go. Thank you.
Wow. Let us pray. Loving and gracious Creator God, you made us all in your own image and likeness. We ask you today to send your Holy Spirit of wisdom and guidance to all who will participate in today's Commissioner's Court. We ask you to enlighten us in our deliberations so that all the words spoken today may be to edify and build up the area that you have entrusted to us. Help us to be able to discuss the matters at hand in a reasonable way and to be willing to give up having our own way so that all agreements may improve the quality of life of all residents of Harris County. Loving God, let this meeting be productive, and as should be the case in all areas of our lives, help us to keep you at the forefront of our minds as we do the work that is set before us. We ask you this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Father, thank you so much for coming and for your words. Folks, I did want to, before we get started, pause for a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the shooting in El Paso and the shooting in Ohio, Dayton, over the past few weeks. So we'll pause for a moment of silence. Thank you for joining me in honoring them.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, let's get started with the items to be taken out of order. First, I have under Commissioner Precinct 1, page 25, a request for approval to join the call to action to help reduce the number of people with mental illness.
Judge, this is the stepping up resolution that the National Association of County Officials came up with. And Bear, Dallas, El Paso, Waller, Bell, Lubbock, Travis, Brazos, Fort Bend, Tarrant, and Wise counties have all adopted it. I should have done it some time ago. I've been on the board of the National Association of County Officials since I became a commissioner. And it came up, quite frankly, Commissioner Garcia, when you and I were at the conference in, is it Clark County? We were in Clark County, and I know it'll come up again at the large urban county caucus. So I did make one change. I think it's already in there at your suggestion. Commissioner Cagle, you had a number of changes. I appreciate you not bringing others up, because I would have a problem with some of those, because the working group that came up with it wanted all those things in it from the agencies. But we did change the name of the mental health facility to make sure it is noted as the Judge Ed Emmett facility. But it's pretty straightforward, and I would hope we would adopt it, so we won't be embarrassed at the next NACO meeting for not having done it. And it's really a call to action to have us, it doesn't cost any money. We ought to collect the data. We ought to have stakeholders involved in coming up with some solutions to the mental health crisis that impacts every county in this country. And it's pretty straightforward, so I won't read it.
Is this the one that we're to sign that I have, or is this a copy of?
That's a copy. I just wanted to make sure we had the wording.
Yeah.
The one that we're signing is right over here.
Yes. That's what you passed me to sign.
Oh,
Is this the one from last week?
so this is the one. Thank you,
Okay.
James. Never mind. I stand corrected. So this is the one. So we don't, so this one, we don't.
No.
Okay, so you sign
It's a nice folder you have.
Yes.
Is that a paper?
Yeah.
Just move adoption, or does anybody speak?
I'll move on it.
There, we do have one speaker. It is Amanda Jones from the Harris Center.
Is that a paper?
Yes, and
What's the deal?
Commissioner Ellis, I understand the wording here for the motion needs to be request for approval of a resolution for the county to join the call. to
Judge, that's excellent wording, and I'll move that wording.
Second.
Good morning, Judge Hidalgo, Commissioners. My name is Amanda Jones. I'm Director of Governmental Relations for the Harris Center for Mental Health and IDD. On behalf of the Harris Center, I would like to thank the Commissioners Court for its continuing support for mental health services. And I would like to thank you for your commitment today to reduce the number of people with mental illness in the Harris County Jail. We look forward to partnering with you to continue to improving the lives with people with mental illness. Thank you.
So Judge, I just want to thank you and the work that your staff and other stakeholders put into this, and call us to task, because we've stepped up. Just make sure it's more than just saying we're stepping up. So that's why we did it, and I think our colleagues around the country will ask, what did we do after we passed the resolution?
Thank you. I will.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so we have a motion here.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, second, Commissioner Garcia. Any other comments?
The one I have in front of me, Judge, is not the one we're voting on. Where's the one that we're?
Which one you have? You have a thick paper and a
I'm
thin
the-
paper?
I'm the textile one.
Okay. I think we're passing it down. It'll get to you, it's coming to you. It's just waiting on a few signatures.
So this is the resolution,
This is the textile one.
to join the call to action by the National Association of Counties to dedicate resources to reducing the number of people with mental illness in the county jail. And it's got some specific metrics and goals on there. Is that the right place?
This is the stepping up one now?
Yes.
Okay, and
And we just signed the white one.
The textile one is the one I.
Sword, all these posted, right?
I think the posting's correct, but you're correct. There's some confusion over what the commissioners are voting on.
Yeah.
And not just this resolution, but other resolutions that are coming across our desks.
But as it relates to the one, the stepping up one. is that
Stepping
clear?
up one,
okay,
it's posted properly, because I don't know that the difference in the versions are that drastic.
Yeah. The only difference in the one that, this one between the one I had last go around is I'm adding Ed Emmett
Uh-huh.
to the mental health.
And it's on here, so this was right.
Okay.
This is not the one from last week. This is the right one. It says, whereas since September 2018, the Judge Ed Emmett Mental Health Diversion Center has diverted more than 1,400 persons with mental illness into community-based services. And it says, therefore.
we also included some of the other language from last time that we had pointed out that was missing
Yes.
as well, because there were some blanks in there.
Why don't we check it, or if you'd like, I'm
Robert,
happy to
is
read
this,
it.
is it okay?
I'd have to see it, I don't know.
Let's
I mean,
have-
it's
let me
okay
hand it
from
to-
what was posted,
I
I
move
don't
to
know what's
hold
being voted on.
resolutions that are being changed with they haven't been properly posted to the public. The resolutions are different than what was put online.
Is that right? When was this posted? I saw it with
We'll get it.
the added language.
The
So
one that
I
was
saw it a couple
posted
days
online
ago.
was okay with the county attorney. I can't tell you that this is the one that was posted online. I don't have any way of knowing.
Okay, well, can we discuss it over the break and maybe we
Okay.
can come back to this?
So, and if it's a problem, because I was trying to add the change you asked, I'll just move to pass the one that I posted.
So I'll second the amended version.
And to clarify to clarify my statement, if the change is a relatively minor change, the general scope is the same, you can make
Well,
changes between time
in the
and
course
post.
of debate, we can make a motion to amend a matter.
Correct.
So move.
So, to the extent that I moved, and I think I posted it with your office as well as elsewhere, that we amend to include the proper name of the facility. On this one, I think I'm okay, although I respect the desire to have everything posted, but it would be, if the change on this is that we're now using the proper name, and what was posted incorporated the objections that we had made from last time, which I think they did, because there's some blanks and whatnot that were posted last
I
time.
have a staffer coming over, but the substantive change is the name Ed Emmett. And then you had a few minor changes in there, which we added. But now, if he wants to hold it, he made a motion, we'd have to vote on his motion. I would just object to holding it, because this motion is fairly non-controversial. But you want to vote on his motion, we can do it,
I move to adopt the amended version of the resolution as being presented at the table.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of the resolution presented at the table?
As amended, I'll be an aye.
Is there anybody who wants to speak on these?
Somebody
She
did,
spoke.
you might have missed it, she did.
Amanda
Jones?
Jones from the Harris Center, yes. Thank you. All right, so any opposed?
I'm no.
Okay,
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
okay,
So, all that aside, it's a great initiative.
It is.
thank you.
Let's move on to the next item here is a supplemental item. Commissioner Garcia, you had asked that this be taken out of order, recognizing it is item number 3, recognizing Ms. Veronica Alvarez for her efforts
Yes.
in her heroism.
Thank you, Judge. And just as you were gracious enough to start this meeting with a moment of silence in reflection of the gun violence victims in El Paso and Dayton, Ohio, my heart is heavy and has been heavy since August the 1st, but it's a little lightened because we have Veronica Alvarez here with us. A hero. Veronica, if you will, step up to the podium. On August the 1st, Veronica, thank God, was at the right place at the right time. She is a 24-year-old veterinarian assistant who loves games, kids, and pets. And thank goodness for that pet of yours, your puppy, who began barking. She heard parents screaming. Then she ran into the water and was able to rescue 1 of 4 children. Unfortunately, the boy's 13-year-old sister, 7 and 11-year-old brothers did not make it. Their bodies, through the work of the Harris County Sheriff's Office and Chambers County Sheriff's Office, were recovered hours later. Veronica, I just want to tell you that heroes come in all forms. Today, we are recognizing a hero in the form of Veronica Alvarez. There was nothing to compel you to put yourself at risk. There's no monetary gain that you were going to receive from it. As I understood, you did everything you could. You were almost drowning yourself because you were doing all you could to keep that young man above water.
Yes, sir.
And so, Veronica, God love you for your courage, for your spontaneous action. Thank you for saving the life of that young man. And I know that your heart is heavy because you've been wanting to tell the parents that you wish you could have done more. But let me just say, if not for you, that family would be very, very different.
Yes, sir.
And so we're thankful, and I just wanted to have Ms. Alvarez here just to let her know that these types of actions on behalf of our citizens are never taken lightly. They're always noticed, and it is just with honor, pride, and privilege to be able to have you here to recognize you.
Yes, sir.
You have a few words. If you'd like to say a few words.
I just wanted to say thank you, and I very much appreciate all this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll pull you, stay around, because we want to pull you up for a picture in a minute. Okay? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we have Commissioner, you had 2 other
Yes.
resolutions.
And, let's see, where are my resolutions at? One? Yes, okay. Perfect. Get the. Let me see if I can figure out seniority here. I'll just go with ladies first. And so, first of all, these resolutions are a continuing effort to help celebrate the upcoming Hispanic Heritage Month. And there's just so much talent in our community that I wanted to use every meeting available to try to highlight those that are with us and to their accomplishments and their contributions to the community. So the first resolution is going to recognize Jasmine Mendez. Jasmine, if you will come to the podium. Jasmine is a award-winning author, performance poet, actress, and educator. Ms. Mendez has performed her poetry in venues all around Houston, including the Museum of Fine Arts, Rice, the Alley Theater. She has shared the stage with respected writers and poets, notably Sandra Cisneros and Natalie Diaz. Ms. Mendez has been published both nationally and internationally, and her multi-genre memoir, Island of Dreams, Florencito Press, 2013, was awarded Best Young Adult Latino-Focused Book by the International Latino Book Awards in 2015. She also recently won the COG Poetry Prize for her poems Run, Irelia, Run, Bounty, and Return to Water. The judge, Major Jackson, described Jasmine as a poet who possesses a sense of the poem as sacrament and language hammered into song. That's powerful there. One feels a passionate search for lineage and sensuous turning of thought and imagery that leads to sanctuaries of silence and of reverence. Her second book, Night Blooming, Jasmine, Personal Essays and Poems, Arte Público Press, is forthcoming in April 2018. I guess it's already here. She is the co-founder and program director of the Houston-based Latino Literary Awards organization, Tintero Projects, and a co-host to the poetry and writing podcast series Inkwell, a collaboration between Tintero Projects and Imprint Houston. And so, and then I understand that just yesterday, Jasmine graduated from Pacific Lutheran University in Washington State with her master's in fine arts. She participated in the Rainier Writers Workshop. This is her second master's. You go, girl.
Thank you.
She is married to Lupe Mendez, who is also a writer, teacher, and advocate in Houston. Her daughter, Luz Maria Mendez, is watching, yay! Hey, Luz. Is watching the live stream with Jasmine's mother, Sonia Rosario. So, Mama, we're proud of your baby. So, for all those reasons and more, it is with incredible honor and privilege that Harris County Commissioners Court commends the distinguished example of Ms. Jasmine Mendez. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Like to say a few words? Maybe a poem?
Sure, not one of my own, but yes, thank you. I am Dominican American, and I live in Texas, so I identify as Afro-Latina, which for many just translates into, a purple unicorn. They're not really sure what to do with me when I start to speak Spanish. But I do like to use my work and my writing to sort of deconstruct our ideas of what Latinidad can look like and what it can be. And so I appreciate and thank you for allowing me this time and for honoring me in this way. And just very briefly, I'll just say, I often get asked, why do I write? And in the words of our recently passed and beloved Toni Morrison, I write because there are books that I want to read that haven't been written, so I must read them. And very briefly, I will just share a very short poem by Lucille Clifton. I'm using others' words this morning. And she just says, "Won't you celebrate with me what I have shaped into a kind of life? I had no model, born in Babylon, both non-white and woman. What did I see to be except myself? I made it up here on this bridge between starshine and clay, my one hand holding tight my other hand. Come celebrate with me that every day something has tried to kill me and has failed." Thank you.
Powerful. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And please stick around because we're going to do pictures in a minute. Okay?
She talked about Babylon. So you took that after the old song about hang our harps on the willows by the streams of Babylon?
No, sir. That's the one that changed.
Possibly. It wasn't my poem, it's a Lucille Clifton poem, and she's honoring Walt Whitman in Song to Myself as well.
Okay, that's an old Hebraic lament, you know,
Oh,
to sing
to sing,
the
yeah.
songs of our fatherland, where we hung our harps up by the willows. So, all right, thank you, sorry.
Thank you. And Jasmine, I think we have a book of a hero to write, if you'll consider that as a future project.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. The next resolution is going to recognize this young man, who I'm very proud to note. And Luis, if you'll please join us at the podium. Luis Gonzalez, a artist from the near north side. He's also a county employee, and but he's an artist. And so today we're recognizing that aspect of his personality, of his character. Artist Luis Gonzalez of Luna Artworks grew up in the area just north of downtown Houston that's rich with Hispanic culture and pride. While his Mexican-American heritage influences his artwork, it is a tribute to his mother and his response to her death. That's the driving force behind his many creations. As Luis struggled to cope with the loss, he turned to art as a celebration of life, not death. Many of the skulls and skeletons featured in his work are designs traditionally reserved for the yearly celebration, Dia de los Muertos, that is celebrated on November the 1st. This holiday is a time for friends and family to pray for and honor those loved ones they have lost. Luis Gonzalez uses a special tribute of a heart in his work to show how love lives in a heart forever. And so, Luis, we are so proud of you. You are a former Jeff Davis alumni, Go Panthers. You studied at the University of Houston and the Glassell School of Art. And just as a little tidbit, I got to the the Glassell School of Art before you did. It used to be the School of Fine Arts, of which I received scholarships to attend and study at. So I appreciate that. And then you are the proprietor of Luna Artwork, a art studio that you show your work at. And then you have received awards for your artwork submitted in joint exhibitions for Texas to California, with works now in the corporate collections of Shell Oil Corporation and White Oak Music Hall in Houston, and private collections in California and Texas. Therefore, be it resolved that Harris County Commissioners Court commends the distinguished example of Mr. Luis Gonzalez, and let it be known that your mother would be very proud of you. Congratulations. Thank you.
I want to thank the commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. It's a really honor to be here today. Back in '91, I was tragically affected by gun violence. So, you know, this El Paso and Dayton, Ohio, really hits hard for me. '91, my mother committed suicide, and I had a different path in life that I thought I was gonna follow. But with that incident, it kind of pushed me to want to help people, and having people close to me that worked in the community like yourself and Mr. Gonzalez here. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous here, but it helped me to want to help other people. And through my art, I've been able to help people. Working with the community it means a lot to me. To be able to help kids through baseball and through the arts has meant everything to me. And I've been able to see kids grow and be able to accomplish their dreams with what we've been able to help them with.
And
So,
that's an important point, Luis. I failed to mention that aside from your artistic talent, you're also a coach in the community. So thank you so much for doing that.
I coached a team from the near north side, most of them, and they were really from all over, but most of them were from the near north side, and I'm happy to say that all of them graduated from high school, went off to college. My son that's in attendance here went off to college and played ball in Ohio.
Wow. But
It's meant a lot to me.
Is he any good?
He was very good. I want to say he was a little better than I was playing baseball, so,
I think Commissioner Cagle has.
Congratulations, Luis.
thank you.
Sir, you have my signature on your resolution. Before you go, I printed off one of your pictures that's looking to the future that I like. Could I just get your signature on?
Of
one?
course,
It's
yes.
it's not a fancy one, it's just a little printed off one, but,
No, of course you can.
all right. I like the title and I like the concept of looking to the future.
Thank you.
Now, did you retire from the county? Are you still at the county?
No, I work for the Office of Emergency Management, so we work hand in hand with TransStar.
Okay.
But I've been with 24 years now.
They could use a little art over there on loan.
That's right.
They do.
You know, something, when there's not an emergency, you appreciate the art.
That's right.
Or maybe I'll talk to you when we take the picture.
Sounds
maybe.
good. I appreciate it.
You got any family here that's joining you?
My lovely wife, my lovely daughter, and my son.
All right. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations.
We're very
Thank
proud of
you.
you, Luis.
Thank you. I
you.
appreciate it.
And I know to ask for your artwork, Commissioner
Yes,
Garcia.
yes.
We know you're an artist.
That's right.
So we have a couple more resolutions, but these, why don't we take the pictures? Because these
Okay.
are the ones that have
We'll,
involved individuals.
we'll do Ms. Alvarez first.
What you working on?
Swinging around, running around, loose.
Yeah.
purchasing this.
Yeah, we're responsible.
All right, Louis, family over here. Likewise, right? Good to you too. Come on, come here. All right. Man, it's nice. Good business.
You mind tilting painting a little bit? This way up. Watch this down. That'll shine the reflection down. Oh, okay. Okay, everybody ready on the count of 3, 1, 2. 1, 3.
All right, thank you.
So you're the saint, because I was looking at those little Greek icons with all of the words around them. It was a beautiful painting. All right. Yeah, I just turned it off from the printer. It's great.
Which would it be? That's that one? Yeah, I know, I was looking for it too. Of course.
Yeah, I'm,
Hey,
yeah.
John. John.
Because I'm missing, don't come looking in my office.
This,
Yeah.
that'd be good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Was it the right one?
Yeah. Thanks. Oh, well, he saw us the same. Commissioner Williams.
Yeah. This
All
is
right.
kind of just directly
This is the
stepping up.
stepping up, yeah. Okay, so we have 2 other resolutions that have been asked to be taken out of order. And we were just telling Commissioner Raddick, as our, the different staff reviews the rules, and I understand there was some changes in the legislature that impact how we do our business here at Commissioner's Court. So that's why it's taking a little bit longer as well. It's, you know, do we take all resolutions out of order or which ones? And so, you know, that's a discussion that I welcome your suggestions on. So let's move on to the, this other resolution that was asked to be taken out of order, the realignment of I-45 by Commissioner Precinct 2, page 25.
You got- All right, thank you. There has been a lot of, thank you, Judge, there's been a lot of conversation about this massive project being done by TxDOT, and that will dramatically change and impact a lot of what is the near north side community. And so we want to work with TxDOT to provide improvements to design, make sure that we are working collaboratively as an important state agency and a community that it will affect. And so this resolution is to encourage that TxDOT hear some of the concerns that have been brought to the, that have been raised by the community, better yet. And, you know, some of those concerns include enhancing walking and biking connections with, within the existing communities, improve the safety for people and vehicles, as walking and biking as well, and reduce the historic flooding, flood patterns and flooding patterns that are aggressively affecting many of the areas. prioritize the use of existing right-of-way, mitigate displacing residents and business owners by compensating their properties at fair market value, help renters with rental relocation assistance. They're all important, but one of the most important is to ensure that TxDOT adheres to the new Atlas 14 standards, that requirements that are now part of the Harris County Flood Control District's formulas. And so this is a very, very important resolution, and we're hoping that TxDOT will hear that there is a lot of angst and concern about this particular project. Based on what we know today, this project will displace 168 single-family households, and it will also impact 1,067 multifamily homes, which include 368 low-income units and 60 homeless veterans units, and 331 businesses, which employ 24,873 people from the area. Air quality is a major concern of the community. They raise the concern that children living and attending school near freeways like I-45 are at risk of damage to their developing brain, lung, heart, and circulatory systems, and that the number of traffic-related air pollutants such as diesel particulate matter, benzene, 1,3-butadiene, and formaldehyde are known to cause cancer. And so this is, we're hoping that people will hear. We got several speakers on this, but I'll close on this, Judge, so that we can hear the speakers, and just say that Commissioner Cagle made some amendments to the proposed resolution, of which I'm fine with. I think this resolution is important to have all 5 signatures of Commissioner's Court. So I'll let you present the version that you have, assuming that it's no different than the version that I have in front of me. But I just want to thank Commissioner Cagle for his collaboration on this resolution, and I think that this will go a long way in getting the attention of TxDOT to let them know that we are unified in raising the concerns of this particular project. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Commissioner, we do have a few speakers, so if you'd like to present yours, do you have any comments before we call up the speakers?
No, except for that thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I visited with some of the representatives of TxDOT because I feel like working with them to assist our communities is a positive and appropriate way to go. And so the bulk of our changes sort of shifted, so the focus is on what we can do as a Harris County, encouraging our partners as opposed to telling others what to do as much. And secondly, the second part of the focus is to do things that I think that are acceptable and that could be received positively by TxDOT in the approach. And so I think that the amended, and I do want to make sure that Robert has a chance to look at it.
I have. I've compared them.
Because I think I forwarded it all.
Yes, sir.
Earlier to everyone
And it's the
beforehand.
same topic, same subject matter. They're substantially the same. As you said, I think the version Precinct 4 is offered is maybe taking some of the provisions out, would be my view.
Yeah.
So we have no objection as the county attorney, Vince Ryan's office.
Are you wanting me to read it, Judge? Is that what you're asking? Or just, was that sufficient to basically say that, you know, we're working?
I'll end up reading it as we adopt it, to be formal. I just was going over the gist of the value of the resolution.
Well, I think that as it's phrased, it is something that could be a workable tool that allows us to achieve with our partner, which is TxDOT, what we're wanting to achieve in our communities. And I'm a big fan of partnerships, and I think that this allows us to get to that place.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, so, Judge, Commissioner Garcia, and I'll ask legal first of all. It's a great resolution, and I'm supportive of it, in total support of it. I am thinking it would be good if county engineering, somebody here at the county, in addition to what our staff's come up with, but I know John Blunt is gonna do his North Houston Highway Improvement Project Evaluation. And I'm wondering whether or not this item is, and that's gonna try to address community concerns. I'm wondering if this is broad enough so that, language could be added to this resolution that's being amended to direct the county engineer to come back, with some recommendations for us, because I think they're probably better suited to figure out what we can and cannot do on issues like mitigate adverse impacts, provide benefits to the surrounding neighborhoods, very things you talked about, whether it's a retaining wall, better guardrails, or whatever it takes. But is this item
Yes,
broad
sir.
enough for me to
Yeah,
do that?
and, I mean, the way I would look at it is you could adopt the resolution, then have a separate motion requesting engineering to bring back those kind of recommendations.
Is that all right? I know my staff ran it like
I'm
this.
good.
Or you could amend the resolution to adopt that.
Anything to make it better.
Entirely up to the court.
Okay. So I'll just offer that as an amendment to your resolution to move to direct the county engineering department to include in their North Houston Highway Improvement Project evaluation recommendations for TxDOT to address community concerns, mitigate adverse impacts and benefits, and provide benefits to the surrounding neighborhoods. Okay, and I'll pass that over.
Second.
I'd like to hear from the speakers. So let me call up Jonathan Brooks, Harrison Humphreys, and Robinson Block.
Harrison Humphreys. I don't see Jonathan Brooks in the room. I don't
Go
know if
ahead.
he's here today. Okay. My name is Harrison Humphreys. I represent Air Alliance Houston. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm a transportation policy advocate, and I'll be speaking on the agenda item regarding I-45, also known as the North Houston Highway Improvement Project, or the I-45 expansion. I would like to first state our organization's appreciation for you, Judge Hidalgo, for your words and actions during the HGAC's Transportation Policy Council meeting a couple weeks ago, and we applaud Commissioner Garcia for bringing forward this resolution today. As many who are familiar with the project are aware, TxDOT's proposed reconstruction and expansion of the I-45 corridor has encountered substantial opposition from a range of sources varying from advocates, community members and leaders, civil engineers and professionals, and business owners. As we saw 2 weeks ago at the TPC meeting, residents are extremely concerned about the possible impacts this project will have, and they have every right to be concerned. The NHIP in its current design will entirely reshape large swaths of Houston and Harris County. It will displace hundreds of residents and businesses, cost thousands of jobs, worsen air quality by increasing the number of cars on the road, and may have disastrous effects on the region's ability to sustain flooding. Up to this point, the NHIP design and planning process has been decidedly not local in nature. It flies in the face of every planning document the city and region has published: the Climate Action Plan, the Houston Bike Plan, the HGAC's High Capacity Transit Task Force report. The communities that will be most affected by the project, near Northside, Independence Heights, the 5th Ward, have all pleaded with TxDOT and local leaders to not put this project on them, with the only response being that it has to be done. We agree that something has to be done to improve the region's mobility. However, this is not the manner in which it should be done, and I haven't seen the amendments to the resolution, but I'm sure that they're fine. We support this resolution today because it's a concerted effort to, at the very least, raise the project to the standards of the city and county's local vision of the transportation system that values mobility and accessibility over added capacity, that values sustainability and resiliency, and that values people over highways. If this project is to happen, Harris County should expect it to be bold, imaginative, and sustainable. In its current design, it is none of those. So with that, myself and Air Alliance Houston ask that you please pass the resolution today and continue working to make this a local project that works for our region, not something imposed upon us to our detriment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down.
Robinson Block, Mary Philly, Jessica Wiggins.
I don't see Robinson Block, so if you're okay with me speaking, thank you. My name is Mary Philly, and I live within a very close region to what is proposed by the North Houston Highway Improvement Project. And not only my residence, but also where I work, which is the Downtown Convention Center. And it's very busy over there. We like to represent Houston and attract conventions from all over the United States and the world, from NAPE, the National Association of Petroleum Engineers, and so on. This is a very big draw, and we're very happy to work there. And this, I think what concerns us is, and I'll get to it, we don't vote for TxDOT. We don't vote for any of those people, and they have a huge amount of sway. And when we ask them to listen to us, they just stand back like this. It's like when you're talking to me and I'm reading a book and I go, that we get really frustrated. Our frustrations are about the process, and people pledge something and don't back it up. And we really want this to slow down, please. Listen to these things. They're not NIMBYism. They're not whining. They're not complaining. We do see some significant issues that will come in. For instance, the bike lane, very happy to see the sign. Commissioner Ellis at McGregor Elementary, it's coming. And when you start tearing things down, all the drivers are going to start flooding into my neighborhood to find alt routes to 59, because that's going to get submerged, and all the streets that are going to get disrupted. So I'm asking y'all to look at those things greater. And it appears there's some things on your agenda item, we're just looking at it, about some things that are going to involve multimodal transportation that you'll be discussing. That's what we want y'all to look at. What are other solutions? Not just bicycles, but other things that make traffic move better, and not just a huge swath of a freeway project, 10 years, and we flood here, and we keep hearing promises that this won't flood, but you got, and we can't get over that. You just can't unsee some of that stuff. I ask you, please, to slow it down, and if you have that pull from HGAC, and I thank y'all for what y'all did there, Judge Hidalgo, is really press upon them. They must listen to us and respond. Not these cards, and we never hear anything. When they tell me they've received 2,500 cards, but they've not responded. So thank you for your time, and include all these things in the project. Please beg you to find those solutions that will work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Wiggins. I'm representing Bike Houston today. I want to start off by saying thank you to Judge Hidalgo for your stand at the TPC meeting a couple weeks ago. It really helps us as advocates in the community feel as though we're being listened to and feel as though we are truly being represented, so thank you for that. Also know Commissioner Garcia for putting forth this resolution. Also another response that we're being heard, and that's really wonderful to hear from our end. I wanted to bring up something specific about TxDOT's project, and that's safety and connectivity. I recently have been working with the city to put together really detailed crash statistics on what's happening in our city, specifically for people walking and biking. I-45 has the most crashes of any street and any highway in our city and in the county. Over 11,000 crashes have occurred on I-45 alone, just for people walking and biking. 470 of those people have been killed. TxDOT's report does not include any analysis of how this will impact people walking or biking. That's a huge hole. And I think that your recommendation, Commissioner Ellis, to have the county engineer look at this and provide recommendations is really going to be key, because if we aren't identifying those holes, there's many more that we're also going to be missing. So I wanted to bring that up and say that if we're not looking at safety specifically in the resolution, and I think the most important thing is that first point in the resolution to say, you know, you have to provide documented evidence that this is going to get people off of the roads and single occupancy vehicles. I think that's key, and I haven't seen the updated version, but I hope that that stays in this version as well, and that as specific as we can be about what safety outcomes we're looking for, I think will help us kind of hold the city and county accountable and TxDOT accountable to the kind of results that we want to see. So again, thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Judge, one quick question. So I appreciate the advocacy work you all are doing on this. You know, there's very limited power we have here from the county perspective. I know there are a number of meetings with state officials, and I know you all will be active. I was made aware of the graphic that Bike Houston did
Yeah.
by council districts on crashes
Yes.
by pedestrians and cyclists.
Yes.
And are you all putting together one for county commissioner, so we can see it outside the city limits?
Yes, we've got it for Precinct 4 already and Precinct 2. We're working on Precinct 1 and 3. So we'll be able to give you specifics on, I've done it for the city to where you can see the top 3 streets and then intersections that you specifically need to be looking at to be able to improve that are taking the most people's lives.
And send it to the county engineer, maybe visit with him. There was some item you had on the agenda for your precinct.
Right.
That
We've
we
got
added
a-
all of them to.
We've got a program looking at the data. We want to compare data. What we're looking at is not only where it happened, but how it could have been prevented, what
Right.
safety prevented. So
Right.
yes, please get with us.
Right, yeah.
I want to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to brag, but we did a study through Gradient, and as I understand it, Precinct 4 has the fewest bicycle-related incidences on our trails right now, and so the best practices are up in Precinct 4. Let's come talk.
Judge, I'm gonna certainly do that, and then, of course, you gotta overlay that with how many cyclists you have in Precinct 4. So I was out riding along Hardy, someone made reference to that, the big guy with the big sombrero on, that was really a hat for a helmet with a sombrero on it to block the sun in 100-degree weather.
Yeah.
In fact, we rode so far, didn't see any crashes, but we rode so far, somebody had to come pick me up. from the car. But so the issue is, when you look at it, with all of us, you gotta see how many cyclists out there, because obviously when they're off-road and protected, it's a lot better, but I'm hoping the county will follow the lead. Maybe the folks with Parks by You will come to us with a private sector match, and we would put money up to do these protected bayou greenways outside the city limits. Because
Yeah.
when I'm riding to White Oak, it is pretty crazy. I get out there and it stops at the city limits.
Right, and there has been a recent study to come out that says if you want to prevent any type of road deaths from people driving, walking, biking, et cetera, the single most effective thing you can do is put in a protected bike lane. It acts as a traffic control device and has everyone slow down. That reduces the likelihood of fatalities. So with that, thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for your contribution to the city of Houston and building out our bike plan, because that really does have an impact on safety.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's,
Part of the equation should be who has the most miles of bike trails.
I know who wins. Commissioner. You win, and might I add, who has the best bike trails. I've been on them, but that's why I try to stay on your good side. I don't want to be out there and fall out from exhaustion. You leave me there.
He's gonna charge you a toll, man.
Hey, we're competing for best bike lanes and more safety. I'm good. Jim Honey.
Hello, I'd like to start by saying thank you so much for this opportunity. We're just little people out here, and I've been to several TxDOT hearings on this 45 project, and they listen, but that's all they do. They don't answer questions, they don't respond, and I want to say this project can be done right, but it looks nothing like what it looks like today. Absolutely nothing. It's totally wrong. We need to back up from this whole thing and rethink it. First, we have no business submerging a single foot of our freeways. I know we need detention ponds. Let's elevate the freeways, put detention ponds underneath. And by the way, you can't have tent camps in a detention pond because they flood too often. We shouldn't, another thing is we've got 3 interstates that traverse downtown. And I'm a network and electrical engineer. We have a topology of a ring that circles downtown, and it's a fail-safe mechanism to traverse downtown. If you're coming up from 45 and your Pierce Elevated's backed up, what do? You get on 59, hit 10, go back to 45. We have no business relinquishing any freeway at all. That's insane. This town's only going to grow. We need to keep that ring. And what they want to do is fold all the freeways into what's called a single point of failure. And it's going to be submerged. Now, I've only ever gotten one answer out of TxDOT, and I pulled an LBJ on one of their engineers. Some of you may know what LBJ would do. He's a big, tall guy. He'd corner somebody against the wall, and he'd get an answer out of him. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I lose my voice when I get nervous. But I asked this engineer, how are you going to evacuate people through a city when every single freeway is submerged? And he wouldn't answer. He says, well, and finally he said, well, I'm just a consultant. And I said, I don't care if you're a consultant. How are we going to evacuate? And finally he says, well, we're going to tell them to evacuate sooner. That doesn't work. Nobody gets off that island down there till the last minute. You guys know that. So that begs the question of how many hours in advance of these freeways flooding are you going to have to shut access down so that we don't trap people in these freeways? They don't have an answer for that. They haven't thought about that. You guys are the only ones that are going to get answers from them or force them to think about these things. We can do this right, but it's nothing like this project. They didn't even start it out with rail, any kind of rail in it. My understanding, it was Amanda Edwards that got them to shoehorn some rail in. There ought to be at least 2 kinds of rail in there. Take your pick, freight, light rail, or commuter train. They put some in as an afterthought.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please ask these questions and make them rethink this and try to get this thing done right, but it looks nothing like what it looks like today.
Thank you.
Yeah. 30 years from now, people are going to be saying, why did they do that?
We were at the, I don't know if you were there, Mr. Honey, at the Transportation Policy Council meeting with with HGAC, where they approved seed funding essentially for this project. So TxDOT is saying they wanted the funds from this regional body in which Harris County has our two seats. And so my plea really with the board, and you had pretty much all the community members, I would think around 100 people showed up, talking about those issues, safety, right? You know that we have the most traffic deaths. I think the Chronicle did an expose, 2 plane loads full of people die in our highways every year. When I worked in the hospital as an interpreter, I can tell you how many people were there who had lost their brains. They were non-functioning human beings that we were trying to get therapy to because of car accidents, because that's all we've got. The point was raised about innovation. As I meet with executives throughout our region and ask, how can we make our region more competitive? One thing that comes up over and over again is folks don't want to move to a place, they're coming from a place where they can do work on their way to work, where they can be very comfortable, riding on some sort of public transit on their way to work, and they don't have to be stuck in traffic, and we don't have that here. Those are the days of the past. And then there's congestion, right? We've tried widening a highway before with I-10, didn't make it any more effective. Most importantly for me is flooding. We are suffering the consequences of too many decades of people not addressing the flooding challenges in Harris County. And we can't have that on our hands now. We can't have future generations and future people saying that, we didn't do what we could to advocate for our county. So I'll just propose, the resolution, it seems that everybody agrees on this wording, and I wonder, Commissioner Ellis, if we might not separately discuss, because I do want to just get clear on, can the county engineer and the flood control district help us figure out the county's position? I asked at the time that the funding be delayed until January to give us time to figure it out. They didn't delay it, but I think we still ought to say, our position as a county, for example, which is what I heard from Russ and Matt, a month ago, 2 weeks ago, the current design does not pass muster when it comes to flood control. And so unified, right, we get them to where it does. Or if it never does, then man, we better make clear we're against it. So how can we, through your motion, Commissioner, get that clarity from our experts?
I agree. John Blunt did tell me that some of the things that they are looking at may not be things that will be feel good. And maybe it would anger TxDOT a bit, and that's a good thing. But so that this resolution passes unanimously, I want to let this go ahead and pass, and I'll vote for it. But this item is broad enough so that I can make this motion separately, a separate item, because this battle really now does go to the state. I appreciate you voting against it, and I appreciate Commissioner Garcia not voting for it. And I put out a statement agreeing with the position you took. to the chagrin of some of my friends, might I add. But it does look like it's moving. And so then the issue becomes, at some point, somebody may talk about the litigation route. I know that there were groups who were raising money to do that. Quite frankly, I helped them a bit, assuming it may come to that at some point. But in Dallas, there was outrage when TxDOT walked in with a large pot of money. And Dallas got some significant changes. And the local officials sort of standing up, because it's tough when somebody walks in and says, I'm gonna give you $7 billion. But they ought to ask, how do you want the $7 billion? Not saying, this is what we're gonna do, and it's the only way you can get the money.
And do more harm than good,
And
right?
I think you were
what we
right.
gotta
I mean,
figure
come and
out.
tell you to put money in, what was the quote?
A
And we
down
don't know the
payment
house.
on a house you haven't seen.
That you haven't
Yeah.
seen. No, I think it's, and that's essentially what is going on here. But so when this passes, I'll make this as a separate one, because I want them to start and come back with some stuff publicly where maybe we'll vote on it soon. But I assume they're in a better position to figure out, you know, what kind of community concerns, mitigate adverse impacts, provide benefits to the surrounding community. I can guess on stuff from some people we know. You know, Michael Scaly is the first person who came to me with this, and folks with Parks Bayou and the Buffalo Bayou group, and then the folks at McGregor School and the Public Housing Project. Folks started coming in, raising legitimate concerns, and they would go and look at what TxDOT has done in other neighborhoods, more affluent neighborhoods. So initially the issue was, if it's gonna happen, how do you make it better? And that evolved in, does it really have to happen this way, or could it be changed?
So why
But
don't
I'll
we
make it a separate.
vote on the motion, on the resolution? Do we have a motion for the resolution as it stands?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, excuse me, folks, the two folks who weren't here earlier now showed up. So there's Jonathan Brooks and Robinson Block are now here.
Please come on up. State your name, please.
Jonathan Brooks. I'm Link Houston's Director of Policy and Planning. We are a member of the Make I-45 Better Coalition, which has been discussed. I do apologize for my tardiness. There's a Vision Zero press conference going on at City Hall, as well as Metro's own board is voting this morning on Metro Next, and so we are trying to split our time. I wanted to briefly have a few seconds of your time to speak in support of this resolution from both our organization's perspective and as myself, a resident of the county. I think this is an opportunity that really, as the resolution states, is once in generations. The US 290 project was significant and multi-billion dollars, as well as the I-10 project, but they are not nearly as transformative as this project would be, potentially for better or worse. And there's an opportunity here from the county's perspective, as well as other stakeholders, to ensure that the project really does advance many goal areas: flood mitigation, community development, affordable housing, multimodal safe access. Many people along I-45, but somewhat different than 290 and I-10, do cross underneath the freeway already as it presently is built. And it's not very safe, and there is a safety problem, not just on the main lanes of I-45 at present, but on the side streets and the sidewalks and crosswalks. So there's really an opportunity here that needs a deep look, and so we speak in support of this resolution. Often these projects are thought of as more as, in this case, the city of Houston's domain, but there is an opportunity here, especially in regards to flood mitigation and the regional implications for this project. But the county can have a great deal of influence and guidance, and so we speak in support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down.
Is Robinson Block here?
Hi, everyone. I also apologize for my tardiness, and I don't have an excuse. But I'm on the board of the Near North Side Super Neighborhood number 51 Neighborhood Council, and we'd really like to thank both Judge Hidalgo and Commissioner Garcia for not supporting HCAC spending the funds on Segment 2. There's currently a process that the city is doing to get input from our neighborhoods about Segment 2, so we feel like very disappointed that the city supported funding that before getting input from our neighborhoods. So we appreciate the county being more responsive than the city in our neighborhood concerns. Back in 2017, when TxDOT was doing public presentations in our neighborhood about the I-45 Highway Improvement Project, when I spoke with staffers there about what impact the Hardy Connector was going to have on this, they told me that they were not getting any information from HECTRA and had no idea what impact it would have. And as both of these projects are being proposed on opposite sides of our neighborhood, we think a resolution like this is really important to sort of understand what impact they will have on each other, and what, if there's ways that either project could be done differently to have less of a negative impact on all the things that you just mentioned, on our public health, flooding, impacts on affordable housing. So this was discussed at our last Super Neighborhood Council meeting, and we passed a resolution basically asking for something like this. I don't know if that's why you're doing this, but we really appreciate y'all moving something like this. And
We listen over here.
okay, good. So thank you so much. That's basically all I wanted to say. Our neighborhood has the Hardy project on our east side and the I-45 on our west side. So we have a lot going on right now, and we really appreciate y'all taking a look at this to make sure that these projects are warranted and what can be done to have less of a negative impact on our neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you. All right, so we had a motion on the table by Commissioner Garcia, seconded by Commissioner Ellis on the resolution that folks have seen. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So Judge, my separate item is, and I'll read it to you. I move to direct the county engineering department and flood control to include in their North Houston Highway Improvement Project evaluation recommendations for TxDOT to address community concerns, mitigate adverse impacts, and provide benefits to the surrounding neighborhoods. And Mr. Blunt can remind us, if it's necessary, about what that North Houston Highway Improvement Project evaluation is about. But I'm hoping that they will look at issues like our pastor. I'm hoping they'll look at issues like, if it is going to go forward, I don't know that we can require the state to use the new flood mitigation guidelines we put in place for detention ponds, but we can certainly make it unpleasant because they have to get right away to be able to do it. But John, you want to just remind us what that?
Wait, let me ask just a quick question of Robert, if I may. I'm not opposed to having our county engineer looking at it. I just want to make sure that we do it the right way.
Unite and demand accountability. The League of Women Voters of the Houston area supports this resolution. We also encourage Harris County to implement what is feasible of the recommendations of the City of Houston's Commission Against Gun Violence released in August and February, and examine ways to take action at the county level to prevent gun violence and hate-motivated crimes in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Amy.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Thomas Corkmas, and I'm speaking for myself, Judge Hidalgo and County Commissioners. I am not opposed to the first line of this resolution. It is the only line that makes sense and does not reek of anger or ignorance. I am appalled by the rest of the resolution as it is grammatically flawed with multiple attempts to anthropomorphize or personify an inanimate object that cannot discriminate, hate, or kill of its independent volition. I would give a student an F for the anger and poor grammar in this resolution. Gun violence. Did fertilizer violence blow up the Murrah building? Did airplane violence collapse the World Trade Centers? Did a pressure cooker violence attack the Boston Marathon? Guns cannot commit violence. People do. Are you prepared to ban guns but not control evil people? You mentioned hate, but hate by whom? Only a few angry white males or all people? The subliminal message of this resolution is to destroy the Second Amendment and due process rights of all law-abiding citizens. If you could ban and collect up all guns in private hands, nothing could stop a determined person from building an improvised shotgun for less than $5 in 45 minutes. I just passed out the plans to you of one of those. It's on the internet. A killer can use this shotgun to kill a cop, take his guns and ammo and whatever else, and commit a crime. This happens in third world countries. Is this the direction you want to go? If you want to stop killings, you must change the culture of violence by people, government, and groups. We must embrace a common culture. From 1997 to 2015, I was hired by the United States Postal Service as a redress mediator on an as-needed basis to resolve labor disputes, many involving very angry people. The culture in the Postal Service had deteriorated to the point that employees were assaulting and killing their fellow workers. Remember the term going postal? It took 15 years to change the internal culture of the Postal Service, but it did change. Change came by empowering people to speak to each other in a multicultural workplace, but with rules that were common to all employees. To reduce violence, we must embrace rules that apply to all of us, not just some. I urge you to revise this resolution to just the first line. I think probably all of the commissioners could agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Sama and Anna Carpenter.
Good morning, Judge Hidalgo and County Commissioners. If you can't hear me, please raise your hand. I've got a little voice problem this morning. I'm passing out some information to you that is objective about the 2019 murders that have occurred that have to do with 4 people involved or not. And I'm very concerned. This thing, we had a congressman after the shooting in El Paso that floated this thing about white supremacy. I consider every person in this room as made in the image of God and of preciousness. And this is ridiculous that we would whip up this kind of thing in order to try to put up red flag laws. If you will notice, not all of the individuals who have committed murders this year are identified because for one reason or the other they could not, they weren't apprehended or whatever. But if you will look, this objective information for 2019 does not show that we have a white supremacy problem. And I don't think that's it at all. Someone will take a minor group of people and try to make something out of it, which is unfortunate. The attack in El Paso and other places around our country are very tragic. They're horrible. We don't want it to happen again, but you know what? People have sin natures, and it will happen again. When people choose to be evil and make choices that impinge upon another's life, then we have a tragedy. The best way to stop these attackers is to have a person with a gun on the site, faster to stop than those who are planning to kill. And we have a number of instances in which that has occurred. And if you'll look at the page 1 behind the top sheet, you'll look at see the very last item here. On January 19th, we had in Houston, Texas, a homeowner who defended his home and his family, and he was able to stop those people. There were 3 people killed. They came in to harm him, and he made sure that they did not. There are other instances, of course, in our community that are listed here. The best solution is to encourage more peaceful citizens to carry and to get rid of laws that make it harder for people to carry. Gun control hurts peaceful Texans, especially the poor and minorities. It doesn't stop criminals. They'll always find another way to cut him. And we should not be limited by the federal government with monies coming to our county because
Ma'am, you're about finished. Go ahead.
Pardon?
Go ahead. You're about finished.
Oh, thank you. If the federal government says to us in this county, we will not let monies that are due to you unless you do something about red flag laws, that is wrong. And we should not be subjected to that. That is bribery, is it not? I believe it is.
Thank you for
very
your
much.
comments.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Anna Carpenter. I am a volunteer with the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. Like all of us, I was rocked to my core when I heard the news of the shooting in El Paso just a little while ago. Today, I'm thinking about the 22 people who were shot and killed as they spent the day shopping. I'm also thinking about the 100 people who are shot and killed by violence every single day, whose names never make the news, and the hundreds more who are shot and injured. In their name, it's time for all of us to demand that those that we have elected to represent us to act. A little bit about myself. I began my work as a gun safety advocate here in Houston because I am a Mexican immigrant. I immigrated to the U.S. from Mexico in 2010 when my son, Liam, was a baby. And in Mexico with the cartel violence, I found myself every day wondering how I would protect him. Now in Mexico, from 2007 to 2018, 115,000 deaths occurred due to the drug war. In that same period of time, 2017 to 2018, in the U.S., by gun violence alone, 401,500 gun deaths have occurred in the U.S. So now I find myself thinking, how do I protect my son and his younger brother from gun violence in their schools, from gun violence at the movie theater, from gun violence at Walmart, from gun violence on Highway 10? And I add that to my fear of being targeted because I'm a Mexican. So many times since 2010, since I moved here, my relation to my sons was questioned because they don't look like me. I changed my name and took my husband's name, so that relation would never be questioned at the airports or at a police stop. In El Paso, those two fears merged because we were targeted, or those people were targeted for their race. The shooter wrote that in his manifesto. So I couldn't sit idly by as people continued to lose their lives to gun violence. Despite the odds, our organization has grown from a group of a few dozen people to the powerful force of advocates that we are now. That's how I know that even though the fight for gun safety can sometimes feel hopeless, it isn't. Decades of policy pushed by the gun lobby created this crisis, and with the right policies, we can solve it. After years and years of inaction from so many lawmakers on the state and federal level, we know that the work to keep us safe from gun violence too often falls on our city and local officials and on us to speak up. We are proud and grateful to stand with the Harris County Commissioners as we fight together for the common measures that would save Texans' lives and work locally to combat gun violence in Harris County. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cagle.
Your Honor, thank you very much. I agree that we need to grieve and stand in solidarity with those who are the victims of violence in El Paso. I believe we also need to grieve and stand in solidarity with the victims of the wantless violence that occurred in Ohio and those that occurred in California. And Judge, I should have added into my proposed change, but just this last weekend in Chicago, there were 32 shooting incidents in Chicago, and there were 52 people wounded and 7 people that were killed in Chicago. And we should stand in grievance and solidarity with the victims of that violence of what occurred in our sister city, Chicago, which is just slightly larger than who we are. The problem of violence and of hatred has been a problem since the time of Cain and Abel. Cain hated his brother and slew him. Tradition says it was with a rock. It certainly wasn't with a gun, but it was with the means that were at hand. The Unabomber hated people in society. He did not use a gun, he used a bomb. Judge, I think that if we are going to make a resolution that we need to focus upon what we can do here locally, and it is unique that I agree with Oprah Winfrey, but I agree with her that in this instance that these problems are a moral issue of our society today. And that what we need to do is that we need to address the moral issue, because we should be loving our brothers and not hating our brothers. Because as one of our speakers said earlier, God loves us all, and we should love everyone that is his creation, and we should teach love and not hatred. The proposed changes that I made were to include Dayton, Ohio, and Orange County. I would add to that Chicago for what occurred over their weekend. And Judge, my other proposed changes is that I stated in there that we should not infringe on anyone's constitutional rights in my proposed change. And that I did leave in the resolution that we need to take whatever action that would be appropriate, examine whatever actions to prevent violence and hate-motivated crimes in our communities. I don't know, Judge, that we need to have special hate crimes, because if you hurt someone and you hate someone, then you should be punished for that, because there's no excuse. There's no excuse for hurting your fellow man, especially when it involves children, and even the one up in Dayton murdered his sister in his moment of evil and that moral crime. And so, Judge, I move the adoption of my substitute motion, which I circulated. We received the motion of Commissioner Ellis over the weekend, after hours, from business on Friday. I don't know, Judge, if it complies with notice, and I will call upon Robert Sword to state that. I'm certain that the public, although we published this as late as we could yesterday to give opportunities for others to look at it, I doubt that the public had a chance to see my amended version of the resolution, which would include these other cities and would include protecting constitutional protections in it. But to the extent that if the ruling is made that the original motion was timely, and if my requested amendment is therefore timely, then I would urge my substitution.
Both motions are timely in the sense that the subject matter was described. The proposed amendments, in our view, the view of the county attorney's office, are closely enough related to the original motion that the amendments are appropriate. They don't go too far afield, so that the public has been put on notice what this court would be discussing today. And I hate to ask, but Commissioner Garcia, I believe the resolution was attached as backup on the, so it would have been posted Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, I recall seeing it on Friday.
Yeah.
But I think it was posted after 5 o'clock.
And that's okay. I mean, as long as it meets the 72-hour rule. But, so that's the notice to the public, and then the amendments that may come even as late as today at the table are appropriate, as long as they're closely related to the substance of the original motion, would be our view, and we want to be consistent on that.
So to be clear, the amendments are to add, there's no striking, or is there striking?
There were some significant substitution.
Yeah, I might, if I might.
Yes.
Yeah, I walked through them. So look, Commissioners, I went through it earlier, but I walked through it again. What you do is remove racially charged from the first whereas. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm trying to go to the issue of hate crimes, which, by the way, are not just directed at Hispanics or African Americans. Hate crimes legislation federally and on the state level applies to hate crimes based on race, gender, sexual orientation, or religion, period. So it hits everyone. And for you to take that out, you kind of take out the whole reason I wanted to have this, and you sort of act as though to be bipartisan, you got to leave out any reference to race or gun violence. I just respectfully disagree. I think there's going to be there has been bipartisan support on hate crimes legislation because it was President Bush that passed it first. Hate crimes reporting statute on the federal level. Later on, they came back and passed one to enhance the penalty for it. 70% of the cities in this country have reported an increase in hate crimes between 2017 and 2018. The FBI has reported 7,175 incidents of hate crimes for 2017. KHOU, I'm not sure where it came from, recently reported last week that hate crimes in Houston have increased by 193%. I guess it's from the reporting statute that I passed in 2001 when I was at the legislature. In terms of gun violence, I want to make reference to mass shootings and gun violence in particular. So for you to take those references out, I just think it pretty much guts the heart of what I'm trying to do. I don't have any problem with adding Dayton and Orange, but I'm just gonna, I don't think you're gonna vote for it if I add Dayton and Orange. So I'd say if you want to come back and do a resolution on that, I didn't think it was that big of a deal, to be honest with you. I just talked to a number of my old colleagues over the weekend in El Paso, and I said, hey, not much we can do, but I hope there's a real discussion about these issues, and I'm going to try to start that here in my county. So I'm going to respectfully oppose your motion. If you want to vote on it, I'll vote on it. But I just want to pass it as it is. If you want to come back and add Dayton and Charleston and a number of others around the country, my eyes were focused on Texas, to be honest with you, which is why I didn't include the other two mass shootings that went on in addition to El Paso this weekend. We had the one from the Garlic Festival, in addition to the one that you made reference to in Dayton.
So it's the racially charged portion of it. It sounds like that's an issue.
Yes.
I think on the sort of discussion bit, and something that I found fascinating when my staff was looking into this, is the number of laws that tie our hands as a county. And so with the speakers that come, I mean, obviously there's a Second Amendment rights, and everybody recognizes that. I think everybody recognizes as well that the status quo of deaths that are disproportionate to our status as a developed nation, when you compare it to any other nation like ours, that the deaths that we're seeing shouldn't be the price we pay for a Second Amendment. And we have to find how within the constitutional rights we make the situation safer for people. And the state has tied our hands and, in saying local governments can't do X, Y, or Z. What I think is commendable about the resolution and important about your comments is a commitment to do what we can to figure out what we can do. And we've begun that process, and we continue that process. So it's not shirking away and saying this isn't our problem, but saying let's figure out what we can do within the confines, and also let's advocate and make it clear that it could have been our community, just as it was El Paso, right? He could as well have driven from Dallas to Houston instead of driving over there. And we have to do everything we can do to make our community safer for people. So we have a amended motion on the table. I will say for the record, the Office of Emergency Management, I know the fire marshal, the sheriff have been working on they're always learning from the types of situations that take place and improving. So again, as it comes to response, we're working on that. As it comes to advocacy, we're working on that. And as it comes to policy, this is, and I know the work is ongoing at the staff level to explore what we can do. I believe it's this amended motion that's on the table, Commissioner Cable's motion.
I made an amended motion. I don't. Got a second?
Which, Judge, I respectfully oppose, and then we'll come back to the original motion.
So let's vote on that amended motion. All in favor of Commissioner Cable's amendment?
Aye.
No.
All opposed?
No.
I'm opposed.
Well, yes, I'm opposed, I guess.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so let's go back to Commissioner Ellis's initial motion.
Second.
All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis, do thank you for engaging in the discussion.
Thank you.
All right. I propose that we break and continue the agenda once we come back. Would folks like a short break or an early lunch?
We'll have to come back at 1.
All right, let's do an early lunch, and we'll be back at 12:30.
Thank you.
I said we out here by 4 o'clock.
That's the odds, that's what I bet. The odd is 5:15, I bet under.
Okay, we out here by 4 o'clock. Can we get better? We out here by 4. I kind of like to go over here.
Somebody email it to me. Email it to me. I'll look at my phone. I have to go, like, we're out.
Now, Commissioner Huss always says that we don't get up on time. Okay, he's always late after break.
That's all I'm doing.
Right?
Hey, wake me up. Will it wake you up?
Yeah.
Put on the lowest.
You don't want to be woken up.
Put on the lowest charge. The lowest charge. Everybody on their deck.
So John, one of the things we're working on is replacing these switches. And I moved my stuff. I've already told you that.
Some have buttons, some don't.
And I don't know if you got a mic or John did.
You holding up? Yes, sir. Am I loud enough for you? Yes, sir. Okay.
Oh, I don't need one.
Judge, I'll ask.
Not even be here.
Judge.
It's in the back because they brought Jimmy on for the people in the back room. Okay. Sit right here.
Have my left hearing aid cranked up on super hyper female.
Is that right?
Just
Is
for
that
you.
her thing?
Super hyper female.
Yes.
What is that? I'm not going home and saying that.
I think that's a little on the sexist side.
I'll be sleeping someplace else.
That's great. I should feel like, sorry guys, I can't hear you.
John, you got your to-do
You know,
list
when
done?
I,
Yeah.
when I went to the audiologist, I was really glad that I brought my bride
the
of
first
38 years.
It's not the first and won't be the
I
last.
tried to go home and say,
So they can't say my name. I gotta look back.
That's how you
since she was
explain
there,
everything
the
that's
doctor
been
brought her
happening.
over. The doctor was a female. She goes, see this? And then when I came out, I was like, yeah, I knew it. I was still in trouble, but it was a different kind of trouble.
It wasn't your fault, it was the ears. Yes. Oh, you want to take it out of order?
Can we do your item? Judge Draper wants to speak on it, so I was just asking, I want to let her speak.
Oh, the victim's item?
Yeah. I'm okay.
It's a jury trial one.
That's gonna, I think, have a speaker. All right, it's 12:35. Let's call Commissioners Court back to order. So we'll start with the agenda now. I did want to mention on the topic of the El Paso, to give a shout out to the medical examiner, the El Paso County judge. We reached out, of course, immediately after the shooting, and one request that they had was forensic support. And so we sent 3 staff, and I just thought that was great, and a thank you to our medical examiner. We wanted to take one more item out of order, and that is Commissioner Precinct 4's item on page 26, item 1. And that's because we have Judge Draper here to speak on that item, and she needs to go back to her courtroom.
All right, Your Honor, thank you, and I appreciate very much being able to go forward on this item. This is sparked in part by discussions that we began in the midst of our desire to have reforms in other areas. We have in the, and we've adopted new bylaws, and I still don't think we quite adopted them the right way, but we have new bylaws for the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. Our county spends millions of dollars in the realm of criminal justice, and we voted last session to add potentially another $97 million to look out for those who are arrested for committing crimes in our society. But, Judge, there is a great deficit in these reforms in that we have not been looking out for the only unwilling participant in the criminal justice system, and that is we have not been looking out for the civil rights of the victims of crime that are within our society. And in our rush to make sure that we make the experiences of those who are arrested for committing crimes a pleasant experience, we are overlooking the civil rights of those who have been damaged and hurt and injured in our society. And we need to make sure that we do that. Judge, I have a little chart that we have briefly put together in Precinct 4 as we were discussing. I'm going to hand this out that talks about all the different agencies that we have that touch on victims' assistance and victims' rights. And then we have many other agencies and individuals that are in the county. But they are a hodgepodge amalgamation of differing groups who are each trying to fill the gap and to take care of a need, but there is no coordination amongst them to assist those who have been injured by crime in our society. And Judge, not to sound like a broken record, but when we talk about those who are most impacted by crime, it is our poorer friends and neighbors and brothers and sisters in our society who, when they are the victim of crime, suffered grievously. If you are a wealthy individual and you are mugged, it hurts. And but you have an insurance policy that will take care of the doctor's bills. If you are robbed and you are wealthy, you may have the ability to go to the bank and to make ends meet. But if you are poor and you are mugged, then you take off from work and you no longer have enough money to feed your children. And if you take off from work, you may lose your job, which perpetuates a problem. And so they are victimized not once, but they're victimized twice because they do not have the capacity to overcome. And if you are the victim of a crime, usually you are the only witness in the situation. And in order for justice to be achieved for you when you are the victim and the witness, you have to show up in court to face the accuser. And when you show up in court, all of the system is designed to not assist the victim. And so, Judge, and I want to commend the Sheriff's Office because there's an item to where we're getting a grant that they've applied for that will assist families and children. But we need to have, I would argue, that we need to have a coordinating council for victims that pretty much parallels what we have in our criminal justice court. Because we need to be looking out for the civil rights of the only people who had no say in participating in the criminal justice system, and that is the victims. And we need to have some sort of parity to the $97 million additional dollars to what we are already spending on the side for the accused. We need to take care of at least a little bit those who have been injured and impacted, especially, Judge, in our poorer communities. crime impacts everybody. I'm not saying that we don't take care of everyone, but it impacts all of our communities. And I think we need to be looking out for the civil rights of our victims. To that extent, Judge, today is just for discussion, and I think we're gonna have some folks that are signed up to come and talk, and I look forward to hearing from those members that are here. But when our discussion is done, I know that there are some folks from the budget office that did some review of the economic council, and I'd like to have their office potentially look at you know, what can be done to coordinate all of these different agencies, how much is being spent, how we can enhance and coordinate them together, and to come up with a proposition. And then I would like to refer it also to the county attorney's office to help us come up with a set of bylaws and an agency that would be very much parallel to what we have for the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, but organized for the purpose of assisting the civil rights of the victims of crime in our society. And so, Judge, that is, and we may need to hire outside experts to assist us. Crime Stoppers has some research components that are there that they may or may not be interested in it. I've not asked them whether they're interested in this or not. I know that we have Andy Kahn, who is very much an advocate for victims in our society. He would be an expert and could also assist us potentially in the process if we wanted to bring in a known expert on assisting and working through those who are the victims of crime.
Judge.
Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner, thank you for bringing the subject matter up, and I do think that more should be done for the victims. And I know there'll be speakers on it. I'm just curious, did you look at any models around the country, any other counties or cities or states? Or do you have a sense, or is that what you would like for someone to look at and see if somewhere else in the country, or maybe even the state, they're doing something in this space?
We're in the process of looking at that, and that's what I want us to do. But I don't have another model just yet, except for I kind of like what we're doing in the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. I like that model. It's just apply it to the victims.
The two suggestions I have. One, I have a motion I'm gonna make, but one thought is, I don't see how it would be inconsistent with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, because when you talk about criminal justice, you know, it does hit all sides in my mind. Maybe that is the model, and all the stakeholders are there. Maybe something that would need to be added. But, you know, at the appropriate time, I'm gonna make a motion that we ask that new Justice Administration Department, once a new director is hired, it is being created and the staff is put together, to conduct a survey of existing victim services here in Harris County, potential service gaps, possible solutions to those service gaps, including especially services for victims of domestic violence. I think there are some models around the country. Just vaguely, I can remember when I go to those conferences of state legislators, some states might have put money up to focus more in that area. Secondly, to complete a review of restorative justice models and what would be required to build or expand similar programs here in Harris County, and then report back to Commissioner's Court on findings for both of these requests. And I hope that's
You're
part of
taking
what
us
they
on
do
vacation.
during a survey around the country to see what's going on. But, you know, at the appropriate time, I'd like to add that friendly amendment to your item for discussion if it's broad enough.
I noticed today for just discussion, and so I have no motion before the court today. But I would like to refer it to both the Budget Office and the County Attorney's Office to look at the conclusion of today, and I have no opposition.
And I only
to you
mentioned
referring
since that department's coming, I don't know the timetable, the process you gotta go through to get a director and all, but that would probably be an appropriate deal. I don't know if your item is broad enough for a motion.
I think it is. I mean,
but I do want to be real clear. I do not want the Victims Assistance Council to be ruled by those who, I think that those are it's like having the DA's office be in charge of the public defender's office. We would not ever want to put them in that awkward position. We have a separate public defender's office from a DA's office. I would want us to have a separate criminal justice division from our victims assistance division because their missions are different missions.
But obviously, it'll be discussion for a future date, but I do know that, like out of asset forfeiture money on the state level, the Victims Compensation Fund generally goes to the DA's office, by the way, because somebody who has been victimized tend to feel a little more comfortable with the DA's office, with all due respect, than most other offices. But, you know, I think if you look around the country, you may find that whatever is done, I don't know what's done on the county level, or if it's mainly a state function, but it's just work. But I agree.
If you'll note from our preliminary work that we've just been put together, we have a lot of different entities that have a toe in this water, but they're not all working together.
But I think it's always good that we work together. And I just know, of course, you've been here a while. I just, for the short amount of time I've been here, I've just found NACO, Judge, to be a good model for the notion of that Criminal Justice Coordinating Council is something that came from that JMI report. And it was something that they have advocated through NACO over the years. I've just found it to be a good resource.
Let's get some comments from Commissioner Garcia, and then we'll call up the speakers.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. And thank you, Commissioner Cagle, for this little chart. But I would caution that before we take this evidence or this information as evidence, because it's highly inaccurate in terms of, for example, on the sheriff's side of the column, there's a great deal that the sheriff's office does on behalf of victims, and so this chart is just very, very misleading and inaccurate. And so I just would hope that we would be more careful than to be presenting misleading information on what is actually being done for victims. But I just want to make that comment.
I should have mentioned the sheriff and the DA. I should have mentioned the sheriff and the DA. People tend to, I think, we've been victimized. I just know that from my work with the Innocence Project. They tend to feel pretty comfortable with law enforcement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Judge, I would respectfully disagree from that characterization. This is just a checklist. It says that the Sheriff's Office does criminal justice support, assistance for filing for compensation, that they help with certification of visas, that they refer to social justice providers. It says that they do assistance in obtaining protective orders. The sheriff provides training to police officers, community groups, and other agencies, and the Sheriff's Office does community awareness. These little check marks for the things that they are provided is not a exclusive list of what they do. This is just drawn from websites that our team was able to put together. And it's not meant to be a limiting factor of what they do, but this is what, from basically checking the public sources, that we were able to do on a short-term basis, which is one of the reasons why we'd like to refer this to someone else. And so it's not my intent to say this is only what the sheriff does, although that's quite a bit. What
They
the
do
Sheriff's
more.
Office does in here. And I'm sure that there is more, but this is just what we were able to lift off of the little public data.
Yes, Commissioner Reyes.
Okay, you know, over 5 months ago, when there was all this discussion to move forward rapidly with the Criminal Justice Council, we're 5 months later, and basically nothing's been accomplished. There had been one official meeting. There was one meeting, but it wasn't an official meeting. But you didn't want to delay it for us to take a look more carefully. I suggest to you, like I said before, the Criminal Justice Council has been neutered. It's going to be a dismal failure. You're going to have a hard time even getting a quorum. And once again, when it comes to the McDonald case, wow, man, we're going to boast. Y'all been boasting how great it is. Well, it's not over with yet, but y'all boasting, even saying it's already been settled, but it hadn't been settled. Why can't y'all have the same intestinal fortitude and the drive to move forward and create something unique to the nation right here in Harris County when it comes to victims? Crime Stoppers not doing anything for victims. They need to do stuff for victims. All kind of people need to do stuff for victims. But the point I'm making to you is this. All of a sudden, we're going to delay this. We're going to study it. We're going to go to NACO. We can do it ourselves.
We can do something for the victims the same way we're trying to get $97 million to the criminals. So I want to make that clear. It's time to step forward, and let's demonstrate in Harris County we can lead the nation when it comes to helping victims.
Thank you. I do want to get to the speakers.
Well,
Yes.
I just want to be, I always appreciate Commissioner Raddick's passion, but when you've been serving here for over 2 decades, and you only get passionate 3 decades, you get passionate just because there's been a particular settlement that's been accomplished.
Hasn't been accomplished.
It'd been nice for, you know, your advocacy for victims to started 30 years ago.
It did.
Just saying.
Judge, I know we won't hear from the public, but I don't think anything's been delayed. For what it's worth, it's the O'Donnell case. McDonald's is where we go eat. But I'm agreeing with Commissioner Cagle, and the issue is how we get there. You know, for what it's worth, the coordinating council has both the DA and the public defender on it. So it's how we get there. I mean, there'll be a lot of things we're gonna disagree on, but we don't have to disagree on what we do to help victims. Like, I don't think we ought to disagree on what we do to help people who are in the system but haven't been convicted. But so don't let the anger, maybe you're still angry about the proposed bail settlement, but on this issue, even if we disagreed on that one, on this one, I think we can find some common ground. But I'd be more than happy.
I mean, I think that what's great and is having a recommendation. So I appreciate that from Commissioner Cable, because it's easy to criticize and say, you know, something should be done for the victims. Of course, we're doing so much in the however many months we've been here. You know, county hadn't had a 311 system. A Veterans Affairs Department that stood separately, accelerating our projects, this unprecedented census effort, and the list goes on and on and on. So ideas are helpful, right, if there's 5 of us. Clearly, there's some work being done by the Sheriff's Department and other parts of the county on victims, but I do think this makes very clear that that there's room for coordination among all of the services. And I'm not sure that if we create a separate department, Commissioner Cagle, or a, CJCC Part 2, I don't know that people will show up to both. But just like, the county, the public defender doesn't report to the DA's office, the DA's office doesn't report to the public defender, but they both come before us for their budget. So how can we, through the Justice Administration Department, I think that's a great idea. Maybe we figure out that one of the tasks for the CJCC is to look at this, or the Justice Administration Department, but that's something that we should figure out, and I appreciate you suggesting. I think the fact that it hasn't been discussed in this body until today, I mean, y'all haven't brought it till today, but I think it's a great thing.
Do you recall over 4 months ago, I brought this very subject up and suggested that we form a department, and Commissioner Garcia said it wouldn't have any credibility, we don't need to do it. So
no, that's not accurate.
You said being out of my office, it would have no credibility.
No,
but
the information, the evidence you would have tried to provide for your study on crime, you're not the analyst and speaking on behalf of the county. That was my point. Please don't be misleading.
You're master at that. But at any rate, I wanted to remind you, Judge, that I brought this up before. You just said it hasn't been brought up before. It has been brought up before by me.
I haven't seen a motion. I mean, the point, I don't recall ever voting down a motion to create anything specific, but I appreciate the motion to have the Justice Administration Department figure out where we do victim services so that we don't overcomplicate things as we're trying to be smarter.
And
with
Judge,
the way we do
my
justice.
motion won't be intended to delay it, because his request is still there for the budget office, anyone else to come up with something. I'm just saying a appropriate place to house it, I think, would be the Justice Administration.
But fundamentally, everybody agrees we ought to do this, and it's great that a concrete proposal is being put forth. Let's hear from the Pasadena Police Department. Oh, Josh Bruger, and then I'll call up Judge Genesis Draper afterwards. I know, Judge, you have to head back to court.
Good afternoon, Judge and honorable council members. My name is Josh Berger. I'm the police chief for the Pasadena Police Department. I'm here to speak to you today as police chief of the second largest municipality in Harris County regarding bail and the impacts having on public safety, specifically victims of crime and what the county can do to assist victims of crime. I think the crime victims either, I believe unintentionally, have been overlooked lately. I understand, as you all do, that the criminal justice system is far from perfect. We should always seek ways to improve the system while balancing the rights of the accused with that of the victims and overall public safety. One of the fundamental rights in our great country is all persons are innocent until proven guilty. I fully support the notion of not jailing those accused of crimes merely because they do not have the means to make bail. As a leader of a law enforcement organization charged with protecting the community that I serve, I have concerns where the public is being placed unnecessarily at risk, specifically when accused individuals are being issued repeated personal recognizance bonds, also known as PR bonds, for violent offenses such as family violence, aggravated assault on a family member, also with no bond conditions when they're released. I understand there are very limited circumstances where the accused can be held without bail, and generally speaking, persons are entitled to a reasonable bail. However, cases involving violent crimes are better suited for reasonable, secured money bails as opposed to PR bonds. To illustrate, I'm going to give you a couple examples that you've probably seen in Pasadena that have directly impacted the citizens of Pasadena as well as Harris County. On Saturday, August 3rd, Alex Guajardo was arrested by the Pasadena Police Department for capital murder, accused of violently murdering his wife and unborn child. Guajardo was previously arrested by the Houston Police Department on May 5th and accused of second DWI and failure to stop and give information at an accident scene, was issued 2 PR bonds on those 2 cases. He was then arrested by Pasadena PD on July 31st for Class A assault. At the time, he was already out on the 2 previous PR bonds. The DA's office requested a high bond. In spite of that, he was released on a PR bond in less than 24 hours, and then you know what happened after that. The second case involves Minell Tucker. On August 3rd, we arrested him for violating a protective order, unlawfully carrying a weapon, criminal mischief, discharging a firearm in a municipality after he shot at a vehicle in an apartment complex that he was prohibited from going to because of the protective order. He was previously arrested by us for unlawfully carrying a weapon. He was given a $100 bond. He was arrested by us on July 16th for aggravated assault for pointing a gun at a family member. Was released on a PR bond. Again, the DA's office requested a high bond, and in spite of that, he was released on a PR bond. I'm coming to you today to ask, when is enough enough? These are countless examples. There are countless examples like this occurring on a daily basis. I can tell you from the overwhelming feedback I've gotten from Pasadena, Harris County residents, they aren't happy with these incidents that are happening. In making change in the environment of public safety, there will be challenges along the road and many times unintended consequences. I'm not here to complain, but I would love the opportunity to have a meaningful conversation about how to improve the protection of the rights of crime victims and the safety of our communities while also safeguarding the rights of those accused of crimes. I think we can do better. Thank you.
Chief, and I know we have a conversation pending. I appreciate your informed opinion, and I know you understand that the decision made by the magistrate judge to release Mr. Guajardo in the other case had nothing to do with our bail settlement. That is something that the magistrate judge would still be making those decisions under bail, that made those decisions for whatever reason. Has nothing to do with bail reform. And in reference to a comment that was made earlier, the $95 million being spent to settle this case are being spent, as we know, because the county had been deemed in violation of the United States Constitution. So it's not something that we just pulled out, right? It's been a lawsuit that's been ongoing. The most conservative Court of Appeals, as Commissioner Ellis likes to point out, upheld the ruling by a federal judge appointed by a Republican president, and we're trying to make sure we comply with the Constitution. Now, this doesn't mean we don't also look at the needs for victims, and as was mentioned, you know, we've had since before the fall of the Berlin Wall to look at that, but hey, I'll look at it now that I'm here. But, you know, I appreciate your perspective, and I just want to make sure you know this would have happened either way with or without bail reform, and I understand there's something about a protective order out there as well.
And I'd love to have a conversation, Judge, with you and whoever at some point.
Yeah, I know we're in touch with your team.
Yes.
Judge?
Yeah.
Yes,
I want to
Commissioner.
thank you for coming, and I'd love to visit with you as well at some point. I was impressed that you did make note of the need for balance, and that you recognize people are innocent until they are proven guilty. And I appreciate the tone in which you testified today. You know, you and I have been around long enough to have witnessed what happened with another tragedy, just as this Guajardo case was very tragic. And
Yes, sir.
domestic violence is such a major problem.
Yes, sir.
Not just in our region, but in this country. But I can remember the tragedy over the Willie Horton case, and then how that was used and abused to help create many of the problems nationally for political fodder is why it happened. And good people in both parties helped create the system that we are still trying to reform. So
Right.
I'd love to visit with you
Absolutely.
at some point. Should you took up coffee?
Yeah, no, last thing I want to say, public safety shouldn't be a party issue. It should be a,
Nonpartisan issue.
should be a nonpartisan issue. We all want to be safe. That's all I have, and I look forward to
Thank
the
you.
conversation.
Thanks for the work you do.
Judge Draper, yes,
Your Honor.
Commissioner
And I
King.
do want to get the judge in and out. I understand what it's like to have a docket. But Judge, I do want to bring as a point of item a comment that you had made about this having been brought before. You would, and I've got some copies here, would you hand those on down? Commissioner Raddick did bring a motion to request that we create a Harris County Victims Advocacy Department back in June. It was referred to the Justice Administration Department. I had seconded Commissioner Raddick's motion, and it's not a matter that it hadn't been brought before, it's just a matter of it's time to bring it back.
Great.
And I
So
just
it's
wanted to make
happening.
that.
Oh, you want to get that Justice Administration Department up and going?
Well,
So
I'm
I
fine
can-
with that, but I'm not wanting to refer this to the Justice Administration Department. I think that we need to have an independent agency. This body referred Commissioner Raddick's prior motion to the Justice Administration body, and I just want to make sure that the record is clear. This is not something that since y'all have been in that we haven't been addressing. It's something that we've been pushing, and it had been referred to another entity, which is kind of taking its time.
So that was 2019, but this came up before? I mean, I know Commissioner Raddick said he's been at 3 decades. Had it come up before? Or he just thought about it?
I don't know
Oh,
about
June.
that.
June.
All I'm addressing is that we have been dealing with this, the 5 of us, on this issue, and my request, and let's get the judge up here, but my request is slightly different from what was being requested before, but the statement that nothing has been asked is not quite correct.
I
Something
think
has
yours
been
is
asked.
more specific, but this is a request to collect data, which is very important, as we found throughout, criminal justice discussions all over. This new proposal is to consolidate services, which is a different thing. I mean, the point is that this new Justice Administration Department looks at justice, all of it, victims or perpetrators, and a lot of perpetrators were once victims, as we know, and, so it seems smart to me if the hiring is being done for the department
Yeah, I think by
head.
the time all this is collected, Judge, we'll have a Justice Administration Department. That's no easy task, by the way.
Well, but we
Takes
can
some time.
discuss it, the best approach. But I take your point. Judge Draper.
Thank you. My name is Genesis Draper. I'm the presiding judge of Harris County Criminal Court at Law Number 12. Thank you for having me. I do have a jury coming back from lunch in just about 10 minutes, so I will, of course, be brief. I do appreciate the Commissioner Cagle for putting this item on the agenda. It has been on our minds for some time now. A couple of months ago, I submitted a request to travel to Chicago. And on my visit there, I visited with Judge Colleen Sheehan at the Restorative Justice Court there in Chicago to see the model of justice that they have there. That court is set up in the North Lawndale community, which is one of the communities, much like what you mentioned, much like one of the communities that I live in here in Houston, and how they've been addressing issues that plague that community, whether or not it's gang violence, drugs, and things like that, and had a chance to speak with that judge about that model and have them kind of roll back the curtain and talk to us about how it is set up. I will say that that court there is set up to administer justice in a way that involves all stakeholders, which would include victims, right? That's the entire purpose. Restorative justice emphasizes the ways in which crime harms relationships in the context of community and brings together the people most impacted by the conflict to resolve it. Restorative justice addresses the needs and obligations of all parties involved, offenders, victims, community members, and anyone else impacted by criminal behavior. Because as we all know, it's not necessarily in a crime where there is a direct victim. Sometimes it's the community at large, and so that's what the North Lawndale community is dealing with. The model there has been very successful, so much so that the Chief Justice is expanding it to other communities. But the way it works essentially is that a person who has offended the way in which that person's punishment or the redress is decided by a group of citizens, community members. It's not a judge or just a probation officer. Victims get input on what the redress will be, community members, people that are involved with organizations that provide services. I went there and got to see how it worked, and they are getting some remarkable results that not only get redress for the victim, but promote healing in the community and reduce recidivism. I would ask, as this court considers ways in which to spend their money and develop ways to protect victims, that we really get innovative in our thinking and look at models like that, because they were very excited to see me from Houston and let me know that there are members all over the nation willing to assist us, even financial assistance in seeing us pursue this effort. So I welcome your questions about it. I welcome later conversations about it. It was a very eye-opening experience.
I'd love to have you come by, not when you're on your way to a jury, so let's visit a little bit more about
Sure,
that.
absolutely.
And part of what you were saying reminds me of some of the things that Judge Ted Poe used to do back when he was on the bench and trying to come up with creative solutions of, you know, making people wear placards in front of the stores that they stole in front of instead of putting them in jail so they could make their child support payments, but they never wanted to commit crime again.
Sure, so it's not quite
some of
like
what you're
that,
talking
but
about.
definitely where you involve the community to promote healing. But there are some similarities minus the shaming effort.
Ted Poe might be a good person to put on our committee. All right, thank you very much,
Sure,
Your Honor.
absolutely, thank you.
Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we have more speakers. Dennis Mark, Kimberly Palmer, and Martha Burns.
Hello, my name is Dennis Mark. I'm the Executive Director of Redeemed Ministries. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak today on behalf of victims. My specialty, unfortunately, is dealing with domestic sex trafficking. And for the last 13 years, my wife and I have dedicated our lives to the restoration and healing of women who have been exploited in commercial sex in our city and around the country. We have learned so much from the women. For 7.5 years, my wife and I actually lived in the restoration home with women, working directly with these victims, and watching them go from a victim status to a survivor mentality, to empower them to live a life that was self-sustaining and not dependent on anybody else, not even the government, not any pimp or boyfriend or anybody else, but to live a life independent and confidence. And one of the things that makes that possible is giving the place for safety, to have a place that they can heal and find wholeness and be restored from the victim status that they've often been labeled as. So one of the things that, as you move forward, as you're thinking about this council or whatever it's going to be, one of the things that's going to be critical is to make sure that it's trauma-informed, that it meets all the requirements that SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse Mental Health Service Administration, accounts for, to make sure that the actual work does not trigger those victims again be exploited again in some kind of other crime. The other part of it is to make sure that, and again, it's a part of the principle, is to make sure that they have a voice in that as well. So please make sure that you include survivors of crime in that council. Their voice needs to be heard. And then finally, the biggest aspect of this is include the people who provide the services. Like I said, I've been doing this work for 13 years, and everything looks good on paper until the rubber meets the road and you discover that what's on paper doesn't actually work. So again, we have made lots of mistakes and had lots of failures because we thought we knew everything going in. And when we got there, we discovered quickly that what we knew was completely different from what the victim had experienced. So I just urge you, as you move forward with this, include the community, include the survivors, and think about the long-term effects of how this is going to affect the possibility of survivors here in our county. And there are so many resources. The Department of Justice Technical Assistance Center with the Crime Victims, Office of Victims of Crime, provides resources, financial support, and other aspects to help communities combat the exploitation of victims. So there's lots of resources available out there. In fact, my wife and I are attending a conference at the end of the month with the Southern States Crime Victims Conference. And it's going to be a collection of all these different states getting together in order to talk about what is best for victim services. So I urge you to do that and help us.
Commissioner Cagle and then Commissioner Garcia.
It's Your Honor. 9 years ago, the city of Houston beefed up its sexual-oriented business rules. And at that time, we went to the legislature, and Commissioner Ellis actually voted to give us, as members of the county, additional powers to be able to regulate the tea rooms, but they weren't serving tea. They were fronts for very ugly activity. The sheriff's office, Commissioner Garcia, you were involved at that time, and your department was very involved in working with us, trying to come up with a set of rules and regulations that we could shut down the tea rooms, which were the fronts. And Redeemed Ministries was one of our partners that assisted us to make sure that we were able to get in. The fire marshal's office was another partner in that process, because they could make sure, because a lot of these places where the tea was being served but wasn't tea were unsafe fire traps. Because they're all boarded up and were difficult to get into, and the fire marshal's office were the ones who would have the ability to enforce the fire laws. And then while they were there, they would be able to observe the problems that were going on there, and that's when all the other entities. And so, Judge, I want to commend Redeemed Ministries for the role that they played back 8 years ago in our county in trying to assist us in cleaning up. And what we ended up then doing is the city did their ordinances and pushed them out into the unincorporated Harris County. And with the help of the state and the sheriff's office and our partners in there, we were able to push them up to other counties. I don't want to say which ones specifically, but you know, to push them further on out. And so thank you for your work in those days. Judge, I just wanted to give you some of that history.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Dennis, good to see you, and thank you for staying diligent on the fight. And I just want you to know that the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council has a huge voice that addresses many of the issues that you talked about. Kathy Griffin, as you know, she's a survivor, but she's an advocate and a practitioner in rescuing these precise victims. But you know, it's great to be here. But as Commissioner Cagle alluded to, you've been at the tip of the spear from the very beginning when you and I worked very closely together. So, and I will tell you that, you know, and I don't know what the number looks like today, but I remember in 2009, it was often said that if you found a abused or abandoned pet, an animal somewhere, that you could find umpteen shelters for that poor little thing. But to provide a shelter for a human being who was who's rescued from human trafficking or some other form of abuse, there was an incredible waiting line to try to find some particular shelter. You were at the very front of that conversation and that advocacy and that awareness, and for that I thank you, because it really pointed to a huge vacuum in our system, and we started that conversation years back. So thank you for staying at it, Dennis, and but just know that the human trafficking realm does have a big voice, but we can always stand to have more, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to point out to the one thing about what you just said. We have 6 beds available right now in our safe house. We just had 1 bed that opened up, and right now we have 9 applicants waiting for that 1 bed. Yeah. And we have to determine who is the worst of those 9. And so to say this is just an issue is tragically inappropriate. And so again, I thank the Commissioner's Court for helping us.
Thank you.
I so much appreciate what you do. Are things getting worse?
Pardon?
Things getting worse?
I would say that there's a heightened awareness about the issue. I remember back in the day when we first started in 2006, knocking on doors of people saying we have a problem, and it really kind of being ignored at that time. So it's not that it's getting worse, it's just we're becoming more aware of it. And because we're becoming more aware of it, then we're seeing it more closely, and we're seeing the complications that are evolving from it. It's not a simple black and white issue. You can't simply just remove somebody from their status and expect them to be okay. It takes 5 to 7 years of healing for a victim to recover from trafficking. Our worst case right now is we have a woman she began being commercially sexually exploited at 15 months old. And she's 18. So nearly 18 years of her life has been nothing but trauma. And so to simply say that you can just move her out of that spot and her be healed is very, again, inaccurate. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Dennis.
Kimberly Palmer, Martha Burns, Drew Willie.
Hi, my name is Kim Palmer. I'm a licensed professional counselor and a licensed chemical dependency counselor. I'm in Hempstead, Texas. We serve 5 counties, Grimes, Waller, Washington, Austin, and Northwest Houston. Thank you very much for inviting us and bringing the attention to this issue with domestic violence, sexual assault, and teen dating. All of our services are free and grant funded from the state. The state's very good at helping us do this. 1 in 4 women are sexually assaulted in their lifetime, 1 in 6 men. And we recognize through our efforts with providing individual and group counseling, skills training, housing, legal issues, that the issues are void in the northwest part of Houston. There are 8 agencies in Houston with satellite offices, and there seems to be the northwest quadrant of Houston that there is not a presence for sexual assault or domestic violence. We have a 25-bed shelter that is 43% filled by Harris County residents and 28% for non-residential, which is our outpatient services just from Harris County, and we serve 5 counties. There are 8 agencies here that serve this area, and we have plenty of data already that can help you. We do surveys all the time with our survivors. So between that and the Texas Commission on Family Violence and the TASA, we can provide you with all the information and data and research that's done in the past. So in an effort to stay trauma-informed, like Dennis said, our first job, of course, is to safety and to be sensitive to the needs of the trauma victims. And to build trust and collaboration is a huge part of that. And I'm excited to see that this is an idea, a concept happening in, hopefully in Northwest Houston, because we need this terribly. We are partnering with a ministry in Northwest Houston called the Vineyard, and they're offering us space so we can have a presence in a satellite office in Cypress to serve Tomball, Cypress, Waller, and Hockley. And all of our services are free, so that's exciting. And we had made contact with Commissioner Cagle's office, and we're excited about where it's going to go. Of course, our first job is safety, to create safety for these people. They come to us depleted with nothing. Even to just get their children into school when they get into our shelter, they have to come up with $25 each for a birth certificate for their children. They can't put them in here till all that's done. Would be nice to have a fund to do this, because they have to figure out a way to get that, just to get their child in school, to get their driver's license or social security cards, because they leave traumatized and they have nothing. And we have no transportation out there. The closest office is Skinner Road, which is south of Cypress, and housing is an issue as well.
Are you got a sentence more to say?
I just wanted to share that the housing was a big issue, that we have to send people to Washington County and to Brazos County in order to find somewhere for them to live.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Martha Burns. I'm the Executive Director at Cypress Assistance Ministries, which is better known as CAM. We are not a domestic violence shelter. We don't have shelter beds. We are a community agency that provides services to greater Northwest Harris County and Houston area. And because we're a community agency, people show up when they're in trouble. And I want to tell you about one young woman, 22 years old, who showed up at our door with 2 babies. 2 strollers, both of them in nothing but diapers, a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old. She lived in the apartments behind our agency, and her husband was beating her. And she showed up in a tank top and gym shorts, bruised all up, and she had nowhere to go. And she had no family here, and we could not find her a shelter bed. And she had a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old wearing nothing but diapers. A couple hours later, we finally found her a shelter bed in Hempstead. Now, we're located at 290 in Hollister, Huffmeister. So How are we going to get her there? Well, what I'm here to tell you today is if you're going to form a council, and I think it would be a good idea for victims in Harris County, who you need to have are the nonprofits doing this work. Because we're innovative, we're used to running on a dime, and we can do things that are creative that will make a difference for these victims. Because what I did is Ubered her to the shelter, because that was my option to get her there in a reasonable manner that she'd be safe at a price we could afford. So I cannot say enough how important it is that the victims have voices. They want to be involved. And the nonprofits that are serving them every day have voices. And we want to be involved. We want to be part of this reform. We want to make sure that people get their needs met. And right now, at least in Northwest Harris County, it's not really happening. The closest shelters to us are in Southeast Harris County. We've worked with the sheriff's office, we've worked with constables, and they're looking at an hour or two long drive to get a woman or a man who's been battered to a shelter. That, in a county this size, that's unimaginable. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I would invite you to come to CAM any day. We would love to give you a tour, show you what we do. We serve that community and have for the past 30 years, and we'd like to be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. I just want to say thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
And when you're working to provide those critical services at a critical time, ingenuity is the best bet. So I appreciate you thinking about how to do that. Also, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's unconscionable that your area would not have that kind of capacity out there. So
Yes, sir.
I look forward to working with you to see
Thank
what
you.
we can do to be helpful.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
back in the old days, if I was to quote my colleagues that referred their prior days, before I was a commissioner, I was a judge. Before I was a judge, I was a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
And I used to do volunteer work for the bridge.
Okay, you
And
know.
It's really kind of sad that up on the north side of the county, that we're having to send people down to the scarce resources, such as the bridge, that are down in Pasadena where the grass is greener. And we need to have those kinds of resources all over the county so that all of our citizens can have that. And the bridge is overloaded now, too.
If you can find a bed, it's not anywhere near us. Yes, sir. Mhm. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And after Mr. Willie, we have Mercy Richard and Rita Hubler.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Drew Willie. I am here fully in my capacity today as CEO of Restoring Justice. It's a nonprofit that I founded a few years ago. And since being founded, our long-term goal is to establish restorative justice principles here in Harris County. So Commissioner Raddick, you talked about wanting unique, revolutionary victim services. We have looked for national best practices. We spend resources on going to find that. And I'm here to tell you that restorative justice practice, a restorative justice court in system in Harris County is that practice. Commissioner Cagle, you talked about we don't have people working together for victim services. You're right, we don't. It's an adversarial system that we're in right now. It is a punitive system, and this idea of restorative justice changes that from punitive to restorative. It allows for everyone to work together. I mean, as a lawyer, I'm a private practicing lawyer as well, and just yesterday a prosecutor told me that they don't really take, a good-hearted prosecutor that I get along with, they don't take victim desires in on cases. They don't have a voice to be heard. They said, we just say, will you be subpoenaed and forced to come in and testify to the truth, you know? They aren't actually involved in the decision-making on what's going on. Because ultimately when crime happens, we're talking about harm. And the community is broken. And there is healing that needs to be done. And what restorative justice does, through the use of mediators, circle keepers, conciliators, it brings everybody together to all have a voice in how to heal that harm. Victims get to have a voice on what needs to be done to make them whole. Perpetrators have a voice on what needs to be done to make them whole. Nonprofits have a voice in the community to say what can be done to make the community whole. That wholeness, that building bridges, that inclusion of community, it's what's going to change the world, and Harris County can do it and has the opportunity here to work together to do it. It can work on serious cases, minor cases. The main thing I want to leave you with is that there are tangible ways that the system, the courts, can change and operate in this way. We know those, we've seen them, we can implement them. It just takes a willingness and the resources to be able to do that. So, thank you.
Judge.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Drew, I just want to thank you for coming. The judge made a reference to Cook County, Chicago, and I'm glad because from the research my staff did after the resolution was item was posted, there were smaller communities like Elkhart County, Indiana, New Orleans, which is considerably smaller than we are, Nashville, and Oakland. I guess that's Alameda County. And I know that here in Harris County, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice has this Victim Offender Mediation Dialogue Program. Is that the one you were referring to that you work with?
No, no.
Okay. But no, I think it's the concept of restorative justice is something I've heard a lot about, but I think it would be something good for us to experiment.
And it's new to America, to be quite honest. The Cook County, the organization that we're modeled after was one of the nonprofits a part of starting that. So I've been watching that court in Cook County start for a few years now and watched them implement their practices, and seeing it in action was something incredible. Y'all will all be moved if you were able to go watch it and see what they're doing.
And I think on the domestic incident from that tragedy in Pasadena, Mecklenburg County is supposed to have the premier domestic violence restorative justice program.
Yeah, there's a lot of courts across the country implementing restorative practices. What makes the Cook County one unique is that the entire thing is restorative. It's not just a side piece of the system. It is actually ingrained in the whole thing.
Which is why it's important to look at it together.
Right.
I think, and even with things like transportation, right? I mean, part of what some of the speakers mentioned, they can't get from one place to the other place if you don't have a car, right? How are we the last modern community without a modern public transportation system? So it all goes together, and I think it's great that we're having these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge and my commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And my name is Mercy Richard. I am the Executive Director for the Mercy House, which is also known as the Cypress Women's Center, located in Harris County. I want to just say thank you, Judge Kugel, for the opportunity to come here and talk a little bit about the Cypress Women's Center. And as you can hear, my fellow nonprofit executive talked about the lack of space. It is what is really the problem in this part of Harris County where we don't have a shelter. I want to say the Cypress Women's Center is the only survivor victim place for survivor victims that have pets. Most often, when you have a survivor victim that is looking for a place to go, they find it hard to leave their pet behind. And research also shows that when a survivor victim is leaving, or when the offenders of a domestic violence often have a pattern of abuse involving all members of the household. And it's just not the lady or the survivor victim, but the children and the pets, and including the pets. So when survivor victims seems to leave, they have a problem leaving the pets behind. And the fear is that the abuser will harm the pet if they leave the pet behind. And so we are the only shelter that will provide them a place with their pets, so that way they can be together as family. But the problem we have is the space. We are the only shelter in Cypress that is in the center where all these other nonprofits that you've heard of complain about space can come to, because we are right there in Cypress, but we don't have a place for them to stay because where we had got flooded. I want to say this real quick. We had applied for the VOCA grant last year, and we were turned down. We've applied this year, and we are also turned down.
Who's
And
it from? Who's it come from, state or where?
from the state.
Oh, from the state.
I think it's from the VOCA grant. I think it's from the state, the governor's office. The governor's office, and we were turned down. And we're the only shelter that all these other nonprofits depend on, and we don't have that room. So we've had phone calls from the mayor's office. We've had phone calls from the FBI office because we will take, is it okay if I? Is it, okay. Because we will take survivor victims of human trafficking that also do have pets. So the FBI office called us, and we couldn't help. And we've had phone calls from the Houston Area Women's Center. We've had phone calls from Pasadena Bridge running over water. So we've had phone calls from all the other major shelters because we're the only shelter that will take survivor victims with pets. And I'm here to just support Commissioner Kelgo and to say, please help us to get this funding to be able to put the shelter in place. Because last year, I think we were in your office, and we were there with the sheriff department. The sheriff gave us a presentation of the need. They have an urgent need to have a shelter in Cypress, and we're the only one ready to have that shelter with the support of all the other nonprofit that advocates agencies that deal with domestic violence and survivor victims.
Thank you so much for your work and for being here.
Thank you.
Rita Hugler, Jerry Amos, and Debbie Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Rita Hugler. My issue is different than, and certainly not as profound as some of these issues. But in the early afternoon of Saturday, September 23rd, 2017, I was the only customer in an AT&T phone store in the Champions area in a terrifying takeover robbery where 3 armed young men held me and 5 employees at gunpoint while they took every phone in the store. The Harris County Sheriff Office case number is 17-151313. The offense title was robbery. The deputy's name was Reinhardt. The unit was 41E42, and it was referred to Freeman J. at the Fallbrook location. My back was to the door, and the young male employee setting up my new notebook was on the floor and quietly told me it was a robbery. I rather loudly replied, "You've got to be kidding," and realized there was a powerful gun just inches from my left ear. We were firmly and loudly ordered to get on the floor, which the employees did. I said, "I'm old, I can't get on the floor," so they moved us to a back hallway where I tried to slip through an ADA compliant door, but I'm too big to slip into anything anymore. One robber stopped me. At that point, I realized I really had put my life in danger, in jeopardy twice. We were moved into a workroom, could hear the lead robber shouting orders to the manager nearby. Suddenly, the lead robber charged into the workroom, bent over at the waist with the enormous, heavy bag of phones. And quickly, the other 2 followed, and as soon as they left, the manager locked us in. The well-trained employees kept things from escalating. And then we sat and waited and quietly processed what happened to each of us and how close we were to losing our lives. That day, we were victims and families were impacted. Our daughter and grandson were visiting, and I was given permission to go out in the parking lot to my family. My husband said that my only job was to come safely home to him. Our daughter once again affirmed her love, but my then 11-year-old grandson charged at me and almost hugged the stuffing out of me. What that sweet boy had to face that day should never have happened. It affected our family greatly. The robbers and their accomplices were caught within the hour. They recovered the getaway car and the phones. I thought justice would prevail, but months later I learned that the perps were quickly released and, in fact, had robbed another phone store. I was told the release happened because the sheriff and DA didn't like to incarcerate young people. So in addition to what Commissioner Cagle is proposing, I would like language added to compel the sheriff and DA to process robbers and other criminals, to apply the law no matter how young they are, where they come from, what kind of home life they had, or any other reason that puts citizens in harm's way when dangerous criminals are released. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hugler.
Good afternoon. I'm Jerry Amos. I'm the Associate Director for CareNet Pregnancy Centers of Houston. That is a fully funded nonprofit that we are funded totally by private donations. We assist the women in our community with unplanned pregnancies and resources that help them. So many of our women that come through our doors are women who have experienced a lot of trauma in their life. I began helping as a volunteer, as many of these nonprofit women did, because they have an interest in the people and the needs of the community. After I became a volunteer, I left my corporate position to become an active member and funding these ministries in the Northwest Houston area. So our ministry is a little bit like an EMS service. That's how I liken it to the things that we provide for women. So often the women who have trauma issues such as rape, abandonment, physical abuse, or some of the trafficking women come through our doors. They've never been brought into any resource available because they're hidden on the street. All of a sudden they're pregnant. They can't find a way to get any help. So we offer free pregnancy tests, free ultrasounds, free parenting classes. We find most often that we're able to provide other resources in the community that are able to give food, clothing, but a couple of the mentions that we've heard today, those that have to do with housing, it's huge, and also one that I have not yet heard today is childcare. So as we assist our women who are survivors from these tragic things that are going on, we find resources in our community. We put them on their feet, we help them be established, but then they cannot find daycare for low-income positions. So we would also like that to be considered for the women that we serve. We don't stop there. During our time in our first connection with these women in distress, we often help them understand that the connections with the nonprofits in the area have to be provided through networking. And so one of the things that I do, we see over 200 new clients every month at our 2 locations. We have one location in the Champions area off 1960. Our second location is in the Cypress area off Barker Cypress. We connect with over 100 different nonprofits in the area. I put a resource database together that is fully functional, and we would like to see that duplicated. Thank you.
Do you have a little bit more to say, or are you done?
No, I think that's fine. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Hello, my name is Debbie Johnson, and I'm the president and co-founder of Hope Center Houston, which is formerly known as 1960 Hope Center. Thank you for having me here today. We are the only resource center for the homeless on the 1960 area. In the last 2.5 years, we have served more than 2,500 homeless individuals. And to be sure, things that we did not realize about homelessness, we now have been hit between the eyes. Our homeless folks are very often victims of crimes, and they have no voice. So thank you for letting me be an advocate for them today. We see that at least half of our individuals that come in have been either assaulted, shot, raped. They are victims of the pusher man because of mental illness. They know the pushers know that they have drug issues. And so what we have tried to do is not only give basic needs, but get other agencies to walk alongside us, including Redeemed Ministries that you heard Dennis Marks a while ago, PATH, which is the mental health for Harris County. Harris County Health now comes there. The best thing that's happened to us as we speak today, the HOT team, for the homeless outreach team for the Sheriff's Department, is moving into our building. That is their space, and we are so grateful to them. Thank you for listening to these other agencies that are dealing with the issues of people that are hurt and trafficked. We have, just to give you an example, we have a lady that has been prostituted out by her mother since the age of 5, and she has now found a job because we have all these social workers and caseworkers that are coming in and helping us. We only have 1.5 employees, so we're doing everything with 200 plus volunteers that are just walking alongside us. We have the lady that's the dean of the psychology department at U of H downtown that's one of our volunteers now, and she's bringing in interns so that we can deal with all of the issues about homelessness. And I do agree that we do need to have victims because the homeless do not have a voice. They want to try to fly under the radar because, let's face it, we know they're living in encampments and things like that, which is illegal. But housing is few and far between. So we're also working on trying to get housing and working with the Coalition for the Homeless for that. We would love to be a part of anything that y'all do. I would personally be glad to give everyone a tour. Our new facility, we've gone from 3,000 square feet to 14,500 square feet, and as I said, we're bringing in agencies. We now have a full-time chaplain.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you finish everything you wanted to say?
Well, not really.
Just go ahead and finish it.
Okay, there are 3 things that we try to do. We work with the mental, the physical, and the spiritual part. Because we are faith-based, we have more than 30 churches working with us. As we started, we were working basically on getting the physical illness taken care of, and then we started bringing in psychologists to work on the mental health care issues. PATH will bring in beds from UT Health Science Center for psychiatry. But we also found out that we could not do this without the spiritual piece. So now we have a full-time chaplain whose wife is actually on the board of Redeemed Ministries. So it all is working together, and we have been, I feel that we are making a difference in not only for our homeless folks, but for the people in the community. We are now open 6 days a week because that helps the community get the people off the streets. We're hoping to be open on Sundays, and that's all about funding. And when we do that, we will be having homeless church. We are having homeless church on Friday now. So we're trying to plug all the holes and do the best we can to get people healed and fixed so that they can become members of the community again, because so many have lost everything they have, whether from Harvey or lack of education.
I believe you're also involved in our efforts to try to bring something along the lines of the Sobering Center out to 1960, and that you're helping us to try to...
Yes.
Because one of the big things about the Sobering Center is to stop the cycle once they...
That's right.
Sober up the next day.
And it goes beyond that, because even if you get someone off of drugs or into rehab, unless you have mentors that can help them afterwards to stay off, it doesn't work. I mean, you have to keep at it. I mean, it's not just doing a one-time fix. You have to keep going. So the homeless are definitely victims of crime too, some of it of their own making, but certainly they need help, and it helps the community. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis, did you have a motion on this, or I forgot where we left off.
So after your request is completed, so I'm not trying to delay that in any way. What I want to do is move that we ask the Justice Administration Department, once that department director is hired and properly staffed, with the following relating to victims. 1, conduct a survey of existing victim services here in Harris County, potential service gaps and possible solutions to those service gaps, including services for victims of domestic violence. So that's in addition to what you were requesting. But obviously, whenever it's completed, however long that takes, it has to go somewhere to come back with some recommendations. Okay, that's my motion.
Second.
And is there I request that we do a referral to the budget office, the county attorney's office to do that. Brewer did a fabulous job, Judge, when we had that review. I know that we ended up, going a step further and appointing an expert, but doing the review of economic opportunity stuff. And so I would, not to tell Mr. Jackson what his business is, but I'd like for him to take a stab at trying to pull together some of this data for us. And then we can move into the other areas, but I'd like to have your office, if I could be so specific, Brewer, in your office to work on pulling together, similar to what he did before when we were studying economic opportunity, and to come back to us. We have some preliminary stuff. All these different groups have different partners and other folks that are there, and this is just the tip of the iceberg of how we can, Judge, make a big difference in our community.
So your item is for discussion, solely discussion. Are you now, then there's a motion from Commissioner. Are you amending a motion or are you offering a separate?
I just want to refer the subject matter now
Yeah.
to the budget office and to the county attorney, because I did not have an action item on the agenda. So I don't know that I should make a motion.
You could make a motion.
But,
Well, and a referral is appropriate.
but to refer the matter to the budget office for a review of all the different entities and what's being done, and to come up with the best practices. And we may be the best practices, but we're operating in a bunch of silos, and we need to be pulling them all together. And then to refer to the county attorney for coming up with a potential structure with a set of bylaws very similar to what we have in the other entity.
Point of order, we've got a motion and a second on the table. If we're going to do anything else, I think we have to decide what to do with the principal motion.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is I don't wanna have two motions, so since you're not amending his motion.
Commissioner Ellis did say that after I made my motion, he was going to make his.
Oh, that's why I was asking, were you making a motion?
Yeah, I'm making a referral.
Okay, all right. Well, after
I
the
don't,
referral.
do we need to vote on the referral?
No, historically, the Commissioners Court do not vote on referrals, but
Okay.
they
so
can if they want to.
We have the referral done. Now, moving back to the motion, which everybody read and Commissioner Ellis read out loud. Motion seconded by Commissioner Garcia, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Wait, let me look at this motion one more time. I will vote for the motion with the caveat that I really feel that when this is done, it needs to be an independent agency and not subsumed into the agency whose primary duty, because there are potential conflicts.
Well, obviously, we'd vote on that at some point when it comes back.
But I don't have a problem with having them take a look at it too, because the more eyes looking at it, the better.
And to clarify, we, as the county attorney's office, are viewing this motion more in the nature of a referral than an action item. So that
Okay.
You're what?
this is, what Commissioner Ellis has proposed is a referral of a particular item or part of the item to this new department, the Harris County Victims Advocacy Department.
But you know, we
Because-
used to run our
Justice Administration
Department.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Justice Administration Department. All right, but we're voting. Did you have some more questions?
Commissioner Radic had a comment.
Another comment?
Yeah, my comment is normally, Robert, we would, this really is not an action item. Usually you would just refer it without a vote of Commissioners Court.
Which I
So what we've been, Robert has said several times, it's up to us if we want to vote. Commissioner
You can
Cagle
vote
wanted
on
to
a
just
referral,
refer
but you
it.
don't
Commissioner
have
Ellis
to.
wanted
Well,
to
you know,
vote.
Commissioner Cagle is the guy who brought this up, which I really admire him for doing. And I think it's his item. He put it on there, and he should be able to refer it as he wishes.
When you got up, he referred it, and we moved on from that. So now Commissioner Ellis is making a separate motion, which in practice is a referral. We have a motion from Commissioner Ellis, a second from Commissioner Garcia, and then we were voting.
So we're waiting for you all to vote no if you'd like to vote no, or yes if you'd like to vote yes.
I don't, it's not posted that way, Robert.
I understand, but the subject
What
matter
am-
is. And
Robert, what am I voting on?
I think you're voting to refer this particular item to, or part of the item, the subtopic is Commissioner Precinct 1, to this new department for further study.
I'm all right with referring to another Harris County agency to review as well, because I think the more eyes on it, the better.
In my words, to refer, I'm not sure that's the commissioner's words. I don't recall exactly what your words were, but I think they
It's a
mean the
motion,
same
I don't have it
thing.
in front of me. I'll try to give you a copy next time, since we're so picky with the new code. Oh, just vote no, and let's go on to the agenda, if you don't mind.
I don't like the way that's worded. Can you just refer it to them?
No, just say no, so we can get to the agenda, colleague, if you don't mind.
Because I'm not opposed to referring it to them.
All right, let's just vote on this. Everybody's seen the motion.
Let me make an amendment to my colleague, which is that we refer it additionally to the budget office and to the county attorney, that we also refer it to the Justice Administration Department.
So you want to take your item to Justice Administration as well?
As well.
So that's,
If it'll get us to the agenda, Judge.
and that's, all right, so that's done,
Okay,
it's a
yeah,
referral. And we
I
don't,
second his amended motion. He just made it, I second it.
great, all in favor?
Aye.
All
right, thank you.
All right, thanks, folks.
So he
So-
made a motion,
So we-
I seconded it.
And we continue the jumping around. Latrice has to catch a plane at 3. And I know Commissioner Garcia wanted to call her up for his item on Exxon, so bear with me. Let's go to Commissioner Garcia's.
Thank y'all for coming.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
Uh,
Very helpful.
Let's go to Commissioner
Thank you for what you
Garcia's
do.
item.
Page 25.
Yes,
Yes.
item 2, under Commissioner Garcia, page 25 of the agenda.
Thank you, Judge. As we're all are probably familiar, maybe some may not be, but Precinct 2 has been the point of conversation for quite a significant amount of this year. We started earlier this year with a fire at ExxonMobil. Then we had the ITC fire. Then we had the Kimco explosion. And then we had a lightning strike. Then we had a barge hit I-10. Then we had a tugboat accident in the ship channel. And now ExxonMobil comes back again. And so I wanted to just, number one, continue the conversation, Judge, and I appreciate all of your leadership and work and making sure that we remain a much more resilient and focused county, bringing to light the issues and gaps in services and operations that we have long had. And so I wanted to just talk about how this is an issue that needs to continue to have conversation. I want to point out that my office has been working with the industry and with advocates and in other organizations to work on the principal, I guess, concept or ideology, if you will, that I wrote in my op-ed, and that is that we've got to be good neighbors to one another. We understand that the industry is an important part of our economy. We've got to support it. I support it. I'm grateful for all the jobs that they create in our region. I'm grateful for the GDP that they provide for our county, our state, and our country. But by the same token, we have to make sure that we have the systems in place to respond whenever these particular events take place. So, you know, I've been working to make sure that our departments are on point. I want to thank Dr. Babin for her work on in addressing some of those issues as in her interim role. I want to thank the Fire Marshal as well, and Mark Sloan with the Office of Emergency Management, Dr. Shaw And then just look at the fact that we are looking to address these gaps in as real time as possible. You know, one of the things, Judge, and this is why these conversations and sometimes these meetings are as long as they are, because we're really trying to get into the weeds of things as we need to, and that is that as much as we recognize that pollution control needed to have rapid response, if you will, to these events, the capabilities that pollution control was able to bring to the table weren't rapid responding as we needed them to be. And so I'm excited that my office will be bringing an item at the next agenda to make sure that we are that we've got the technology, we've got the response when these particular emergencies occur, and because as you know and you will identify, Judge, the people want information, and they want it timely, they want it comprehensively, but we need to make sure that we're providing them as accurate as information as possible. You know, when we see these air monitor readings, the average person doesn't know how to dissect that, and so we have to find better ways to accomplish that. So I just want to say that this is an important opportunity for us to make sure that we let our constituents know throughout Harris County, not just in Precinct 2, but that these are issues that remain at the forefront of our work table, and that we're always looking for opportunities to improve the system. Then lastly, Judge, is that I want to thank ExxonMobil. My staff and I went down there to see what they were up against, and I just can't imagine the strength of that fire that occurred. The tower that it happened at was, took so much heat that it was leaning over. I was kind of half jokingly that it looked like the leaning tower of pizza, but it was very significant. Several of their employees were put in harm's way. They thankfully no loss of life. But I want to thank ExxonMobil for being open and willing to engage my office. But also, my reiteration to them is that we need them at the table to make sure that we are moving together as a community to keep our industry, but our communities safe and healthy as well.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Ramos.
Commissioner, I want to thank you for posting an item, and it is timely. And thank you for the tone in which you presented it. And Judge, obviously, thank you for your leadership on these issues. Commissioner, when you post your item, because of the sensitivity sometimes here around the table about dialogue, I hope you post it broad enough so that if we want to have a discussion broadly on these issues, not pointing an accusative finger, but when a tragedy like this happens, we ought to talk about it. We only meet twice a month, and even if it does take a bit longer, that's okay. But just make sure when you post it, it's broad enough so if somebody wants to have some action that we think of at the table, since we only meet twice a month, we ought to be able to do it. It's refreshing, even if it's time consuming, and we'd all prefer to do something else. It's good to give the public a chance to be heard. Sometimes I think they'll get better, so they don't all have to say the same thing. I think we kind of learned, if you said it, I don't have to say it again. But it's all right if they don't. We are here for them, but we ought to have meaningful dialogue and not be restrained if somebody at the table wants to restrict it, because in the old days, people didn't talk. Just act like it didn't happen. I mean, I posted items when tragedies happen over at Harris Health. It is not easy to do, but people want to feel like we're paying attention. They want to know that we're looking at it, and not just when they are lucky enough to get to one of us one-on-one.
I just wanted to say, of course, we have a way to go, but one thing to commend pollution control and the different teams, they were able to get the air monitoring up within 30 minutes, which was, if you'll remember ITC and Chemco, we were scrambling and, pulling air monitors from the city and the state and building a website overnight in 6 hours. Are we where we need to be? No, and we expect within 45 days minus 2 weeks, so hopefully the next quarter, the court after, whatever it falls, pollution control is due back with the specific requests for what air monitors we need to purchase to be able to do consistent air, soil, water quality monitoring when there's a disaster, and air monitoring just as a matter of course. And I know our staffs are involved in that discussion. Other stakeholders are involved. I appreciate, Commissioner Garcia, you're reaching out to industry, because I do think to the extent that they can help us, they ought to step up.
That's right.
And that's something that we gotta knock on those doors. And we'll continue evaluating the other issues that were raised in the gap analysis. I know the Office of Emergency Management is working right now on the coordination piece. We're working on the alert piece, and there are other bits that we're expecting back from the Fire Marshal's office and the other departments based on the gap analysis recommendations.
Judge, I know that Dr. Babin is here, and I would like to invite her up to share a few words. And she's been, we've been talking, and they're working hard to address these issues. So, Dr. Babin, thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you for inviting me. The response that we had with Exxon this time showed us a few things. We made some improvements on how we would begin our air monitoring. We were able to get out 25 minutes after we got the initial notification from Exxon that there was a fire. And within 5 minutes, we set up and started our monitoring. The monitoring was then posted to our website within, I think, another 30 minutes after that. And although we realized that there were some bumps in the road, it showed us that it could be done, and it gave us a direction of how to improve and some improvements that we need to make. So I was very pleased with the response this go around.
And Latrice, if I could, I know that one of the areas of concern from the community and from my office, frankly, is that when an event occurs, that the notification comes out and designates the event as a particular event of a particular level, a level 1, a level 2, a level 3. Level 3 being of the most serious, and level 1 being of the most minor.
Correct.
This particular, this most recent event came in as designated as a level 2.
As a level 2, yes, sir.
But it wasn't until we could actively test to determine that there was no benzene and get that information out. But I know that that's of a particular concern. I don't know if you have any thoughts on how these events are initially categorized when they're first being announced.
Well, I talked with my field and emergency response manager about how these are categorized. Level 1 is generally notification that there's something that happened that we might see, some like emergency vehicles. So if there's an illness on the property, they may categorize that as a level 1 because you'll see ambulance come through or something like that. Or if there's a level 2, it may be that there is an upset in a unit that may cause some kind of flaring, or it may cause an odor that may not go off-site, but it could alert other neighboring facilities. Level 3 is what you would expect the general surrounding area to be able to see. So high smoke, if there's a fire, especially with the fire, there was a billowing smoke cloud that extended way beyond the facility. So in my opinion, that should have been designated as a level 3 initially.
Good deal. Judge, I don't know if you've got any other remarks for...
Just to confirm, that's not the categorization we do at the Office of Emergency Management is the readiness alerts, which go to level 4, and something separate.
This is something separate. This is in the e-notify, which is the system that the facilities use to basically notify each other of issues that are going on. We also get that so that it's part of our rapid, so that we kind of understand how to respond. But it's really not for the response to the community. It's so that those facilities can talk to themselves.
Thank you for clarifying. Commissioner Kigel, I do just want to, before your comments, just building on this point, part of what the gap analysis identified is being able to have those clear lines of communication between us and other agencies
as well as industry. And so I know you guys are looking at that, and I'm eager to see how we better share information, air monitoring readings with TCEQ and EPA, and you know, we can only rely on the tier 2 reports from the year before for some of these facilities.
Correct.
So there's only so much we can make them do within the state legal infrastructure, but I know you guys are working within those confines.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Babin, you and I visited about you and perhaps in conjunction with our fire marshal's office, potentially trying to get some baselines out there.
Yes.
So that when you get a phone call and you're out there, 20 minutes after the event and you do that first measurement, you know if that's a bad sign or business as usual in that area. And I've made a commitment, I think that my colleagues would back me on that everything that we can do to make sure that you and the fire marshal's office have the resources to be able to get out and get those baselines we'd like to do. Have you been able to make any progress yet on coming up with a plan for getting our baseline measurements?
So this week, last Friday, we submitted a budget request to the Budget Management Office of some equipment that we would need to move forward. We've been exploring equipment for quite some time, trying to fulfill this need. We also submitted a request for personnel that we would need. So when the resources become available, we'd be very appreciative of that so that we can move forward and try to evaluate those levels, put those levels into effect so that when we do get a reading that reaches a level that we've established along with coordinating with the fire marshal's office and the health department, we can engage conversation and move forward appropriately.
Yeah, the fire marshal's office has some boots on the ground that may be able to help you as opposed to having to wait for extra personnel. And I think that they would love to be trained in all of that as well so that we can have some cross-pollination and having y'all work together on that. So.
We're working on that proposal right now. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Judge.
I just want to thank you. I know you have a flight to catch.
Yes.
I know we're going to visit soon, but hey, you jumped in the fire, so to speak, right away. You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I would like to ask the fire marshal if she has any remarks to add to the event. But thank you, Dr. Babbitt.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Judge Laurie Christensen, Harris County Fire Marshal.
Thank you. Your initial reaction to the event, I mean, how, I know you're in the midst of your investigation with this as well.
Yes, sir.
And is there anything that we need to be thinking about from your point of view in terms of, resources that we need to be thinking about, processes, anything of that nature?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. So in reviewing the gap analysis report that's come in, we've done a thorough review of that. We've actually submitted that, and we're working with the budget office as well on that report, and we're going back and showing what the report said based on the needs and those things. So that is sifting through their office at this point, and we'll be waiting on some future direction. What I'll tell you also is we are very fortunate. We work very closely with our responding partners, such as law enforcement, fire service, EMS, the other departments. Dr. Babbitt and I were in constant communication during this event, and her team and mine as well. Initially, it was very interesting because this actually occurred within the city of Baytown. It appeared to be their jurisdiction at the time. So Baytown Fire Department responded. It was Baytown EOC. And my office and I were going, which we see a lot of times, and I know you're familiar with how the ship channel works. It'll appear to be a city area, and then you find out that's that one little pocket of county, and that's what we found here. So fortunately, because of the relationship we have with Chief Dobson out in the Baytown area, we were able to get our investigators out there very quickly, although we could not make entry for at least a day and a half. But I will say that part is working well, but as far as resources, yes, sir, as we've stated, we've been very fortunate with our hazmat team in the respect of grants have allowed us to do some things. As you know, we've pushed things through court. I'll also say that because this court passed the new fire code that's going to be going into effect September 1st, and then January 1st, 2020 will be the operational permits. So facilities such as this, we're going to know a lot more about them after January. I also want to remind the court that some of these we're going to have to go find. But those that we know about, we'll be able to get in touch with immediately, and we'll know a lot more. Any other questions?
No, other than my office is working on a particular project. I want to make sure that the fire marshal's office is in a as proactive position as possible. My gut, although, you know, that's all it is, tells me that if we could position you in a way where you are able to conduct more effective inspections, or maybe that's not the right way to say it, but inspections at facilities that are demonstrating some history, that we might be able to prevent some of these events from taking place. This one at ExxonMobil, the facility apparently where it occurred, the olefins side of the plant, apparently was the part of the original framework of the plant, so you have a lot of archaic technology there. But you know, even that is something to think about in terms of if you do have older facilities, older technology, then maybe it merits more intensive inspections. And so my office is working on a project. We'll be bringing it to the court at some time, at some point. But I do want to give you an opportunity to weigh in on it so we can disclose it. But I want it to be a resource for you.
Awesome, and thank you. And if you don't mind me saying as well, also, right after the initial incidents in March, I had met with OSHA. I'd gone up to Washington, met with OSHA, CSB, the EPA groups, and some of the things we were talking about is there's some federal regulations, and you know, they'll tell us they're short-staffed as well. They have issues getting into a lot of these places that there's some regulatory inspections that should be monitored as well. And one of the things we want to capture with those operational permits, which I think is going in the direction you're discussing, is that will give us that information. When was the last time they ran, you know, the PSI checks? When was the last time, if they made a process safety management change, was that documented? And so we're going to work closely with OSHA. That's going to really be the regulatory agency that kind of is going to be our best resource to work within their parameters, because the OSHA standard is referenced in the fire code. So if we can help collaborate that, I think that too will be a big part of it. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I know Joe Leonard had identified what, you know, what we do know. How are you guys doing in that process of building on the sort of the opportunities he identified, which were essentially this kind of thing, you know, like what information do we have and how can we use that in the smartest way possible?
Yes, so it's very interesting what you say. You're right. That's a year old. There's also cameo reports, different mapping. We're working with Jeff Golan's group in the Atlas system, and because of their relationship with the HCAD database, they're running queries for us so that we can gather that information. And again, they've got the mapping layers that shows whether it's in Harris County or whether it's, you know, an ETJ within the cities. And then again, we're going to be working closely with the fire chiefs. I'm presenting next week at the Harris County Firefighter Association about our new code. We're going to be working with those fire chiefs. They are they're our eyes and ears out there. Many times they'll know about, as you mentioned, some of these smaller facilities that maybe are more non-compliant because they've responded. Yeah. So we're going to be working with that, but also the mapping layers, HCAD data. And I also think as we meet with some of the groups, the LEPCs and the chambers, again, we want to go in there and we want to be proactive. How can we help you? And I think that there are probably a lot of them are going to come to us because, you know.
We're really trusting, and I know you're on this already, Lori, but all of this is really all in the document, right? And so
yes,
how can we go through and make sure we address as much of it as we can?
Well, and what my staff is doing is we are literally taking it, even in the other portions that don't necessarily affect our office, we're literally going through that document line by line and seeing, is there a resource we need or that we need to provide to another department? Because you're right, at the end of the day, we've got to go through that document and say, did we meet each recommendation from a county standpoint? And
the ones that make sense. I mean,
absolutely. But and some of those recommendations, but if nothing else, we come back and say, hey, this need's already been met. Because some of those things we're already working on.
Yeah, so I would just say, Commissioner, that we stay in close touch at the staff level to make sure that we're doing this sort of cohesively. We pick and choose, then ultimately, we need to be in a better position to respond next time there's a fire.
Yes, ma'am. We're working closely with Erica Brown, and she's been a huge resource for us as we have questions and we're going through the report. So I believe she's,
And
she's in your
Commissioner
office.
Garcia's staff
Oh,
as
yeah,
well, to make sure
all the
we're
commissioner staff has been phenomenal. Yes, ma'am.
Thank
But
you.
what we're trying to do is make sure we funnel things back so that I'm not overlapping in what somebody else is doing.
Right, or us, and
Yeah.
same with the different departments.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. Yes.
So Laura, I'd just be remiss if I didn't ask. Obviously, they're not unlimited resources, but is there anything pressing that you need or that the judge needs in terms of resources?
Yes, sir, there is. First of all, we know we need, like I say, we're working with the budget office, so we've asked for initially 5 additional hazmat responders, because we need that, because as we know, during these last fires, all of our resources were taken, and then we had to call in backup. So we are asking for that initially. We also know that inspections, we are going to have, and now obviously hazardous materials is going to be a huge priority, getting those permits, because 3 of these in less than, almost 7 months, we know that's going to be a priority. So we're going to be looking to create a group that's literally focused on the hazardous materials inspections once those operational permits come in on January 1st. Now, that doesn't mean the work hasn't already started gathering the data and preparing the documentation. And as I say, we're going out and doing a ton of outreach, and we'll be coming into the communities to do that. And then the other thing, one of the things in the report, and I really want to push this for the first responders in the county, it talked about our office being able to assist with the hazardous materials trainings for first responders. Because, I can't say enough about the sheriff and the constables. Those folks are out there protecting us, ensuring our responders are able to make entry, ensuring the hazmat team makes entry. But they are out there securing those areas, and they're in, obviously breathing in some things. And so we want to add some to our training group to at least get some initial training done and making sure they have the proper PPE. Now, some of the other things in the report, it talked about second teams, it talked about, that's going to take time. And what we want to be careful of is we don't just throw people at it, but don't necessarily have the tools that they need to do the job. So those would be the initial things, the training groups, the additional hazmat responders on a small basis, and then the inspections.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Fire Marshal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
No, but I am.
Okay, let's take,
2:30.
let's take 5 minutes.
Is this one done?
Yes,
On this item?
this is just a
Yeah,
discussion.
I know that she's in conversations with the budget office. Otherwise, I'd like to see, if we want to take action, then I'd like to see where we're at with the 5 folks she's,
We plan to bring this back on the next agenda. We've identified the money already to recommend to y'all.
Okay.
It's the heavy equipment that I want to go ahead and get the orders in as soon as possible.
okay,
Great, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, yes, there was discussion only, let's take 5 minutes.
Just took a delay, I see.
Yes.
Don't try to beat me.
Not make you run. No, good for you. It's not good for you. Not
John, I was thinking we could take F and R, F1 through 4 and R together on pages 3 and 6.
That's some of what.
Okay. Any comments there? Flood control district. And here I want to highlight an item on page 6, item 2. It's an agreement with University of Houston Clear Lake. And this is, I guess normally they plant this vegetation at the bottom of the bayous to help with erosion, and it's generally good practice, but these are floating vegetation, so it doesn't take up the volume, which I thought was a fascinating partnership with the University of Houston Clear Lake.
Judge?
Yes.
If I can make a mental note to Matt, that we're actually researching a plant that is also one that is carnivorous towards mosquito larvae. and that may work well within your program, because if you have your vegetation that also helps prevent erosion but also kills mosquitoes, that could be the twofer. And so if you'll check with us on our mosquito abatement program, we may be able to have something help you. Which, by the way, Judge, I need to take you for a tour of that, because that's, when you talk about cutting technology, we send our people to the rest of the world to learn about what we are learning here in Harris County on how to use nature to combat mosquitoes.
I'm eager to go. That sounds fascinating. Thank you. That was flood control district. Anything else on flood control? Toll road? There's the item here on the Ship Channel Bridge. Just want to clarify that this isn't increasing the overall cost of the bridge, but it's part of the contingency funding?
It's actually a study being done, and but they're just extending the days on it. So it has nothing to do with the bridge construction. I mean, it does, but not the construction itself.
Budget management?
Any questions?
Just a general question on item G. With the Coalition of the Homeless, Judge, I appreciate your work on this. And as we sort of heard earlier today, there's a lot of challenges around the community. But Bill, at what point, your office got a lot of good data, but at some point, that data, especially as it relates to things like the homelessness, needs to be housed, I would suspect, in some other shop, maybe the public health. So at what point are we able to offload this data that will be housed in your office to someone who's more on the front line of?
They have access to it. They have logins. They can download it. They can use it.
Mm-hmm. But why does it have to be kept at your office?
Because that's the group that puts it all together and creates the layers and has the librarians, and that's the way it is. We also are the ones that hire the interns to put all the data into it.
Okay. All right.
Bill, just to confirm, Daphne has access to the data currently, the Community Services Department?
We've offered it to all the departments.
Yeah, I'd just like to make sure that they do, because I know she's working on the homelessness issue.
Yeah,
and
and
through
the
public
census,
health.
and the
Oh,
census,
Yeah,
census.
It's
good
all
point.
Yeah.
All right, universal services? Public health? Community services? County library? Youth and family services? Constables? Sheriff on page 12, item 11E3, I have a correction here. It says to replace OCDETF strike with the word task. So it reads, an experienced officer to the Houston Task Force for the Cooperative State and Local Task Force. County clerk?
Yes, Judge, on item.
Oh, 1 second.
I'm sorry, we may be, go ahead.
Well, if you're on county clerk, well, if we go back to the sheriff for just a moment, if we could have on the, it's gonna be underneath the budget, underneath purchasing on the Securus contract. And just give me the heads up that I'm gonna have a couple of questions for you when we get to that section. But as we're passing through, I don't want you to leave. And if we're done now with the sheriff, judge, then on the county clerk, I have a issue with item 12B of the county clerk's office. I did try to forward over to them some of the concerns that I have. They're wanting to use, Judge, this entity called Black Sheep. And I think that if we're going to use someone that we approve of, that it needs to be someone that is going to be helpful to all. On their website, Judge, they state that they are activators and activists, that there is their desire to disrupt the status quo. They are weavers of the culture. Here's a quote from their webpage. It says, "It turns out that we do protest so that we can watch the world burn. It's just more about watching it burn together." And Judge, I think that if we're going to be spending taxpayer dollars, that we need to be spending taxpayer dollars to obtain a service that is positive towards trying to do the basic job and not to, not to utilize our departments and the taxpayer dollars for activism and to try to create social and environmental change. Although there may be a place in the county where we do that, it should not be through the clerk's office. If you go to their website, Judge, and we've got copies of pages from their website, you will see that this is an entity that is not interested in just doing the basic services that have been represented to us, but of changing the world and of watching it burn together.
Is there, I know, Robert, there was some sort of.
The only comment I had is we need to amend that slightly to say the agreement with the Black Sheep Agency and Houston Endowment, to clarify the Houston Endowment is providing the funding for this. That may not have been clear previously.
Well,
yes.
The Houston Endowment are friends of the county, and we work with them, and they've
Yes.
done a lot of good stuff. But if any taxpayer dollars, or if we are to be trying to get engaged into the process of watch the world burn and watching it burn together, I'm against that.
Is someone from the clerk's office here to explain what the Black Sheep? Oh, there we go. Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, as I look at their site, it looks like a lot of their focus is they're on 200 campuses around the country. You know, part of this may be, Commissioner, with all due respect, you just may not know how to reach the Gen X audience, whatever, Gen Z audience, whatever that is. But I think maybe the language might, it may be a bit overblown. I haven't seen all that on the site, but it looks like a pretty high-end site for what it's worth. And if the endowment agreed to fund it, they do a pretty good job of vetting these entities when you look at it. But as I look at it, you know.
Actually, let me have that one back. Here's
Unless I'm looking at the wrong site.
I'd love to hear from the county clerk what it is that their services they're providing, why they were selected, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, and, you know, I think they are passionate, and I think they do speak to the younger voter. They are all about being passionate about getting people to vote. Not how to vote, but getting them to vote. So they have done these kind of campaigns before. Again, all nonpartisan. They are a nonpartisan organization. The Houston Endowment is a nonpartisan organization. My understanding.
Really think so?
Excuse me?
You really
What?
think so?
I do, yes. I think they have to be. That's what they're designated.
Okay.
So the understanding is that Houston Endowment will be funding this and making the payments to Black Sheep, not the taxpayers. So they will be providing a branding, I guess, if you will, for the countywide polling place program that we're about to start. Because people, even though all of us have heard it many times, don't understand quite yet what their options are. So I will go ahead, although I was going to wait, and give you a sneak peek of what they are about to release. And this is a poster. It says, "Vote your way." Nothing partisan about that. Nothing, you know, in any way activist or anything. Voting really is just, it's your way, it's your choice. And I think that's what it's trying to get across to people. So this will be a sneak peek of what they will be releasing first. Vote your way, it's your choice, at any one of 700 plus voting locations. Would you like to see it?
Yes.
So when I see it has over 20 million social impressions a month, I don't want to hit this link and turn it on right now, but it's a pretty snazzy site. I think what they're trying to do is appeal to that younger audience, and they're the ones who don't vote.
Correct.
Unfortunately. Do you know much about the firm, the history of them, anything?
I do know a lot, but Roxanne Werner, our Director of Community Relations, has the strongest relationship with them. They are, I would say, under 40 for sure. But they have a knack of being able to reach that younger generation, the millennials.
So when it says the Black Sheep Agency, a cause-driven brand shop focused on amplifying messages and accelerating impact, it looks to me like they're saying they're the black sheep of the industry in that sense. They don't take the conventional way.
I would say
kind of
that's
like the guy that came
true.
up with "Don't Mess with Texas" campaign before GSD and them became the mega entity. I think publicly traded or sold to some British outfit. I can't remember now. But they were kind of ahead of their time.
Right, and I think, they've done business with City of Houston, other nonprofits, on a national level. Yeah.
Okay. Can she tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know them, by the way.
Sure, and I just passed out something we provided to your offices the first time we came here with this proposal. It was back in May, I think it was the 14th, so I know a lot's happened since then, we've all slept, so I just wanted to give the refresher. Commissioner Cagle, you expressed some questions last time, so Tanisha Smith and myself met with your office. We went through the proposal, again, to make sure that we all understood it was nonpartisan, even working with Black Sheep, as Commissioner Ellis is saying there. They do see themselves as a bit of a disruptor, and given kind of the changes of countywide voting, extended voting hours, we want people to feel in a way that this is kind of a new way of thinking about voting, that voting is an empowering act that people can now choose when, where, how they vote. And like Dr. Troutman just said, we're absolutely not telling them how to vote. We even made very specifically, you have to balance the colors red and blue. We can't have too much. But you'll even notice that the poster, wherever that is, it doesn't even look like your typical campaign sign, because we wanted to get away from that as well. We didn't want it to look like anyone's campaign or like a political sign. We wanted it to grab people's attention, let them know it's election season. We hope that this is something we can roll out every time, and that when people start to see these signs, these billboards in their neighborhoods, they can go, oh, it's time for me to go vote.
Am I voting on that sign, or am I voting on a big contract going to these people who are going to come up with other stuff?
Right, so the endowment has graciously granted us this grant to work with Black Sheep and January Advisors as well. And you all did vote in favor of us applying to that grant with this. And so what we're actually kind of talking about now is really executing that contract. And so that will be the endowment providing Black Sheep monies to create a variety of stuff with this. This poster is a example, so it might not come out just like that, but that's the kind of idea of the look and scheme we're going with. And it will be posters and flyers that we can put up in all of your community centers. It will be cards that can be handed out, billboards.
Two things. So the Black Sheep is grant funded by the endowment.
Correct, that's correct.
Okay, and then, we'll discuss whether we like it and like the word disruption, but I do want to put a plug out there for not making activism a dirty word. I don't think there's anything wrong. I consider myself an activist. I'm trying to make positive change, and I think this is empowering. Voting is activism. So I don't have a problem, Commissioner Cagle, for what it's worth, with using the word activism in voting. I think our government is better, our democracy is better when people vote, when people participate, when people volunteer, when folks are involved in civic life. And if they define that participation as activism, so be it. That's how I define it. So that I just want to make that clear, and I think it's beautiful.
Thank you.
Hey, I don't have very good taste as folks who visit my
It's a
office.
good point. I want you to know I'm a senior activist. You know what I mean? And are they based in Houston? I didn't know that.
They are, yes.
And they've been around 7 years. Looks like, do they have 50 employees, or do you know? It just says on this thing, 1 to 50. How large are they?
I would say under 50.
Under
It's
50.
a smaller group.
Okay.
And
And
they
then,
base
did you
with
all
a
pick
lot
them
of-
on endowment?
The endowment has a history of working with them. They also work with a lot of area nonprofits.
So they
like
picked
Baker
them?
Ripley.
The endowment picked them?
It was like,
Yeah. I appreciate the support from the endowment. They've done so much for the
The Houston
county.
Endowment,
Yeah, Houston
they've
Endowment.
worked together before. But I did want to say one thing to Commissioner Cagle. You're not ever going to vote on the design. We'll approve the design. All you're voting on is the contract here today. Yeah.
What I'm trying to figure out, what I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Sword, is the endowment giving the county $200 and something thousand
You know, I'm not familiar with the details in the contract. Okay, so it's going to the county, then the no, okay, so the endowment is paying the money directly to the
Black Sheep.
advertising company, Black Sheep, and then it is a three-party contract in effect with Houston Endowment, Harris County, and Black Sheep Agency. So they are working under the direction and control of the county clerk's office.
Well, I think what's important here is this, so we're basically voting to use the endowments, people, to do this. In other words, the money is not coming to the county. This is a donation of this firm the endowment wants us to use, not giving us a choice. They're saying, this is who we work with, so therefore, we're gonna plant that seed, the endowment seed, in the form of whatever it is. What do they call them, black sheep? So that's basically, we're accepting this from Black Sheep.
You're accepting a donation from Houston Endowment. I don't know exactly how Black Sheep was picked, but that's kind of something the county clerk's
They had a
office-
relationship before.
they
They've worked for them
recommended-
before.
But you don't think it'd be better to you get the money and then actually go out for proposals to see if there's a company better than the Black Sheep?
Well, that would be up to the Houston Endowment.
Huh?
That would be up to Houston Endowment. They're the ones giving the
So in other
money.
words, the Houston Endowment says it's our way or the highway.
Well, one other differential, we did mention this back in May when we were here as well. The Black Sheep Agency is certified as a B Corp corporation, which means that they work exclusively with nonprofit, government entities, and some for-profits that have a significant charitable arm. So they are actually the only local agency that does that kind of work, which is why they fit well within this relationship.
I appreciate the concern to make sure we're doing due diligence on who is going to do work that ultimately is, you know, relates with the work that you do. I assume, Dr. Troutman, that it's your name, of course that will be tied to all of this, so you've done your due diligence and with the county, and
We have.
I'd recommend that we move for a vote
And
on
just,
this.
and
Yes.
Dr. Troutman, if at some point you didn't like the work, you do have the option of saying,
We
we're
do.
terminating. Okay, so at the appropriate time, I would make the, I don't want to be the black sheep of the court, but I'll make the motion to approve it at the appropriate time.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Yes.
And I would just add, that I'll just add that, my only, concern as it is on the census, program and our work on it is that, we ensure, and that'll be entrusted, to you and your staff, Madam Clerk, that, we make sure that whoever we have, black sheep or white sheep, I don't care, that their job, that they are reaching out to the community, and that, whether it be Baker, whether it be, you know, other organizations out there to ensure that we're actively engaging the diversity of Houston, that is most important to me. So I will entrust that will be done on your, by you
We've
and
included
your staff.
Houston in Action in our background and our research, and we'll brief them when we unroll the campaign as well, so they can take it to all of those organizations that are involved. So we are interested.
Commissioner Cagle.
Doctor, there's going to be a whole lot of data that they will be given access to and that they will generate related to this campaign. Who's going to own that data? Will Black Sheep own it, or will we own it? Or will...
We will own it. I mean, once we have their design, we own that design, we own everything that they're giving us.
But I understand there's two components to this. There is the design component, which, you know, I'm okay with this. Not necessarily geared to, as the judge referred to me, as an old man.
No, we don't talk about age at the table. We both stand to lose.
But, you know, it might not be the pretty colors that I would like, to quote Commissioner Garcia from another day. But I don't have a problem with this.
Okay.
But I have a concern with, you know, someone who says that it's their, they want to watch the burn, you know, watch their world burn together. That's a little, not to make a pun, flamethrowerish. And there's gonna be some data component to all of this and some access to some stuff. And so if we're dealing with activists,
Right.
no offense, Judge, but my definition of activist is a little bit slightly different from that one. That we're going to be creating and empowering them to have our data. I just have a little concern with that.
I understand. And do you know all of
And,
the?
and just so everyone knows,
all of-
I'll let you know that I had a problem before
Okay,
today. You're not
okay.
blindsided.
All right. So all of the data that we have and we'll turn over to them from Bob Stein, all of that he did, all of our data that we're giving them is open to, it's open records, it's open to the public. So it's nothing that nobody else can see. There's nothing secretive about it. So,
Is that what you meant by data, Commissioner Cable?
I think that there was some research that they were going to be doing as part of this contract.
Yes.
their research, same thing,
Saying their
whatever
research
they
is gonna be
share
subject
with
to
us.
Open Meetings Act as well?
Of course, yes. We would have it, they would give it to us, so then it would be open to
I mean,
to records.
I don't have a problem with your triad of intelligentsia on the contract.
Well, I do think, at the end of the day, it's,
For Zach to know what I'm referring to, you're going to refer all this for research to Bob Stein, Murray over at University of Houston.
Correct.
And our very own Michael Wynn, and so that's your
Hey,
triad of intelligentsia.
I have the best brain trust working with me possible, because I want all views, I truly do, because I think it's very important.
So let me ask you this question.
It's eye-catching.
This one's okay. I don't have a problem with this one.
Okay.
Do I have, and you said earlier, I don't have a chance to look at what's going to come up next. And there's this old adage about the nose of a camel getting underneath the tent. What protection do I have to make sure that the next one is not going to be a watch the world burn together type?
You have my
placard
word, it will
representing
not
the
be
county?
that. It will be about voting, okay? Right now, we're looking at two parts. This would be the first part. There's another part that's going to come out later. We're doing what we call a teaser. Probably the end of August, we'll come out with social media, signs, placards, all kind of things everywhere with that, the Vote Your Way.
Everything will look like varying degrees of that, and we'll be happy to share, and hopefully you all
Yes,
will share.
yes, we'll
There'll be
share it, for
postcards,
sure.
billboards, but it'll all be that, like, look, feel, and color scheme.
You'll see it before it goes public.
We don't yet, we show within the next week or two.
So you're gonna immediately get them to all of us.
Sure.
Yeah, but you have no draft whatsoever. This is the only thing you have from them.
That is the draft.
No
I have.
other drawings.
We have one in Vietnamese, if you'd like to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do
I
you have the
would.
Vietnamese?
So what you see in front of you really is just a preliminary that we met with Black Sheep to just take a look at what we would like to see. So it's no true draft because there is no true complete landing on it. And this message will simultaneously go for all voters, whether they choose to vote early in person, election day, or by mail. So which each one vote your way, then we'll find different ways to tie the message into every single type of voter it is across Harris County, because we know we have to speak to all voters.
So, my question is, Dr. Judge.
Yes, go ahead.
Is it enough money? I mean, this is a massive, I know this will be the largest jurisdiction in the country to do voting centers. We have a large population in the state of Louisiana. Is this enough money? And with some of the concerns my colleagues have, maybe they will support the effort, whether it's this firm or some other firm. I want to make sure we do it right.
Right. We don't know if it's enough money yet, but it's a good start.
Okay.
And I think it's a good start for the November election. When we get back to the next November election in 2020, we may need to do a rerun, either of this same campaign or something even stronger.
Well, let the endowment know,
We
assuming
will.
this passes, how much we appreciate it, because when it comes to that election, which will be an unprecedented turnout,
Correct.
we could have more issues, and we want to all make sure this works right.
And we
we
do
ought to be
too.
willing to put some of our money up, I will, if
Good.
we have to make sure people know.
Good.
Okay?
Great. Okay,
Thank
let's
you.
go back
I'm
to, we had a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion to
Aye.
approve this?
Aye.
Judge, I'd rather spend my money, or our money, and have control than to not have the control, so I'll be a no. No. Okay.
Aye. Okay.
But I am grateful to the Houston Endowment for wanting to help us, but I'd like to see what it is.
Thank you, Commissioners and Judge.
All right, thank you.
That was the county clerk.
I don't think we should discriminate against the non-progressive voters.
If they want to vote non-progressive, they can vote their way.
Yeah, you go, girl.
You go on.
County attorney.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so this item, I'm on item 13, or 13C on page 13. I see that we have to take that one with the public hearing item on page 27.
That's correct.
Did he want some of the sheriff? I just want to make sure the sheriff's been here all day.
I checked with him.
The sheriff is on the Securus thing.
Securus.
I want to talk to the sheriff.
By the way, welcome back.
Thank you.
And always working hard.
Yes. So, public hearings, we have, the second public hearing is the one that we're, that's relevant to this. So.
What page are you on, Jen?
Page 27 of the agenda. This is a request by the county attorney for a public hearing for approval of a resolution amending the Harris County Property Assess Clean Energy Program under Texas Local Government Code Chapter 399. This public hearing is now open. And we have speakers, we have a speaker, James Cargus, and Lee McCormick on this item. Page 27, item 2 under public hearing.
Your Honor, I have a question as the county engineer whenever the speakers are done.
Just go.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm James Cargus. Good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo and commissioners. I'm here today on behalf of Keeping Pace in Texas. A nonprofit organization has made property assessed clean energy, PACE, financing programs throughout the state of Texas a reality by pushing for the passage of Chapter 399 in 2013. By leading a collaboration of volunteers in creating the PACE in the Box standard agreements, and by facilitating the expert volunteers who created the technical standards manual that you're adopting today. I am also here as a former senior assistant city attorney who had a strong hand in creating and implementing the City of Houston's PACE program in 2016, a program that extends into Houston's ETJ. The Houston program has already facilitated over $25 million in new PACE investment within Harris County. Thank you, thank you, thank you for bringing PACE to every corner of Harris County today. Thank you for adopting Keeping Pace in Texas's statewide technical standards manual. As you know, from an energy guy and in the energy industry, we have seen firsthand how standardization allows for greater competition. Standardization helps companies based in Dallas do business in Harris County. Standardization helps businesses in Harris County with operations across Texas streamline their energy and water efficiency efforts. Standardization will also help avoid confusion between the county and city's PACE programs. And I want to single out Commissioner Ellis and his staff for working very hard to add ethics provisions to what you're voting on today. Thank you very much for that. Now, by adopting verbatim the copyrighted Keeping Pace in Texas Technical Standards Manual, I will assume that Commissioners Court and its administrators will not deviate or amend these standards. I will assume the language in the Lone Star PACE's administrative agreement that says it will publish and comply with the technical standards manual modeled after PACE in the Box really means they'll publish and comply with the exact copyrighted technical standards. Thus, I'm assuming that the adoption of the version 2.1 of the technical standards manual renders meaningless really the phrase modeled after. My assumptions are kind of based on two facts. First, any unilateral change to the Keeping Pace in Texas's technical standards manual means it's no longer the statewide standard. That competition and efficiencies gained by standardization will be lost. Second, unilateral changes to Keeping Pace in Texas's technical standards manual modeled after, that phrase again, the copyrighted material will be a de facto violation of copyright law because now it's a derivative product. So Keeping Pace in Texas applauds Harris County, its judges, commissioners, its staff for working very hard to make today possible. Thank you very much for being able to help out.
Thank you.
Just one.
Commissioner Cagle
Okay.
had a question, and then Commissioner Ellis.
Oh, well, did we have another speaker?
Oh, okay, so you're waiting until the speakers are done?
I just want to ask, the first one. Has the copyright issue been worked out? I'm told that it has been. I just asked the county attorney.
It has.
Okay.
The Harris County can use the copyrighted standards, but I'm just saying
That was the
that
holdup before.
as long as you don't change them.
Hmm?
As long as you don't change the
Okay,
standards,
correct.
yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners. Lee McCormick with Lone Star PACE. We are the current program administrator for the county's Property Assessed Clean Energy Program here in Harris County. We'd just like to be here today to let you know that we do support this resolution amending the program report for the Property Assessed Clean Energy Program. We do actually appreciate the KPT technical standards that are currently included in this report, this version that the county is codifying right now with this resolution, and just want to make ourselves available to answer any questions. Thank you.
John, have you reviewed all of this?
No, I haven't reviewed the technical standards, but they are the state adopted technical standards. And I've seen them in the past, and they seemed well laid out for the kind of projects that will be undertaken.
If we, I guess this is to Robert now, if we approve this today, this is, I know, public hearing, but when do we vote on all of this?
Oh, I'll have to ask Douglas Ray about that, but I believe you vote on it today. Go ahead, Doug.
Yes, Commissioner, there's actually two items on the agenda. There's the public hearing item, and then there's the item in Section 13 of the agenda under the county attorney section, which would be an actual vote to adopt the modifications to the program.
Is it appropriate for us to say that we vote in support of it, subject to review by the county engineer, and just have them double check it? And then once we get the blessing from the county engineer, then it's done?
It's appropriate from a procedural viewpoint. I don't know if there's any urgency to get them adopted sooner. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I think that the program has some projects out there that they want to move along. I think that if you can approve it subject to his review, as long as we don't have to bring it back and vote on it again, I think that would work just fine.
I don't think we need to do that because they are state standards, but I would like to have our county engineer take a peek at them. And so I would move that we adopt it subject to review by the county engineer. If the county engineer approves it, then we're done and doesn't need to come back.
John, are you okay with that? Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure you can do it within, I don't want to delay these projects any, so if you do it in a couple of days.
We can have it done by the end of the week.
So I'm all right with that friendly amendment, provided it's by the end of the week.
And the legal issues have been addressed.
The legal issue's already been addressed.
That's correct.
Okay.
Because this was held up before.
Any other speakers for this public hearing? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. We have to do a motion on your item or on the hearing?
On the, well, it'd be both at the same time.
Okay.
Do a motion on the item, and that will take care of the hearing.
All right,
And
so
Your
we'll go
Honor,
back to, yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve, subject to review by the county engineer, with the instruction of the county engineer to either approve or to not approve before the end of this week.
Is that sufficient with all the
Yes.
stuff you need?
It is.
Okay.
All right.
Second.
A motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, Commissioner Reddick was a second. Oh, Commissioner Garcia was a second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Robert, can you go over just briefly this authorization, item D on page 13, comments to TCEQ?
Oh, actually Sarah Utley, who's manager of our environmental section, can do a better job than I can. If Sarah, she should be close by.
And I appreciate how quickly you guys submitted the complaint and for injunctive relief on
The Exxon.
Exxon,
Thank
yes.
you.
I'm sorry, coming to the front, I missed the question.
I just was hoping you could go over briefly this item D, where you guys are providing comments to TCEQ. What are the concerns exactly that we have right now?
It would be the Valero case.
So, Valero has applied to renew their Title V permit before the TCEQ. Essentially, what a Title V permit does is it puts a bow around all of TCEQ's air authorizations for a particular site. So it will take all of the facilities permits by rule, all of the specific permits that authorize particular emissions for a particular unit, and put it all in one permit that makes it easier for the regulators and the public to know and understand what emissions and permits apply to a particular facility. And on top of that, it puts additional monitoring and recording and reporting requirements to the state and to the EPA, such as having to certify that they've met their emission limits in a year, that type of information. The concern is that there are some permits that the facility is operating under that the Title V permit, as it's currently drafted, doesn't lay out. We are still in the process of reviewing some of the applications, and our comments will more than likely grow. We also found out that the draft notice that the TCEQ and Valero sent out for the public comment meeting on August 27th, that the Spanish notice that went out had the wrong date listed, that it actually has a February 2019 date. And so the state is in the process, as I understand it, of correcting that notice. But one of the comments we will also submit is that there was not adequate legal notice, which as required, you have to have Spanish and English in the notice. So those are the types of things that we are looking at.
Do we have specific environmental concerns, or it seems like just a technical
It's
deal
more
about
about, this particular permit is more of an operational permit. The permits that it's kind of putting the bow around, those are the ones that where there's a challenge to, should we have a lower emission limit for this particular unit for, say, benzene? This is just about adding clarity to what all emission limits, what all permits apply to this facility, what units does it cover, and what type of reporting has to be done, and what types of compliance action items somebody has to do in order to comply with those permits.
Judge, thank you. And thank you for your comments on this. I want to be clear, approving this, this permit does not give Valero any opportunity to inadvertently enhance its level of emissions release?
No, sir, this is not about the underlying emission limit. It's just about.
There's no backdoor to this process that we authorize. No, we're not going to find out later that they now have an enhanced ability to release because we authorize them for this particular permit.
That would be a different type of permit
Okay.
that they would try to do that under.
Right.
And so the comments you guys are hoping to submit is just to say to TCEQ, hey, we think you ought to think about including these other permits under your bow, as you put it.
So, like, here's a good example. In addition to sometimes what y'all see when you see the permit notices from TCEQ come, you'll see like a new source review permit. Those permits have a very extensive comment period as well, where people can challenge maybe the modeling or what they think an emission limit is going to be. That's one of the permits that goes in the bow. But there are some other authorizations out there that these facilities operate under that are more like a permit by rule, where the facilities kind of operate under them, but they're not subject to the same notice requirements. Mm-hmm. So one of the concerns that we have is that in the Title V permit, they've referenced some of these permits by rule, but it's not very clear what unit they are talking about when they say they operate under a permit by rule, and how many emissions they're saying that they're authorized under that permit by rule.
Yeah.
So that's an example of a place where we would like the Title V permit to lay out a little more information.
Great, thank you for explaining that. I just wanted to be clear.
Thank you.
But I know you guys are being as aggressive and smart as you can be to responsibly protect our community.
And we're working with pollution control to continue to review the permit application, so we'll be working with your staff to submit more detailed comments.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, anything else on county attorney? District attorney? District courts? Travel and training? Grants, I have a correction on page 16, item 17B. That we need to strike the words "the" and "office," so it says requests by Veterans Services for authorization to accept from, et cetera, et cetera.
Judge, very
Yes.
briefly, going back to 17A1, I do want to highlight that there is an agreement with the Texas Health and Human Services for grants, $8.5 million with no required match. And this goes to assist in that area that we were discussing earlier, which goes to our victims of crime. And so I applaud our getting the grants and that we're working towards that direction, but we need to do more.
Thank you. All right, oh, I know Commissioner Garcia, do we need to stop on item J?
Yes. Judge, thank you. And as I've introduced in the past and recognized that we have Anthony Zuniga, who is continuing his work as commissioner for a day. But I just want to appreciate him because he's been doing his work as commissioner for a day for more days than one day. And so I just want to remind folks that Anthony Zuniga is valedictorian from Raul Izaguirre High School. He is an incoming freshman at Texas A&M University, class of 23. He will be going in as a math major, intended to be going to the School of Engineering, but at this point, he will start his career as an Aggie, as a math major. And career path is to be a teacher in mathematics or potentially go into medical school. And for that purposes, I'd want to ask if there are no objections from the court, my colleagues, I'd like to ask or reintroduce Anthony Zuniga and allow him to take my seat at the table to brief the court on a particular item, item J, and then I will resume my post when he concludes. There's no objections? Mr. Zuniga, Commissioner?
Can he stay for more?
Thank you, Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners. I would like to thank Commissioner Adrian Garcia for the opportunity to join you all today at Commissioner's Court as Precinct 2 Commissioner for a day. It truly has been an honor and an experience that I would cherish for years to come. Judge, the purpose of this grant is to reduce emissions. The proposal will retire 5 15-year-old large shuttle buses and replace them with lower emissions buses. The total cost for the 5 buses is $649,975, with a discretionary match of $250,000. The Sheriff's Office came to court on June 4th, 2019, and submitted an application to replace 2 buses. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. That is a wonderful initiative, and it's good to share the table with you. Commissioner for a day.
Your Honor,
Congratulations. Yes.
Wait. Commissioner. Since you're going to one of the co-champion of the Southwestern schools, I went to another one of the co-championship of the Southwestern co-reigning, which is a little small school off the South Main. This is what you need to learn as you go off to school. Secant, tangent, cosine, sine, 3.14159. Compass, slide rule, BTU, all for the rice owls. Hold up your shoe. Thank you. Now, you could probably change that, and you can impress your math major friends.
That's all you gotta know.
You're well equipped.
Good luck to you. Come back and see us.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Zuniga. And so, Judge, that is the item that we're presenting.
Great, thank you. All right, Let's move on to fiscal services and purchasing.
Judge, I have no changes. I think Commissioner had a question about it.
All right.
18. Page 23, item C. Your Honor, if I could,
What page?
23. Is that the secure side of?
yes. Judge, I don't have to take lead on that, but I do want to discuss it.
I know we had several questions last time, and I believe the sheriff and the purchasing were gonna revise it and come back.
Correct. What we did, Judge, is I discussed it with the sheriff, and we came back with an option to meet what Commissioner Ellis had originally asked for, was a reduction in the cost of the phone calls to 18 cents per minute. That would also allow the sheriff to begin this process of seeing how this would affect his volume of calls that we're going through. After the 6 months, he'll evaluate that, bring it back to us. This removed everything else that we had originally proposed in there to extend the contract. It runs through the normal term, which is currently in place now, and then we would discuss future rebidding the project.
I have a couple questions just so I'm clear.
Yes.
So, first, there was an issue with surcharges that came up
Those
last
are all,
time.
I'm sorry, I didn't address that. Those have been eliminated. It's a flat 18 cents.
Yeah.
Straight across, you fund the the account, it's 18 cents per minute.
Then there was the issue of the flexibility of the contract where we were extending it to 2024, but how are we gonna be able to come back and make?
We're not doing it at this point. This is still the current term. All we're doing now is reducing the cost down to 18 cents at a flat rate.
Yeah.
To give the sheriff time to evaluate the call volumes, to do that gradually over the next year and a half.
And then there was the 8-cent bit.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get it. Your staff did a good job working, mine and the sheriff's. But I thought it was, we're gonna go down to the 18 cents. And then we'll go down a bit lower, assuming it goes well, and then go down to free.
Yeah, we went from 18 to 6, and then at that point at 6, if we want to go to free, if we can do that, we'll negotiate that back into the whole process.
So this will go from 18 and then down to 6?
Yes, sir.
And this no longer extends this contract?
This is just currently
So
what
that
the
means
current term is.
you've got them to do it on this contract?
Right.
Which will cost us a lot of money to cancel.
Right.
But in this contract, they're gonna do it without all of that other stuff.
Yes,
so
so
they
we've eliminated all
get
the
it
other
back
stuff.
somehow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the concern is, can the sheriff's office still provide, correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff, basically, does this work for you is my question.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Yes, we worked with Dwight. We have a good working relationship. Our concern was simply to be able to have an opportunity to work through this and assess the impacts to our operation. Each cell block can house between 24 to 48 inmates, and we only have 4 phones there. So the problem is if we drop from the current cost down to, let's say, 0, then all of a sudden we could have an operations issue, because then somebody could just be using the phone indefinitely. And we want to be fair, but at the same time, we want to be practical. I know Rikers Island in New York also went down in their prices, but we hadn't seen the impacts on their operation. I was waiting to hear from that. I think your team has some of that data. But we felt that a practical step would be to go down. You know, that was under discussions with Commissioner Ellis after June 25th, when this body voted to renegotiate those rates. And so we determined we had a path forward. I know that there's still some, perhaps some interest in rebidding this at some point with a new contract, and that's not off the table. That could still be done in the future. But under this contract, I think Dwight's done a good job. We wanted to just see what the impacts would be operationally. At the same time, it goes down significantly from current costs, so we think this is a win-win for everybody right now. So we could catch our breath, assess what the impacts are. We got to keep in mind as well that Securus, yes, has been in place for a long time, but they've also been a good partner in the sense that they've built out all the infrastructure. So all the infrastructure inside to make these calls falls under Securus investment that they've made. This is not a revenue generator for us per se. It's a policy decision for the county, so we leave that, you know, at your discretion. We were also contemplating using tablets that they were going to provide, because it's kind of a forward-thinking opportunity that would provide, you know, podcasts, classes, different things like that, limited information, even phone calls. So that would help the limitations that we have with only 4 phones per cell block. But we pause that for now until this court kind of gives some direction how soon they want to maybe rebid this, and we didn't want to get much deeper with under this current contract, even though we understood that this was not going to create any leverage against us per se. But we figured we'd at least pause, let this go into effect, and then we could come back to court if we need a change.
I want to thank you, Sheriff. Obviously, the White's folk did a good job, and our staff worked very well together. And I thought it was a reasonable concern on your part, since this is new for New York, San Francisco, and what's the other large jurisdiction?
I can't think of the other one, but it's happening across the nation.
I think Cook did it yet.
I know the state's doing it as well.
Yeah. But, so look, I thought it was reasonable, and I still think I think we can get to zero under Securus after an amount of time, because when they get ready, you can tell them when they get ready to rebid it, it'd be interesting if they could say, we got it there, because whoever else comes in,
At the meeting.
I will be asking, can they get it there? But we want to make sure it works well. And I'm going to go to Rikers. Judge, I think you went. Well, I just actually I'm going back to Rikers. But I was out to Innocence Project. I wasn't in. But I'm going to go and look, I think it's in September, October. And if I see a window in there, I would go look in San Francisco. I don't know. I know we're going to be at there's something out in Washington State I may go to. Maybe I'll try to stop by, see how it's going. Are we their largest contract? Or is Rikers larger than? Rikers would be
Rikers.
larger than.
Yeah, Rikers, the whole state.
They have Chicago, they have Cook as well,
There's a couple of them.
and
I have
LA.
to check the largest one, but they have several large contracts.
But there's not much larger than us, so it's a small group.
Okay.
Well, thank you for being so creative and thoughtful on this, yes.
My concern was to make sure that your operational safety would be there. If you got 40 people all wanting to use 4 phones, I want to make sure that your guards that are in the situation are going to be safe and that we don't have crises. And that's why I wanted to make sure that you were here to talk to us directly on this. Are you comfortable that operationally we're not going to put any of our inmates in jeopardy in terms of those circumstances, and none of our employees in jeopardy with these modifications? Is everyone going to stay safe?
Yes, we're very comfortable with these modifications. We've been talking closely within our team, with Dwight's team as well. We feel that operationally we can handle this. It gives us kind of a step down to catch our breath and not go straight to zero or something smaller that we can still manage. There are some controls we could place right now that we could transition to, but we still have situations where an inmate could sell their SPIN number or their call time to others. So those things do happen, and so we constantly have to be staying on top of those things. But we think this is a fair process. I want to thank Commissioner Ellis for also bringing us to the table with Dwight and others so we could talk about this. I think we want to make sure that we are fair, but at the same time that we're practical. You know, we have an operation to run. We want everybody to have access to the free world. But at the same time, you know, we have to make sure that we worry about the internal operations first. So we thank you for waiting for our feedback on it.
Judge, I should have mentioned Drew Wiley, who spoke earlier, was the person who came here and spoke for Commissioner's Court, which is why we did it. I mean, he came and spoke and raised the issue, and that's why we put together a working group to get to move.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner.
Sheriff, just want to thank you. Appreciate your folks in helping us look at this item and make sure we're thinking through it, make sure there's no disruption to your operations. But your folks are always very responsive when we're working through these particular issues, so just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, I guess at some point, again, if this court decides to, you know, rebid this or go out into the marketplace, we understand that. I think it's been in place for a little over 10 years, maybe, that we keep in mind a transition phase for that, so that it starts way in advance and allows ample time for purchasing to be able to ramp that up, because there would be a transition not only in vendors, but in the infrastructure that's in place, that there'd be some type of buyout or transition or new technology coming in with ample time, because we wouldn't want anybody in there to be without any kind of service.
Yep.
That, again, it's not our infrastructure.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you.
But how long will it take? When will they flip the switch?
We originally talked about September 1st, but we can push it as soon as we can.
Just make sure you're ready.
Yes,
At least
sir.
I'd like to
Originally,
know,
the last
and let the
proposal
Wiley guy know.
2
when
weeks
they-
ago was September 1st.
Okay.
Yes, sir. and we'll push it as soon as we can to make sure your procedures are.
You may say how long they did it before de Blasio, when they announced it in New York or in San Francisco. Get it done right. If it's October 1st, just make sure it works.
I think the flipping the switch part's not as much. We just need to make sure that everyone's on board on both sides, so Sheriff, so.
Yeah, because I really don't know the New York operation. Their footprint may be way different than ours, and their phone setups are maybe different. Ours, I know that we have between 24 and 48 inmates per cell block. It varies, but there's only 4 phones in there. So, I mean, that is concerned in terms of, inmate control and things like that, to make sure that there's equity amongst the phone usage as well, because if it's just free, why should somebody get off and not be able to stay there indefinitely? And then you're having somebody have to go, end the phone call and that type of thing. And we just want to be prepared that we're ramped up to this.
I think Senator Whitmire did it with the state, so I'm assuming you all will check with them and see what issues they've had. It's not apples to apples, on it.
Yeah, it's probably not apple to apple, and that's an entire system. We're more condensed. Our design is not, in the modern world, we would not have designed the facilities the way we have them now. But, again, this is not to say we can't get there. We just think a little bit of a phase-in approach so we could see the impacts, allows us to better manage it, and still allows the flexibility to, again, go into the marketplace, look at another reduction as well in short order, but it allows us to phase something in to make sure it's manageable for us. Because at the end of the day, my staff is a primary concern of mine. Obviously, the inmates also being able to have fairness, but at the same time, making sure our staff can control and manage that.
I'm gonna hook you on the phone with Senator Whitmire, because he's giving me a hard time about it. Okay. We delayed it a couple of weeks ago.
All right, any other questions? Okay, let's take a vote on this then. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. All right, so that was,
That was page 23, items
or
14C.
Yeah. All right, now let's move to Commissioner's Court. I don't have any items under my name today. Commissioner Precinct 1.
So, Judge, the only item that I have is the lobby registration and blackout period request. So previously, when we passed the item, we put together a working group to explore options to create an ethics policy for mandatory lobby registration and blackout period on donations from companies seeking a county contract. And I know that's been coming together, and I think when Montgomery County did it, I think at the table, we thought that they did it after they got legislative authority. And I think as it turns out, they did it before.
Correct.
And you all are finding out how it worked. Maybe it didn't work as well.
Well, and, I mean, according to what they're telling us, they didn't do much of anything until they did get legislative authority. They did adopt this code of ethics. Doug may know the number of actual registered lobbyists, but it's in the neighborhood of 6 or so. And overall, it just wasn't enforced. Now, they do have legislative authority, so they may take a different approach.
What was the other county? It
El
was
Paso County.
So, and they did it before they got legislative authority. Was their experience?
I think Doug may need to correct me, but I believe El Paso County actually has had legislative authority for a number of years now.
And Doug, and did they do it before they got authority?
Yeah, the Montgomery County did it similar to the way we did it. They adopted a program which was basically a voluntary program. El Paso had the statutory authority. I discovered when I first looked at this in 2009, they had it before that, and they had their ethics commission set up pursuant to that statutory authority, which was specific only to El Paso County. Montgomery County set up a system just like ours with a voluntary registration system, and yes, there were only 6 people that registered under it. We have 3 people registered under our program, and 3 of the people registered here were also registered there. So,
They're still registered?
as far as I know. Then they were preparing as of September 1st to adopt an enforceable program because the statute had been changed during the last legislature to include Montgomery County as one of the counties that could have an ethics commission.
So you all are looking at what we can do, if any lessons learned. I think you're going to meet with the county attorney from
I think the key provision would be to get statutory authority to adopt the ethics commission the same as El Paso and Montgomery
And the
County.
reason I want to do this now is because if they have a special session, I think I had broad language in the legislative package before, but nobody put in a bill. I assume I was there when
There-
Montgomery County got it.
There was a bill that would allow all counties to adopt it, and a number of counties objected to it, so they started just
So we
making
want
it
a bracket.
specific, just to, the brackets were so fine, I think only 2 additional counties were authorized to do it at this point.
So you all are working the language to bracket it just for us.
Yeah, it'd be easy to do. We just say any county in excess of 4 million people and apply only to Harris County.
Okay, and so that's my motion to request for approval for the county to seek statutory authority to enforce county ethics matters, including registration of persons lobbying the county, and seek statutory authority to enforce blackout periods for campaign contributions.
Second.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to thank my colleague for bringing back something that Judge Emmett tried to do back in 2009. County Attorney's Office at that time pretty much shut down the whole effort because it was not authorized underneath state law. I would encourage you, Commissioner Ellis, to visit with Ed to kind of see where some of his traps were. I know that the basic gist of this is to run it through the legislature and try to add it on that side. And so I'd just like to say thank you for bringing back a bit of the past that we made a run at, but did not get passed in those days, and so I appreciate it.
So, Commissioner, I know when Robert Eccles was here, I guess I served with him in the legislature for a couple of years before he came here. And he made a big push for it, but they were asking for a statewide bill. And I was in the Senate when Judge Emmett called for it. I don't remember much more than the public pronouncement. So I think by doing it now, bracketing it just for Harris County, clearly making it known we want it as a top legislative priority, even if there's a special session. So El Paso got it in 2004. I don't remember it, but I was there. And Montgomery County did it in 2017. January 24th, 2017, that's interesting. They got that out of there. They got that out pretty quick. If that's was that, yeah, January 24th, that was the beginning of the session. They got that out pretty quick. So that's the motion. And I think if we all, with our legislative acumen, and we asking somebody just bracket it for us, to give us the authority to do everything the city of Houston does, I think we can get it passed.
Is there no way, I mean, so this is a great idea, and I'm glad to put it as a priority for the legislative session. In the meantime, is there no way to say, you know, we have these policies and anybody who is in violation of them loses points in the procurement process, is something like that?
It'd be difficult to go that far, but we have, at Commissioner Ellis' suggestion, you know, convened a work group. Scott Lamont from our office will be heading that up from our
Somebody
office.
from each of our offices.
And with
Right.
members from each office to talk through these things to see if the county can't do more based on the current procedures.
Well, thank you,
We are
Commissioner
always
Ellis, for
looking.
bringing this
Right.
forth and
Yeah,
organizing that.
because Judge, I think, I'm just guessing, if it's public, you know, I think all of us, particularly on lobby registration, you know, rarely do we know who we're talking to. But at least I want them to, you know, there are things they can look at, like whether or not we require all of the departments. I guess we could do that, to have people sign in if they don't do it now, or in our offices, if they come in to have a meeting, and that's listed somewhere in public. But I guess you all explore those things.
We'll look at that,
Yeah.
sure.
Usually there's a reluctance to give statewide ordinance-making power to counties. And I mean, I see the error of my ways in regard to that now, but when I was there, if somebody came in and said, you want to give all 254 counties in Texas the ability to regulate some things, I didn't feel too good about it. I'm not too sure I'd feel that good about some of my colleagues around the state, even now. So if you really want some passed, which is what El Paso and Montgomery County did, even on getting a public defender's office, as an example, in El Paso, it was bracketed just for them.
Great. Do we have a motion?
So,
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, Doug. Commissioner Precinct 2?
Thank you, Judge. Got a couple items, and It's interesting that we had a couple of artists today, Luis Gonzalez in particular. Item 3 of my agenda, because we've already approved the others, or gone through the others, is to execute a MOU between the Greater Northside Management District and Art Uniti to provide a steel sculpture display at the Leonel Castillo Empowerment Center, and authorization to accept from Tammy, let me make sure I try to get this right, Moscioni and Nicola Parente, the donation of a civic art sculpture. It's a beautiful piece. We were joking as we were having the conversation about I-45 expansion, is that it's going to be a piece that will sort of embrace the city skyline, but if I-45 expansion goes in place, we'll lose the skyline. But nonetheless, it's a beautiful piece of work that we'll be accepting. And then also excited that Baird Station is getting yet another enhancement, and that is with the acceptance of a scoreboard by the Dragons Youth Development Association, Dwight Judge, for the Riley Chambers Park football field. They're very, very excited. They've long asked for an air conditioner for the clubhouse. We finally got that done for them. They've been asking for years, and with no support or attention to that. So I'm excited that we got the air conditioning done. We're getting the scoreboard in place, and we've got yet more other amenities going in specifically to this particular park area. But we're doing a lot in Barrett Station, for which I'm very excited for.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Precinct 3?
Motion.
Commissioner Precinct 4?
Motion.
Miscellaneous on, yes.
Judge. Was that it? Okay, no, send us up.
Emergency supplemental items. I know we probably need to stop on items 4 and 5, unless there's something else. So I'll just say, you know, from my understanding, the official position of the county that we submitted to the judge is we've settled this, but I'm happy if my colleagues want to exercise their First Amendment rights.
Was there some discussion? I had a few questions.
Do what?
I had a few questions on you all's First Amendment right. Could you just walk me through what the request is, just make sure I understand it?
Well, I read the transcript from Judge Rosenthal, and in her statements that she made that were made part of the record, she indicated, and I'm on top of the transcript just a few moments ago, that she'd like to hear potentially from those who might object to her order. And so I would like to have the opportunity to be able to obtain legal counsel and to present the objections to those portions of the order, which y'all have heard some of my objections here, in a legal written format. And so this would come out of the Precinct 4 budget, but I would like to be able to have, you know, to be able to appoint, prepare and file on behalf of us an amici brief concerning the settlement, which I think was invited by Judge Rosenthal from her comments that she made in the hearing.
And that's from your office?
That would be from my office.
And then would you and Commissioner Raddick be doing it jointly, or would that be a separate one? Just curious.
Mine's really separate.
It'll be separate? Okay.
I mean, I'd like to read what he files, but I mean, I've read what our other attorneys have filed. I mean, there's nothing that would keep us from talking to each other, or our attorneys from talking to each other, nor would it keep them from talking to the county attorney, or from talking to anyone else in the process.
Could
Or
they
from
talk to
talking
me?
to your attorney.
Would they like to talk to me?
They might.
Okay. So If I might ask the legal department, any concerns on the legal department's side?
No, I mean, historically, we've allowed individual office holders to have attorneys to represent them when their point of view may be different from that of the county.
Does the county usually pay for those attorneys?
They have in the past, yes. In effect, that's what was happening when the judges had their own attorneys, the Commissioners Court had their attorneys on the early stages of this bail bond litigation.
Do you know of an instance in which an attorney has been retained with county funds for a member of the Commissioners Court?
I'm not aware of any, but could be it's just not been requested. Now, also by tradition, the county attorney will provide representation in those cases also. We did it for Darrell Jordan, and we did it for the sheriff, and still did it for the sheriff prior to January, and still provide representation to the sheriff on the O'Donnell case. That's just the nature of divided government, of all these independent elected officials. They may have different points of view.
So, and just in terms of clarification, I know that Judge Jordan, when his position was counter to the majority Commissioners Court, wanted to retain an attorney and was not given permission to do that.
Correct. The county attorney provided representation. When he requested paid representation, that was just not going to go anywhere, frankly. So we worked with Judge Jordan to find a volunteer attorney on that particular situation.
I just wanted to, I support the First Amendment. In fact, I brought this up, and I just want to quote something from the record. This is your comment, Commissioner Cagle, in response to me filing, having an amicus filed on my behalf and NAACP Legal Defense Fund regarding bail reform. Commissioner Ellis, you've been a commissioner for 3 months, and the way you're trying to bring about reform in an area to where we had allowed and we trusted Commissioner Lee to be our vanguard in this area. We have pretrial release programs. We have other things that he was an innovator for in this region. And the way you're going about helping us serve our populations that we all care about is by joining a lawsuit and not sitting in that chair as a commissioner to bring about better ideas how to build a better mousetrap. And I want you to know I'm calling upon you to put on your commissioner hat. It's much more eloquent, maybe a little pounding on the desk. Not your lawyer hat, not your senator hat, but your commissioner hat. And that's my comment. And help us do a better job where we can, because folks need to be served. And if I couldn't find the record on it, but I think that Commissioner Raddick at the time said it was unprecedented. And I recall a discussion about trying to put me out of executive session. I think there was some confusion as to whether or not I filed the amicus meant joining the lawsuit. And I pointed out I was exercising my First Amendment right, which basically says we have the right to say what's not right. But I'm glad we all worked that out. I think I might have, in a moment of anger, thought about retaining a lawyer I'd pay for, Mr. Barry Scheck, and getting him to sue you all. He tried to put me out of the room, but I'm so glad that worked out. And I prepared a little red hammer in case you all had locked me out of the door, and I was going to be there tapping on that door with a little red hammer. But I support your First Amendment right, and I may opt to use it at some point myself with my money from Precinct 1. But thank you.
All right, so
Pass
do
it
we
over
have
to you.
a,
I signed it with my signature just to remind you what you said. It was so eloquent back then.
do we have a motion on these items? I think we have to take them together.
I move to approve item number 4 under supplemental.
I'll second.
Can we take with item number 5? 4 and 5, all right.
Yes, 4 and 5?
I'll
Yeah.
second them both.
All right.
Number 4 and 5 under supplemental.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Somebody
All
second.
right, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Second.
it was a motion, Commissioner
Proudly
Raddick.
second.
Proudly seconded by
In honor
Commissioner.
of the First Amendment and my colleagues.
Thank you.
And Judge, before we go on, I
Yes.
do want to go back to item 1 of precinct 4. And I don't know if Bruce High is here, is still here. Page
26.
26, which is E1. Well, I'm sure he's making his way. I hope he's making his way.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
All right.
Well, he's making his way. You know, the county has a system called VINE, which is
Call what?
VINE, Victims Information Network, I think is what it stands for. Effectively, it is to make sure that crime victims are alerted when their aggressors are being released from the county jail. That way they can make sure to, number one, know, because in years past, when folks have been allowed to be released out of the county jail, and sometimes they live in the same neighborhood, and then victims were shocked to see the person that they had reported to be running around in the neighborhood, unknowing that they had made bond, or they'd been bonded out, or their time had been served. And so we have depended on the VINE system for a number of years to be a principal system to inform crime victims of their aggressors being released in the county. I am concerned that the VINE system has been down. And I want to find out what the status of this is.
They told me he's gonna be a few minutes, so
Okay.
I propose we take this,
Okay.
the public hearing. Once he comes back, we can circle back to this
Wonderful.
question about the VINE system.
Fine. Yep.
So let's move on to public hearings. We have one more recommendation by the Office of the County Engineer for a public hearing for approval of a revision to the subdivision plat entitled Ricardo and Eloisa Place in Precinct 2. The public hearing is now open, and we have some speakers. Melody Fontina, apologies if I mispronounced that. Oh, no. Pamela Norman, and Fred Barrett. And Pelton Barrett.
I'm sorry you had to spend your day here.
Oh, that's okay. It's an experience. I'd like to first of all say.
One second, please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Okay. My name is Melody Fontenot. Good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo, commissioners, and administrators of the court. I'm a very active resident and leader in my community of Barrett Station. The Barrett Management District is among the key local boards on which I serve. In the interest of preserving our community's history, geographical identity, and ever-challenging efforts to beautify and make it a place where people want to live, I ask that the court consider the negative impact that would happen in all of these areas if continuous approvals on the renaming of plats and/or tracts of land in the historical town of Barrett is allowed. Commissioner Garcia, imagine Googling Barrett, and I apologize that I did not print out a copy of that map of our little community. But today you see a number of its subdivisions. St. Charles Place, which is this Barrett Settlement, Dreamland, oh, I see there's a map going around. Dreamland 1 and 2, Arcadian Gardens and Vision Estates. Fast forward 10, 20, 15, 20 years, and many, or worse yet, all of these subdivisions have disappeared, leaving little indication as to the community's actual history. Let me be clear. Many of the residents of Barrett that have expressed their concerns to me regarding the Ricardo and Eloisa's requests to name their property have no issues with their platting or replatting of their property. However, the actual naming and/or renaming of property that is located in already named and historical subdivisions that I've just named that have existed in the community of Barrett for more than 100 years is arguable per the example I just gave. Located just 15 minutes east of downtown, our little town's sudden boom in population and popularity over the past few years has come with a number of growing pains. For instance, regulations regarding housing standards, grossly substandard trailers that are being brought into our unincorporated town literally overnight, educational language barriers in our school and community, lack of regulations regarding use of land, and so on. On behalf of my constituents, I ask the court to not set a precedent of approving the naming of platted property in the community of Barrett until such organizations and entities as our local
Ms. Fontenot, do you have a few more remarks you want to make?
almost done.
Sure.
I ask that the court to not consider approving the naming of platted property in the community of Barrett until such organization and entities as our local MUD district and management district have been given at least 18 months to 3 years to understand and study what measures need to be put in place to manage these new challenges. Give our local governing organizations time to meet with the various departments in Harris County and ensure that we are in sync with the standards and guidelines the county uses to manage like issues. While Ricardo and Ella Luis's request to name their property may seem uneventful to some, the allowing of this request has much bigger implications, as I stated earlier. Finally, I am a great-great-granddaughter of Simon Barrett, father of Barrett's founding family. Between myself and my branch of Barrett family members, we own more than 50 acres of land in Barrett. To my knowledge, not one of those acres of land is named after a particular individual and their family. They are all unnamed tracts of land located in either the Barrett Settlement or Acadian Garden subdivisions. With this, I'd like to ask the question, why is it necessary for the Ricardo and Eloisa's place to name their property? Why not just have it platted, as the norm has been from the existence of Barrett, Texas, Barrett Station, Barrett Settlement, for over 140 years? Thank you so much for your time.
Ms. Fontenot, before you step away, first of all, thank you and thank the rest of the guests that are going to be here to speak on this issue. As I mentioned earlier, we're doing a lot in Barrett because I know that Barrett has been long neglected in terms of preserving your history specifically. And we've got a lot of strategies that we're working to put in place. But I hear precisely what you're saying on this particular item, and I want to find out from either the county attorney's office or the engineer's office, what authority does the county have to prevent these plat renamings? I mean, is this just a matter of transaction, or what's the history on this particular item? And because we voted on several others throughout the county, but do we have an authority or a place to stop this from happening?
Simple answer is no. Commissioner Ellis said it well before. The county just simply does not have ordinance-making power. So county authority in regards to plats are very limited and very restricted. And basically the law says if the plat meets all the requirements of the statute, then it has to be permitted. And it's just unfortunate these are one of those areas. I think it's outside extraterritorial jurisdiction. It's one of those small areas in Harris County that has no municipal government. City of Houston doesn't extend there. So you end up with a requirement that if the plat comes in, it has to be approved. And John can speak to this history of naming conventions on these small tracts of property.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
They have to be named, be able to file for record. And this isn't the first one in St. Charles Place that's been replatted. I don't remember the name. So this does happen. We are working with the county attorney when we come back in November with county planning criteria to see if we can adopt a name sequencing similar to the city of Houston. Not sure if we legally can. That's something that their attorneys are looking at.
Is it an ETJ of anybody?
No, sir. It's one of the few areas there's no ETJ.
Commissioner Ellis?
So this is separate from the issue I called you about this morning?
That's correct, but we would put it in at the same time.
Because he's coming back with an agenda item to let us put some requirements on areas in the unincorporated part of the county that may be in the city's ETJ. Maybe if that passes, it could be added to that. But now, how much land is this, these plats? How large, it's said, but I forgot. How large
It's
extract?
0.2, it's probably 2,500 square foot. What they did was, there was one of the original lots in Barrett Station that's been cut in half, and they renamed that half of the lot.
Could they incorporate?
No.
No, it's not
Can
unincorporated.
Could they incorporate?
Oh, they could incorporate.
How long would it take them to
Create
do
their own
that?
city?
We'd need to look at that. We could certainly work with them and the county attorney's office to explore that. The problem is they're asking for, and rightfully so, they've got management districts. They want greater authority, but in unincorporated Harris County, they have very limited, and as a management district, they have little. But if they were to incorporate as a town, village, or whatever the city, they would have a lot more authority. And maybe that's something they'd want to consider.
So let's talk through some of those options. What is the most immediate action item that we could present without the legislature to the Barrett Station community? What's the most immediate action item that we can put on Commissioner's Court agenda?
We'd have to think about it. I think it would require the folks in Barrett Station to petition to incorporate it.
Okay. And do we know what the threshold of that petition is?
I do not know, because it'd probably have to be a very small entity, like John said, a village in effect.
Yeah.
It would have to be large enough to give them the platting authority that they're seeking.
Yeah.
And then it's a matter of whether the signatures can be gathered.
Good deal. I'd like to consider, and I don't know whether we have the authority, if it's broad enough on this item for them to, as they're speaking on, but can I make a motion to direct the county attorney's office and public infrastructure to study the options so that we can drive the incorporation, for lack of better words? Is that?
We're happy to look into it, with or without a motion. We would certainly do it. I'm sure the county engineer
just
would also.
for the sake of what their concerns are, I'd like to make it a motion.
Okay.
So I move the motion to be made that the county attorney's office and the public infrastructure department work to identify the fastest actionable item and to support the petition process to help Barrett Station attain some, I guess, authority for their defined area. And so that would be my motion.
Can I do that within the public hearing?
Probably be after public hearing
Okay.
closes, but you can make the motion and then vote on it after close of the hearing.
Judge, I'm just curious. Commissioner, I'm aware of the history of Barrett Station. Was it Harrison Barrett?
Yes.
Is that your great-grandfather?
No, not my great-grandfather. He would be uncle, great-uncle.
1889.
Yes.
So you know this is the 400th anniversary of the first African Americans landing in Jamestown, from what is now Jamestown in Ghana, this year. But look, are we required by law, does this have to pass today because, if it's delayed 2 weeks while you sort through this, what's the?
It would be up to these property owners and what action they chose to take.
But I'm saying, this item today, do we have to vote on? And for what it's worth, you know, you could maybe talk to the families out there. Might be able to help with it.
We did ask.
You did ask?
Gotcha. Okay.
So do y'all know them?
No.
Might want to get to know them.
No.
Sometimes, just sometimes. you can-
And to make sure you heard Ms. Fontenot, Mr. Blunt said that they did reach out.
We did ask and say, would you consider changing it to St. Charles Place
Okay.
Section 2 or something that would be different than St. Charles, because you have to have a separate name when you replat. But it's not uncommon, if it's St. Charles Place, it'd be St. Charles Place Section 1.
Yeah.
Lot 1 or something.
So now I was
And,
asking
and
because
they,
if it's legal.
and they refused. And they refused.
But if we don't have to pass it today, if Commissioner Garcia wanted to delay it and maybe reach out to him and tell him why, do we have some legal liability if we waited 2 weeks?
Well, potential
get my
liability,
lawyer to
I don't know that 2 weeks delay.
We got to vote on the municipal.
What's that?
There's some potential liability. I don't know that a 2-week delay would be that significant.
Okay, then let me.
John, and actually, let me back up. John would have, he's actually dealt with the landowners. It would depend on how they would react to this.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say what they'll do, Commissioner, they could sue us. I think, as I understand it, we have an obligation to approve it, but what, they could sue us for the delay in 2 weeks, which isn't that much, and to ensure there wasn't any harm, the court would authorize me to issue a building permit if they needed one, so that way we limit our liability in this.
That would be my second motion.
Why don't we hear from the rest of
Yeah.
the speakers, and then we'll close the public hearing. Go ahead, please state your name and affiliation.
Thank you. My name is Pamela Norman. I am my family's 4th generation to call Barrett home. It's interesting as I listen to you all talk about some of the options and so forth. I'm going to speak about not only the loss of the historical identity, but the economic component of it also. So as Melody said, it's really about the renaming. It's not about the replatting. And Commissioner Garcia, I want to just acknowledge you up front and thank you, because you say you have been a very good friend of Barrett, both in your leadership and support in helping us honor and celebrate the history, as well as bringing ideas of economic benefit to the community. And so as I speak today, I just say that I'm president of the Barrett Economic and Community Development Organization, that we refer to as BECDO. So Barrett's rich history is the centerpiece of our economic development strategy. So our aim is to establish Barrett as a African-American heritage tourism destination.
Yes.
So so when we think about the harm, and I'm just mindful about, I know there's a reason that, there's public, there's certified notice that goes out to the next door neighbors when a replat happens. As I've talked with the Harris County Platting Manager, my understanding is they wanted to get a sense of, is there potential harm to, So for us, it's that loss of our historic identity, and also with that comes the economic component, because we think of it as our oil and gas. That is our oil and gas heritage. So from a BECDO standpoint, one of the things that's high on our list, we've been engaging that we call the next generation, helping them reconnect with our history. And we all need to get, increase our sense about taking our history seriously and preserving it for future generations. From an economic standpoint, when you look at African-American tourism, data shows that the economic value of African-American travelers has increased in 2018 to $63 billion a year. And a lot of this has come, as I understand it, with the National African-American Museum. So there's just been an increase of that tourism. So that is $63 billion. That's up from 31% in 2010. So, Barrett very much looks forward to being included on the African-American trail here locally as well as nationally as this. So, again, we're seeking Commissioners Court help to protect our heritage and by translation also our economic value as well.
Good to see you again. Thank you for being here as well, and I appreciate your patience. But precisely to your point, I am very, very excited about the potential that we have in front of us to literally and in a big way put Barrett Station on the map for the right reason, for all that you stated. And so I will be making a motion here in a minute, but I want to let your colleagues speak. But I do want to say thank you so much because in many of these cases, sometimes elected leadership tries to address these issues, but you kind of have to drag the community along. In this case, the community has long been wanting support and has long been neglected and unheard and unresponded to, and I'm just proud to be a partner with you to move Barrett Station forward. So we're working on this.
Well, thank you, and we're excited. I just want to add one thing. Is, you know, as Mildred said, we fielded, you know, calls and questions and so forth on this, and Barrett wants to be clear. We're welcoming folks into the community. It is really about the historic identity, and because, as you've said, there were a number already approved by the time the broader community was aware, because that notice only goes to the person right 200 feet. So, but this is our first opportunity to come and speak. But it's an example of how that, you know, chipping away at your identity happens over time. That's our concern.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Hello, my name is Fred Barrett, and I am a fifth generation of Barrett that lives in Barrett, Texas, and Barrett is on the map. We recently celebrated our 138th consecutive family reunion at the Barrett homestead. So needless to say, we have a rich history and tradition in the town. What's happening is that in the great flood of the Mississippi, a lot of other people besides Africans came to Barrett, particularly the French and African marriage, which created Creole people. And that entailed a lot of Catholics moving to the area. Now, what they're asking to do is change the name of St. Charles Place, which was a Roman Catholic bishop, to these new folks. Now, we're only talking about a lot. And I own a lot of property. I buy property. And when you subdivide a lot, it's the east half of Lot 1 in St. Charles subdivision. And that's the that's the schematics of how the county, I've always seen, tracks their property. I've never seen somebody name a half a lot a name. And I would think it would deem to be difficult to start tracking these properties if everybody that move in want to name it after their family. So I think it's senseless. You know, your name is going to be on the county records on your tax assessment. So why go out and change the name on the map? So I said all of this is because I'm very adamant about our heritage. And it goes way back. And I think we are very unique in the country of a historic black community. And we don't want to lose that identity.
That's right.
And I beg you to not allow these people that's coming in our town to change the name. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pelter Barrett. Good evening to the judges and commissioners. And I am a great-grandson of Harrison Barrett, great-great-grandson of Harrison Barrett. And I want to piggyback on some of the stuff that my colleagues came with. We're very passionate. Like I said, Barrett Station is a loving place. We're open to everybody that comes there. We love the families that are coming there. But when you enter the town of Barrett, from I-10 headed north, there's a sign that says rich in heritage, education, and family. That is no fake, that is true. That is the exact truth. That's why we're so passionate about it. We welcome everybody in, but we want to preserve our heritage. We really do. One thing that was just exciting to me when I got here this morning, I was sitting out in the lobby. I was listening to Mr. Commissioner Garcia highlighting some of the accomplishments of some of the Hispanic people. Man, you don't know how that opened my heart. You know, I loved, that was exciting, that was lovely. that's the same cloth we're built from in Barrett Station. You know, and we beg you just to allow our heritage to stay intact. That's what we're fighting for.
You got it.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. So,
Any other speakers? Let me just finish the hearing. Yes. Okay, so we'll close the public hearing now and call for a motion.
Good deal. Thank you. Again, thank you all for being here. And I do want to mention that I understand what the concern is. As you've heard, seeking the counsel from county attorney and our engineer, that there is some limitations. Don't know how much, but we will, at some potential liability, as the county attorney alluded to, I will be making a motion to delay this for 2 weeks with the agreement that the county engineer be authorized to issue any requested permits that would be held due to the lack of a plat. And so this will give me some opportunity to try to engage these folks directly to see if we can come to a good place. I just want to tell you that what I will look to do, and I'll seek the counsel and advice of Commissioner Ellis, is that we probably will need to do some work at the legislature. But as I indicated earlier, that I got 2 motions on the table. The first motion is to direct the county attorney and the engineer's office to seek out any immediate strategies to move Barrett Station into some incorporated status, whether it be village, town, or city, and to see what we can do now. And the caveat to that is that whatever we don't get done now or can't do now, we'll work through the legislature to see what remedies we can obtain there. Then the second motion is to delay it for 2 weeks, and as I mentioned earlier, to allow for the county engineer to be authorized to issue any requested permits that would be held due to the lack of a plat. And I'll just say that with all the work that we're doing, it's not enough for the history that you're fighting for. And I totally respect it. I get it. And I am not tone deaf to it. And I will do what I can. And so just know that we have some limitations. We're going to test the boundaries, see where that gets us. You might find out that I'm getting sued. But I'm willing to take that chance in trying to get some remedy for Barrett Station and for the history that you're fighting for. So thank you all so much for being here and advocating on behalf of your community.
Commissioner House.
So, Judge, I want to second both your motions, Commissioner, but I also want to thank you. You know, being familiar with the history of the area, going back, I think I heard about it when I was in high school. I can't remember the high school out there. What is it? What's the name of that high school out there? Yes, Drew. But look, there's, even with everything Commissioner Garcia is going to do, and he was showing me a list of things he's done with the cemetery and other things, contributing dirt to try to help you. But look, I just want to tell you, there's no substitute for neighbors talking to neighbors. So I would suggest, if we can get the number under Commissioner Garcia's leadership, get to know your neighbors. And I'm willing to bet they don't know the rich history. You got me? They just want to do what they want to do. And you could have a potential of being a UNESCO site, you know, as is the case with the site over in 4th Ward as well. But, you know, get to know them. I mean, they may be well-intentioned. You know, they just probably trying to make ends meet. You got me? So that's a role you all play. If you don't know them, you ought to get to know your neighbors. All right?
All right.
And before you leave, roll down and check out my African art. You think you're in Wakanda. You'll see where the Harrisons came from. I should say the first Africans showing up 400 years ago, not African Americans. They became Americans after they did the work. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? We've got both motions on the table. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you all so much. So let's move on to executive session items. Do we need to go to executive session for these?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
Judge, I do have Bruce High here.
Oh, Bruce, hi, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Bruce.
Before going to executive session.
Yeah.
Sorry, I stepped down the
No,
street for a
no
minute.
problem, Bruce, thank you. Bruce, I want to ask you about Vine. I understand Vine has been offline?
It's been in production since 3 o'clock on Wednesday of last week.
Wednesday of last week?
Yes.
But it was down prior to?
Yes.
And it was down during the time that this unfortunate situation in Pasadena happened?
I don't know the date of the, yeah, I'm assuming so.
Okay. But it's up and running?
Yes.
What was it that went down? What do you attribute that to? What do you need to
Okay.
keep that from ever going down again?
Right, absolutely. So it won't go down again. Problem is, as you know, we just migrated GIMS 2. We just implemented that a couple of weeks ago. And during that migration, that was a component that's outside of the Universal Services responsibility. This is a service that's provided through the state, and that connectivity wasn't there. Once we reestablished that connectivity by making sure all the data was in line with their field names, we haven't had an issue and won't.
Okay. I would just ask you that in the future, if there's ever a situation where something impeding victims' support systems like Vine,
right,
that you consider making this an emergency item for our attention.
For what?
For our attention, to support you, whatever you need. But what was the time frame that Vine was offline?
I think it was about a week. I can verify that.
Okay, that's a week too damn long.
Right.
So I want to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Absolutely.
And if you foresee any problems in that regard, that you let us know again, let us know so that we can make sure you get what you need to get that thing back online.
Correct.
Or keep it from going offline.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go to executive session.
Yes, ma'am, I guess, do we need to do it on both items? We have the Alfred Dwayne's Brown case and the Exxon Mobil. On Exxon Mobil, we're simply asking that we be permitted to continue that litigation.
Do folks need to go back? I'd like to go back for the Alfred Duane one. Do folks need to go back for the Exxon Mobil?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then there's the reappointment to the Sports Authority as well.
Sorry, what's that?
There's a third item on here, right? Am I missing something?
Oh,
Sports
the third,
Authority?
item 2 looks like an appointment for Bruce Oakley.
Yes.
Don't need to go back for that.
You want to do that one now?
Sure.
I move to reappoint Bruce Oakley.
Second.
All right.
Or did you second?
Seconded by Commissioner Ellis.
Whose appointment is that? I haven't met him, I don't know him.
It's a reappointment.
I mean,
You met him before, he used to be judge.
I remember
Civil
it did
judge.
come up, people like to know him, I know y'all.
yeah, I mean, y'all are complaining about transparency.
I'm not gonna be like y'all. You want a meeting?
Okay.
I'll hold it.
Okay, I was just curious. I just wanted to raise the same issue.
That's not a problem in the world. Great guy.
Okay, so we'll hold that one. Before we go to executive session, let's vote on the agenda up till now.
So moved.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to executive session. It is 4:22 p.m.
Just do that food next time. Put the food in there.
Get any more celery sticks?
Get some celery sticks. Get the celery sticks in the hummus.
Yeah, I might,
Maybe not.
So are y'all gonna reach out to me?
I guess we'll have to figure out if you've got anyone who's trying to deal with the directly.
Well, yeah, we got our engineers make
just make it easier on the mayor. Yeah, right. Come give it. Okay, well, we'll reach out and see what the issue is. Julian. Kylie? Precinct 4? Not really a big deal. Yeah. We'll figure it out. Thanks,
That was good. Are they good reasons? And somewhere we could say, you know, we have a more or less
the resolution that you're seeing is different than approved.
This doesn't,
That's what I'm trying to.
this is more
The
impactful.
resolution I read is different.
Yeah, that's just kind of a summary.
Yeah. Right, it's okay. But if these are going to come out, again. Okay, this had but see, okay, why is that? This is what happened. Yes, this is what we're saying. None of these are. I know they're not, but
this was the cost of vehicle traffic we were producing. This, I don't know where that came
That's the challenge, they're not.
because there's no people moving in the
Yeah, and bold, you know, things that are bold.
Yeah, we don't.
You know, I'm glad you put that there, because, you know, you're right to say.
But I think what we do is we do say, hey, this is.
And then, how
how are we gonna get her?
Yeah, everybody was thinking.
And maybe we can just have conservation. And they have spots or something. And then.
What is the issue?
Have a small area up in Wilkins County, doesn't go through the state town, Crosby in the town. So they piece of state law says that when you replat something that was previously mapped as a platted lot, in this case, when you replat it, there's a requirement to notify your neighbors within 200 feet. So we were following the law when we were presented with a map that said, I want to take lot 12 out of block 2 and shop it at
Summary.
In this case,
Not just the summary,
the other one keeps it strong.
more or less.
We've seen a lot of split lot flats in Barrett, in part for a good reason, is previously they were having two mobile homes or two houses built on a single lot, and it caused utility districts to
Just make it. Yeah.
do that under state law.
I know.
So, through a lot of reasons, there's more flats going on out there, they're being, it shouldn't be at all, split it off.
Yeah.
they don't go to it. They want to keep the tax on places, say section 1 or 2, and they
Yeah, Ricardo and Elvis says.
What? What are they? Well, it's about the need.
So that one property would have a deeded name.
No,
If you have a house on Livermore, like
The
mine
other
is
thing,
block
I
12, lot 7.
now here's a sans serif type.
So when I changed the title to land,
Because like Ariel,
that's how I confirmed it. That's the
Ariel
only
is
thing,
like
I'm the one that
Ariel,
goes
there's
to do a title
sans
company.
serif have little
But
marks.
just,
It really makes
it's a very small,
anytime you're communicating,
but
you should
obviously
always use
important to
the
them
sans
because
serif.
it implies
Times New Roman, I haven't used it, but you don't want it ever to go out like this, because it's harder for people to read. The eye doesn't take it. And it does. And I for some reason, they aren't the same. I know, but what I'm saying is, anything that comes out related to
and there may not even be villages. I mean, there are
same
villages.
typeface,
Brookside
same
Village.
font.
Yeah, but I think it may be
It
the city of
justifies.
Brookside. They may have changed the law. You
I'm
think
sorry.
No, I can appreciate this. I promise.
I was gonna ask you.
Make it harder, make it harder to incorporate us.
Because I'm noticing you're seeing things.
My dad was a publisher back.
There you go. And then you're seeing stuff.
Well, no, I mean, I knew what I expected in terms of
city back.
as I was, so.
You can't do that, but in a corporation, if there's no.
So I'm gonna go write this up. Thank you.
Still get popular.
More than that, depending on how you draw the boundary.
Depending on how you draw the boundary. No.
What's the last one?
Every was already incorporated. The last ones to incorporate were the city of Houston went after Clear Lake, so you had one city of Houston covered that up. If the water district was
when my girlfriend was 18,
The last thing was never a town, because it's now part of Pasadena.
Well, just text me. Not just tell me to come on over to your office.
The last ones, if I recall, were like Nassau Valley, all the small villages at the time. I remember that. Yeah, well, the county and then also came the city. We did the sheriff. City, we kept on coming back.
He's back in the gun, that's why.
Yeah, we hide in the same bushes every time. I don't think it would be general construction. Overwhelming amount of work. Which is going to drive up. No, we will be able to watch just construction bid prices are starting to go up. We don't have enough data to show the trends that we can tell. Just give me guys fewer bidders, higher rates.
You guys should be asking for
we were getting every third product was free because we were running about
Only agencies, the other agencies slow down, put that over.
they asked me, and I said, I did everybody, and we were getting multiple bids, crazy cheap. That should be our strategy. We shouldn't be doing anything else. Wait. It always crashes, and the crash is like everywhere. Yeah, but it's well, yeah, I think you do that. There needs to not be one thing. Somebody else. I don't need.
Oh, you guys, funny news coverage.
Yeah, that was crazy. I think that comes back to you're talking about. That's right. I don't want that.
That was just blow up night. She was sitting on by
I just know I had to come back. Yeah, Mike has it easy. Well, no, because I mean, they're used to this. When Mike was here, 45 minutes he was out.
The president heads are the goal.
PBC meeting 2 weeks ago, and so I don't remember following it. I was on a low-level committee, and so I found out there was a finally tuned in, and I didn't see the very end of it. And so I said, I'll go Doug Begley's Twitter feed. I didn't know who it was. I did, but along the way, in a 4.5-hour discussion, did you see his Twitter? Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I didn't get that big photo for you.
Yeah, the city staff will be like election.
Someone told me, yeah, I heard that on the news. Yeah, some guy that was Bill White's. Michael Moore.
And then he's got I was surprised he's still on. That's 6 months. He's like,
Yeah, he's gonna get
it's a lot less fun. See his frustration.
yeah.
There are easier things to do. I don't know. Deadlines for filing closed. This is for the primary.
Should be December.
December. Just a matter of how much head start the candidate wants to get.
I heard, someone told me that he was using his mayor as he came out far and said,
I think that would increase his
yeah, but, and he might
convene to have your license.
yeah, if you don't think that they aren't going to come out and be exposed, you saw their battle, they were very clear. Yeah, they comes to supporting someone that supports it.
I don't know how to navigate.
Yeah, I don't know, you might be good with them too. We haven't had, someone told me to he might have told me here. Someone told me she resigned, she's coming, I don't know.
She'd have to resign.
Yeah, someone told me that, but I said, nobody, I mean, no one would say, guaranteed. Yeah, she would have to.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, the big rumor.
Name recognition, sort of. They were a campaign team.
She knows everybody. She's the one. But I can tell you she is good. He loves buildings in particular. Those kitchen buildings, so everybody goes get from the ones and look at them. So I got to know her. And she really didn't like us to give us money. communities that he was supporting. It was kind of funny. He gave some he was always like, every time you go, he grew up from it's called settlement house in the Fifth Ward. Looking at kids when the parents were working to make sure that they had activities they wanted to do. He was just Harold Dutton played tennis there. There are the things that and they got him charged for him and really kind of a good program. He's always supported every time they get it directed to go off in some weird page. I can't even see get somebody just want to do the right thing. You're not doing some weird page. It's about the kids. Well, we rebuilt the natatorium and we built a natatorium and a gymnasium. So where the microphone's still on the way. So I got to know all of those people. A lot of shells grew up and made their money and they come back to back and support. And there are a lot of them, they kind of put their own
Family of lawyers and stuff.
No, I'm thinking of, you have no I know the who did not show up, Jerry, he went out, served in the Army, went to school, worked engineer for Shell. He's one of the ones that he's actually the most musical. I say they're all, he's actually the most sophisticated, savvy about what you can do, because he's been in corporate shell structure.
So I guess Barrett Station's replasting transportation.
Not this time, it's interesting. Less about like this plat issue, more about like when you're dealing with issues of these
Yeah, but that might be interesting.
Barrett's not the historic African-American settlement. Fletcher County was rural, logging, agricultural activities. Corville, like up there, was one. One called Borders, that the city annexed.
What's up with you?
So I don't, the one that we looked at the other day, I don't remember the name, it's got, anyway, there was.
Related to Brooks.
Other side of the tracks, there was black and white. And there was like yourselves, a Corville.
Yeah. I just don't know what, I mean, we'll, I just can't come back to look, but I don't remember the incorporation. But it's a little different to see if they were inside the city's and the city denied it and they could demand utility time period. No one's done that. Some days someone's going to tell the city, I don't want to be annexed and if you don't provide any because they force the city to do it. See, that's why I don't see why people have these whole people, you know, like the Woodlands. Why do we want to see I always look for the annexation. My it's great. You think the city can afford to pay off your they can't do it. I said, so you just gave them the funding source. Geez, we're really not taking
Well, yes, that sales tax.
yeah, they are going to have a sales tax. But if they incorporate it, they get all that sales tax.
I got to buy World Series tickets today. I would have been like, oh my God! Season ticket.
Put your name in the lottery, huh?
I
we weren't seeing him for the first pitch, he was bragging how excited he was to be there. He both songs, big man
As a kid, it was, you know, the answer to live next door. Because everything was a big deal. Everybody in our street worked for NASA, except the guys that worked for Catholic Charities next door. We all worked for NASA, the whole school. And everybody worked for NASA. So if you work for a subcontractor, your dad would work for Boeing, and then 4 years later, it'd be Lockheed, 4 years later, it'd be United States. My dad worked for NASA.
And I get bragging rights on your job, but you're already done. Because it was 4:30. No, Price is right, you know, closest to without going over.
I still love her just to get to the agenda.
I actually got to see all the Murphy watches.
Ain't no way we didn't get to the agenda.
As a kid, I just remember how loud.
You might be right though. No, I'm gonna drag it out. I got a question.
Oh, no.
No, it's all right. Oops, I'm sorry. Oh, it's just, did it on purpose? I got that on video.
All right, almost there. Oh no, we lost her.
It's just you and I, Judge.
Oh man.
Get you out my phone. Maybe.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, and then we have speakers.
Yes. Yeah, we have speakers.
Robert, you used to be so quiet, now making comments.
May not be here anymore.
I just had an obligation. But he can ask that question. Straight, right? That's the way you should.
Look what power is.
You give it back when he's done?
That's what power is, kilowatt power. Yeah, normally it's like 4 cents.
Is that just the huge demand because of the temperature?
See, I buy mine direct.
You have a date?
So I know
That's it, right?
Yes.
And so you pay whatever the.
Well, I just turned on my power off my house.
I just heard like this about dropping his phone from my breath. No. Wait for
Yeah, I do that.
Ombre to come up here.
What?
I control all the ACs and all my home.
I do it
for my lifestyle.
I tell you, I want that.
And I don't like to put it on 70.
Well, see, it'll sit there and tell me when the spike of power goes in, I can turn the power off the ACs. I don't, that's a big power.
My daughter got this thing. Free on the weekend.
Just so you know, there ain't no
And I
security
thought,
anyways. I can't
really
feel that
good
door,
thing,
do
because
that
they're
door,
like
the both of them are locked.
cranking her all the
You
way
ain't
down.
no
They're
good.
going to turn off the air conditioner. And then during the week, they're like sweating.
You let your boy.
Oh, you're here. I thought.
I just had the door
All
pro.
right.
But see, they're projecting it's gonna be that way for about another.
And why is it just because
Let's
they got
get
peak
let's
demand?
get started.
Demand?
What's the rest of this kid? Just y'all.
So is that real? That may hurt a lot of the companies like me to give me a fixed rate.
Yeah, they could go bankrupt.
Okay.
Because they can't just turn the power off.
Commissioner Garcia. Yeah, that's what I'm realizing. All right, 4:53, and we're back from executive session. I know that Commissioner Cagle, was it? Did we have some comments or questions on the Exxon?
Yes. My questions were answered in the back, but the county attorney was just going to give a very brief summary that would be appropriate in terms of why it is, in your opinion, that we should proceed without violating what went on in executive session.
As you all know, Harris County Attorney Vince Ryan did file a lawsuit on the morning after the event We filed it on August 1, 2019. The purpose of the lawsuit was to seek an order to preserve any evidence that might be necessary to preserve. It was also to seek any injunctive relief that might be necessary to assist Exxon in curing any issues that might be. The county attorney was not seeking civil penalties, and we are still not seeking civil penalties. Within about a week after that, the state of Texas filed its own lawsuit in Travis County seeking civil penalties. And so there's multiple reasons why these lawsuits are filed. We may need to seek information from Exxon, additional discovery. And again, we've acknowledged Exxon has been a good corporate citizen, and we're seeking to help them stay good corporate citizens.
Commissioner Ellis?
Good.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
I think additionally that there was a report that came out that gave evidence as to where we were
Yes,
on
sir.
good standing.
Exxon is required to report the emission event within 24 hours of the event. The report came out and it did indicate there were some high releases of contaminants.
Yeah, so Judge, look, I think that you all are taking the right approach. I think it was appropriate to get to court the way state law works. If the county didn't get to court first, we'd have no more ability to do anything other than file an amicus. Doesn't mean we can keep control of it, although we got to court first. I assume there's still some tricky
Yes, sir, that's
tricky
been
issues
worked
there.
out with the state.
Yeah, but, and I agree, Exxon has been a good corporate partner. They came to me because I worked closely with a lot of the environmental groups, and probably my staff did more than I did when I was in the legislature, Commissioner, and they were trying to work out not having a fight to do that plant out there. And they offered a lot of environmental incentives, green this, green that, to try to get the activists to support it, the environmentalists. They couldn't have defeated it, but they could have delayed it quite a bit. They didn't agree to all of them, but Exxon still did a lot of those environmental friendly things for that corporate headquarters. But with that said, I think we have a responsibility because the state has eclipsed most of the limited power the county and the city in some ways had even more power, but the state has eclipsed most of that. So we really have very little we can do other than if you go to court. It's good you're not trying to go and get civil penalties because the law has been capped, so you couldn't get much anyway. But in terms of injunctive relief, some creative things could come about, assuming the lawsuit goes as the county attorney's office wants it to go. So I think it's a good move, and I appreciate you all's leadership on it. And again, Judge and Commissioner, since it was out in your precinct, for jumping out there, but we ought to make sure you have the resources so you can get to court as quick every time there is one. And even if you go to court and file a lawsuit, and it turns out that's not the case you thought there was, I know you all would always be big enough to come back and you could withdraw it.
Yes, sir.
And you just don't know when you're rushing to get to court because you don't know what's going on.
Right.
Good.
Thank you. I appreciate your creativity and proactive approach. Thank you.
And we will need a motion on that item to approve continuing the lawsuit. That's what we're seeking.
You want to do it? Sure do.
Okay, we have a motion and a
Motion.
second.
Judge?
Yes.
With the motion and second, with the proceeding to go forward, I would like to include with that the affirmation that we view Exxon to be a good corporate partner, and we're just trying to assist them to be a better one.
Put that in all the filings.
Yes, we're fine with that.
All right.
All right, motion by Commissioner Ellis and second Commissioner Garcia.
Commissioner Garcia, motion second.
My motion is second.
Commissioner Garcia, motion, Commissioner Ellis, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, we do have speakers.
How about for the first one, is there any action for 1A?
There's no action for 1A,
That's
Right?
correct.
and then we held item 2 under executive session. So let me call up our speakers. Humberto Aguilar, Jacob Clementich, Janice Bonin, Chriselle Pillay, Pamela Hernandez, Stephanie Thomas, Kristen Schlemmer, Iris Gonzalez, and R. Michael Lee. Any other speakers not on the agenda?
Sorry.
All right, great. It is 4:59 and Commissioners Court is now adjourned.
I said 4 o'clock. I said 4 o'clock.
John, can you give me numbers for those folks, if you have that?
Yes, sir, I told you to have it.
Have a good trip.